protect people possibly displaced in such contexts. As in Africa, the key legal framework is the OAU Convention. There have been discussions on how Article 1.2 of the 1969 OAU Convention could expand the scope of refugee protection, taking into account the portion of the definition which considers events that include external aggression, occupation, foreign domination, and events seriously disturbing public order. Emphasis laid on events seriously disturbing public order. This has the most potential to protect people fleeing in connection to adverse effects of climate change, environmental degradation, and impacts of disaster. In the absence of clear, consistent state practice, there have been discussions, various actors and experts have called for guidance on this, and I am happy to share that my organization, the UNHCR, is also looking into providing this guidance. And a project has been established aimed at developing further normative guidance on the application of Article 1.2, considering the adverse effects of climate change, environmental degradation, and the impacts of disasters. We hope that this paper would be useful to contributing towards the discussion. And at the end of the project, which would first of all be a first stage would aim to develop practical guidance, and then the next stage would be looking at indicators that could be used to assess the extent of the event seriously disturbing public order. There would be the possibility of developing normative guidance, drawing on the institution's existing publications, and of course consulting with other organizations and states who are very much interested in this extension of the OAU Convention. I think I will leave it at that for now, and only wish to say that for UNHCR, we consider that the Refugee Convention, as I mentioned earlier on, is very key, and as we can see, would, if ratified and states implement the policies, implement the articles, and they domesticate the principles and the articles in national law, that would definitely create better protection for persons that are of concern to UNHCR. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Lisa Ferguson. À titre individuel, j'ai pu noter quand même deux éléments très importants. Les pays les plus pauvres qui sont endettés, qui sont arrimés aux institutions financières internationales, sont, et c'est le paradoxe, ceux qui reçoivent le plus grand nombre de réfugiés et qui a nécessité d'alourdir leurs fardeaux.
Refugees, and we need to relieve them of their burden. And we should not also forget climate refugees. The situation which is becoming a necessity, people have to leave their homes or their areas due to climate situation. And we've had issues of flooding and villages droughts, and so people have to leave their place of abode. So this is a reality which has been proven by science. I shall now give the floor to Ms. Siobhan Mulali. She's the UN Special Rapporteur on Human Trafficking and chair of a PA, Platform of Independent Experts on the Rights of Refugees. And she will talk about the protection of vulnerable persons such as displaced persons, asylum seekers, and refugees. So your colleague, did 10 minutes, so I shall give you 10 instead of 7. You have the floor. Thank you.
Referral and protection services to strengthen capacity on the ground to identify victims of trafficking through screening and referral measures, through prevention measures, through integrated protection services. My mandate has also worked with the Global Protection Cluster and protection clusters to highlight that trafficking risks arrive in situations of forced displacement and refugee movements, and to strengthen capacity on the ground to prevent those risks of trafficking, but where they do arise, to ensure access to protection and non-punishment of victims of trafficking. Too often we see that victims of trafficking are punished because of an irregular migration status, rather than being recognised as refugees or as victims of trafficking with the right to protection in their own right. And punishment can take the form of arbitrary detention, forced returns, or imposition of other sanctions. So the non-punishment principle is core to the human rights response. And that links, of course, with Article 31 of the 1951 Refugee Convention and the non-penalisation clause. that asylum seekers should not be punished or penalised for seeking refugee status and for crossing borders in a situation where they are not documented. We know that migrants, asylum seekers and refugees may be at particular risk of trafficking because of loss of livelihoods, loss of community support networks, and irregular migration status, and increasingly limited access to international protection and to asylum. Where children are out of school, that can also increase the risks of exploitation and being vulnerable to recruitment by traffickers. I have highlighted the rights of victims to have access to asylum and all forms of international protection. Trafficking may be a form of persecution, and risks of re-trafficking on returns may also give rise to a right to seek asylum. We also need to be mindful of discrimination and stigmatisation against victims of trafficking and how that gives rise to additional obligations of non-refoulement for states. Through my mandate, I've also highlighted that prevention of trafficking requires access to protection, and that can include through humanitarian visas, expanded resettlement, rights-based family reunification, as well as effective access to asylum. Unfortunately, in many parts of the world, including in Europe at the moment, we see states pushing back against the right to seek asylum, and that is sometimes justified by reference to a fight against trafficking in persons. I've highlighted that that is not the correct approach and that we need to ensure access to asylum in order to prevent trafficking in persons. Accelerated asylum procedures are not suitable. Granting of prima facie status can be a very good measure to ensure regular migration and refugee status, but we also need to ensure screening for risks of trafficking and to identify those who are victims of trafficking, and we need trauma-informed approaches that are properly resourced and supported. I also want to highlight that it is a positive obligation on states to identify victims of trafficking. It is not an obligation on victims to self-identify. So it is essential that capacity is built, including among humanitarian and protection actors and all those at border crossings to identify those who are victims of trafficking and at risk of trafficking. Assistance to victims of trafficking, if it is to be human rights based, must be unconditional, must not be linked to cooperation in criminal proceedings, and it should be long-term and ensure a regular resident status, preferably permanent resident status with access to citizenship, to avoid a vulnerable situation and risks of exploitation. We also need to ensure that victims of trafficking have access to accommodation and shelter, a right to work, a regular resident status and access to education and children. We also need to recognise the gender dimension. Women and girls are more likely to be identified as victims of trafficking for purposes of sexual exploitation, but may also be at risk of domestic servitude, of forced and child marriage, and other forms of forced labour, as well as exploitation and criminal activities. Men are more likely to be identified as victims of trafficking for purposes of forced labour, and refugees are particularly at risk of exploitation where they are in protracted situations without access to livelihoods and sustainable livelihoods. However, we also know that men and boys may not be identified as being victims of trafficking for sexual exploitation because of the difficulties that arise in identification, in self-identification and reporting, and taboos around reporting and identification. We also need to recognise that children may be particularly at risk of exploitation in criminal activities and at risk of becoming victims of trafficking by armed groups and armed forces. In my work, I've highlighted the particular risks faced by children in situations of conflict, and in that I've cooperated very well with the African Committee on Rights and Welfare of the Child. And my mandate recently launched a joint study looking at the linkages between child trafficking and the 6 grave violations against children in situations of armed conflict. And that highlights particular risks for asylum seeking of those trafficking risks, to ensure non-punishment of children and access to protection services. It's also important to highlight the intersections with disability, that refugees, displaced persons with disabilities may be at greater risk of trafficking in persons and may not have access to accessible protection services. We also know that victims of trafficking in situations of refugee movements and displacement may acquire disabilities, including psychosocial disabilities, and access to protection services must be ensured for them, as well as access to justice. I want to highlight in particular the risks faced by unaccompanied and separated asylum-seeking children, in particular adolescents who are often not believed, who are not considered to be credible, and who are particularly at risk of trafficking for purposes of forced labour, sexual exploitation, exploitation in criminal activities, and also for purposes of child and forced marriage. So we need to ensure that they are treated as children first without discrimination and ensured access to protection. We need to ensure human rights-based age assessment procedures, access to schooling, rights-based family reunification, child protection services, and support for host communities to ensure that integrated services can be provided. For refugees in protracted situations of displacement, they may become at risk, and we need to ensure capacity to identify those risks and ensure referral for protection services. That can be in urban settings or in camp settings or at border crossings. So there needs to be much greater awareness of those risks of trafficking and how to ensure referral and access to protection. So we are working to try to ensure that action plans to combat trafficking in persons take account of the particular risks faced by refugees and asylum seekers, and that all actors are working together to ensure that those integrated services and, most importantly, prevention can be ensured and access to protection for all persons without discrimination. And to conclude, I highlight also the necessity of access to justice, to compensation and remedies to those who are victims of trafficking, and such programmes must ensure also refugees and displaced persons. And I should also, to highlight the comments already made, reinforce the importance of looking at trafficking risks in the context of climate-related displacement. My mandate has a specific report on this to the General Assembly in 2022. Due to loss of livelihoods, loss of accommodation, lack of access to schooling, forced migration or relocation across borders, and a limbo status, those who are displaced due to climate-related change or conflicts may be at greater risk of exploitation, including trafficking in persons, and that can be due to sudden onset disasters or slow onset disasters. So planned relocation is preferable to avoid risks of exploitation in transit and displacement, and to ensure a regular status to avoid those protracted situations. So thank you for your attention. I look forward to discussion further. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la rapporteure.
Madam Special Rapporteur, this is so interesting and captivating that I did not want to stop you after the 10 minutes. But we'd like to express our gratitude to you for the important information that you have availed us on this issue relating to human trafficking. And I'm sure that we will have questions from the floor. I had a few questions that I will ask once we have the general discussion. Commissioner Salma Sassi, you must have noted that the refugees are here. They are a vulnerable group. Women and girls are even more vulnerable, as she said, because if they do not have a properly managed asylum status, they can be exploited sexually. They can even be exploited and compelled to do forced labor and other practices that we often refer to. After this, your mission, after this stage that has been set, we adopted a resolution in 2023 that incorporated this system within the services of the host countries so that they can have economic activities and be gainfully employed, because it doesn't mean that you are a refugee that your life should be ruined. Therefore, everybody had 10 minutes. I'll give you 10 minutes. You are entitled to these 10 minutes too, or 12 if you do not conclude. I give you the floor, Commissioner. Thank you, Honorable Chair, distinguished state representatives, civil society, NHRIs, Honorable Commissioners, dear participants. Good morning. I'd like, Honorable Chair, to welcome our panelists. And as you rightly said, Honorable Chair, I have tried to present a resolution that was adopted by a commission last year. As we speak, the spirit of African solidarity and international cooperation, which was consecrated 55 years by the OAU 1969 Convention on the specific aspects specific to refugees in Africa, should be operationalized in order to relieve the burden on the states that receive asylum seekers and refugees in Africa. As we speak, the legendary African hospitality is confronted with a real challenge in view of the growing number of refugees and asylum seekers on the continent, 20 million, and exacerbated by the restricted funding from humanitarian agencies. Many Africans they cannot face up to the demands of these vulnerable persons. These people are constrained to leave their country because of a conflict or persecution, and sometimes with grim prospects of return back home. And they represent a category which we call the long-term refugees. Many refugees and asylum seekers are abandoned, and the runs counter to our 2063 agenda Africa that we want, Africa that leaves no one behind, and an Africa where it will only be possible to attain in the absence of sustainable solutions for refugees. In view, despite their resilience, refugees and abandoned seekers depend on national, international solidarity and regional too. This solidarity that cannot be sustainable. These refugees and asylum seekers are locked up in a situation of assistance from generation to generation, and this does not allow them to live a life of dignity. The refugees and asylum seekers not only need a roof over their heads or food on the table, they also need to find their place in the host societies to reconstruct their lives in peace and dignity, to meet their needs and their families, to bring their knowledge to play within the host country. They just need to be independent and not be a burden on the communities that host them. It is in this vein that the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, as recalled by the Honorable Chair, adopted last year Resolution 565 on the inclusion of refugees, asylum seekers, interdisplaced persons and stateless persons in the socio-economic systems of the host countries, a resolution that we would like to request member states and other stakeholders to take into consideration and to implement. This resolution makes it possible for refugees and asylum seekers, amongst other categories, to have a decent life and to have access to many public services, to enjoy their socio-economic rights. And we discuss socio-economic rights during this session, namely education, work, access to health, property, social security. These refugees and asylum seekers need to be supported to allow them to reconstruct their lives in their host communities and to contribute in a positive manner to the local economies and their own development. The resolution is premised on the main instruments, be they universal or regional, allowing refugees and asylum seekers fundamental rights and enshrining the principles, the cardinal principles of equality, non-discrimination, human dignity, which are recalled in the Geneva Convention 1961, in which 48 African member states are parties to the OAU Convention of 1969, which has 46 African countries signatories, and our own African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which has, as we speak, 54 ratifications. The implementation of Resolution 555 would make it possible to ensure respect and promotion of all these principles that all revolve around Ubuntu. With regards to the implementation of this resolution, that would give effect to the realization of the political African Common Compact on humanitarian efficiency and the Global Compact on Refugees, for which many African states have presented their commitment to implement the convention. Finally, the resolution 555 of the African Commission on Human People's Rights will also make it possible to prepare the refugees and asylum seekers to be reintegrated in their country of origin in the event of a voluntary return or even a better reintegration in another state. Let us take into account the principle of the sovereignty of states and in the regulation of issues relating to asylum, and recalling the need to strike a balance between the considerations of a public order in terms of national security and considerations of respect for human rights. The African Commission on Human People's Rights is aware of the many challenges the host states are facing, especially in a context where the majority of refugees in Africa find themselves in countries with low revenue or intermediate revenue states, as recalled by previous speakers. However, we want and we are at the same time encouraged by the positive strides initiated by many African countries that we'd like to commend, that adopted legislative and other measures, not only to reintegrate the fundamental instruments on the rights of refugees in the national frameworks, but also by making provision for measures for the inclusion and integration of these refugees and asylum seekers. We would like, in the same vein, to know about the good practices of states, which they would kindly share with us and share their experience with us, as well as the other stakeholders. Many actions can be replicated by states and other stakeholders in order to ensure this inclusion in socio-economic system. We can cite a few. The recognition of documents issued by the national authorities, namely the secondary school living certificates and university diploma, and simplify the equivalence procedure, access to property, the freedom of movement, and the right to home in areas where they would live independently, access to decent employment, access to credit and subsidies, the issuance of documents that are necessary for the refugees and asylum seekers. I will leave it at that, Honorable Chair. I thank you, and I give you back the floor. Thank you very much. This morning, I said that we are potential refugees. When you look at our special rapporteur, make an advocacy so that the socio-economic systems make it possible to integrate vulnerable categories, asylum seekers, as well as refugees, and persons that are marginalized in society because they left their homes, by providing them with work, education for their children, housing that all means that they can live a decent life and to develop in life. All of us in this room have that ambition to make it in life up to the day that we leave this world. I'd like to commend the three panelists that were excellent. They gave us statements and papers that were inspiring, insightful, and replete with information. We will now start the general discussion on this matter for anybody who's interested in taking the floor. But before that, before we embark on the general debate, we will have a video to be presented for 4 minutes, and then we will have this discussion. Could you please post the video?
World Food Program came with a prioritization exercise on food, and they have categorized the refugees in 3 categories. Category 1 is receiving 32,000, which is equivalent to $9 per person per month. And then category 2 are receiving 14,000 Uganda shillings, which is equivalent to $4 per person per month. And then category 3, they are no longer on the food assistance. Therefore, it has made it very hard for us as refugee leaders and parents of that settlement to take our children to school. Remember that food used to support them a lot. Therefore, my humble appeal and request to the African Commission is to take action and discuss with the World Food Program and the government on the issue of supporting the refugees to give back that food. For the persons or for the families that are already receiving, let it be topped for them, let there be an increment. And then for the categories who are no longer receiving the food assistance, I beg they be reconsidered, because food is not a necessity, but food is a priority. If we don't have food at home and we don't have food at the school, there is no way we can enroll these children and they remain at school. So I urge and I request, and in a humble way as a mother and as a leader, let there be consideration by African Commission to take note. Thank you so much.
I'm Anab Gedi Muhammad from the Dab refugee camps based in Kenya. Let me take this opportunity to share with you the challenges and how the Dab looks like. The Dab is the biggest refugee camp in Kenya, and it was being started in 1992, and you know, the highest population in the Dab are women, children, and youth, and they're facing a lot of challenges when it comes to GBV or gender-based violence. There is high rate of early marriage, high rate of forced marriage, high rate of FGM when it comes even to the Somali community. They think that the FGM is something which is cultural perspective and every lady should pass FGM. So sometimes what happens is some men from diasporas take opportunity of the vulnerability rate of the refugees. They marry young girls like 16 to 15 years old. So after 3 months, because they came for vacations, after 3 months they will leave the child behind. The family will also chase the lady, and she doesn't have any other option. And unless she abandons the child, throw the child away, sometimes they use a portion so that this child should not survive. So what they normally do is they abandon the child, and like this scenario which happened to me while I was going to my workplace, there was a child which was being abandoned and put in a plastic and thrown in the road. I rescued the child. She's 5 years old, and I am taking care of her, but there are a lot of them who didn't get those opportunities. So, and I urge the government and also everybody concerned with the human rights, like African Commission and people's rights, to advocate for the refugees and the DAB, it seems that the DAB is totally forgotten because of the vulnerability, and partners got tired of supporting the DAB because they were supporting like more than 30 years. So a beggar has no choice. We don't have choice as the refugees. So we need voices of the refugees to be heard in different forums. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Je pense que, avant d'aller au débat, je fais une petite mise au point. Dans la première capsule, vous avez suivi cette madame, la réfugiée. Elle est claire, hein? Je vais le dire dans sa langue d'origine. My concern is about food for the refugees. The second one, to take our children to school. And my humble appeal to the African Commission of Human and People's Rights is to take actions. Why? Because food is not a necessity, but it is a priority. Deuxième capsule. Challenges. Gender-based violence. Forced marriage. Recommendation. African Commission for Human and People's Rights must advocate so that the voice of refugees can be, que la voix des réfugiés puisse être entendue partout dans le monde. C'est très clair. C'est un peu ça que moi j'ai retenu avec mes oreilles qui ont une faible capacité d'écoute en anglais. Ceci va nous introduire au débat pour ceux qui veulent bien faire leur contribution, parce que c'est des choses qui vont tout droit au cœur pour ces femmes et ces jeunes filles réfugiées et donc vulnérables. Je commence par les États. Y a-t-il quelques États qui souhaitent intervenir? Algérie et puis Angola. Vous avez la parole, Excellence. Ensuite, ça sera Ouganda, RDC, Érythrée. Et Ouganda, RDC, Érythrée.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the panelists. Good morning, everyone. I would like, first of all, to thank the Commission and the Commissioners themselves for organizing such an important panel on the African Union Convention on the specific aspects of refugee problems in Africa. And recall that Algeria was indeed among the first countries which have ratified this convention in 1973. Indeed, the panel allowed us to take stock of the implementation of the measures taken within the framework of this convention in order to continue mobilizing resources in this area and assist refugees and host countries to respond to the challenges they face. It's clear that it becomes imperative that we transcend reactive measures and address the root causes of displacement, such as systemic inequalities, foreign occupation, and overarching challenges like poverty. I would like to recall in this regard that the international humanitarian law provides for 3 solutions regarding refugees. First, the voluntary return in safety and dignity. Second, local integration. And third, resettlement to another location or another country. The African position on this matter has always been sustained, and it has always been supporting the voluntary returns in safety and dignity as the most privileged solution. I would like to highlight that the other solutions, especially integration, should be applied only with the request and the agreement of the host countries and the refugees themselves. It should not be imposed on host governments or the refugee, and should never constitute a reason to lift the responsibility of international community to provide resources and assistance to host countries. Mr. Chair, as you know, Algeria, with a long-standing tradition of welcoming refugees, particularly those who escaped from the brutal occupation of the non-self-governing territory of Western Sahara, remains unwaveringly committed to playing a leading role in the global endeavor. Over nearly half a century, Algeria has spared no effort in protecting and assisting these vulnerable populations, collaborating closely with international partners and donors to address their fundamental needs. As the United Nations system unveiled last year a consolidated biennial refugee response for 2024-2025, to address the needs of 173,600 Sahrawi refugees, Algeria continues to provide assistance and support, ensuring their basic needs are met with compassion and commitment. In this regard, Algeria is championing the education and health assistance to refugees by providing continued access to essential services as fundamental human rights to build a brighter future based on the leadership and ownership of the refugees themselves. In the area of health, Sahrawi health workers, including midwives and community health workers, are playing an important role in improving maternal and child health. Midwives have had their skills upgraded, which have included internships in the capital. Community health workers have also benefited from training, particularly in young child health and referrals, and play a vital role in monitoring pregnant women, newborns, and new children health. I'm concluding, Mr. Chair. In the area of education, more than 40,000 children were enrolled in 89 schools and care centers in the Sahrawi refugee camps. This includes children in primary education and children with disabilities in special education centers. Adolescents are enrolled in secondary and tertiary schools outside the camps, totally taken care by the government of Algeria. Finally, my delegation believes that the most relevant durable solution for refugees and IDPs is the active engagement of the international community in addressing root causes. We believe, therefore, that achieving our collective goals demands a paradigm shift and a renewed commitment of international cooperation and solidarity. Burden sharing must be revitalized to ensure that host countries receive the support needed to effectively shoulder this global responsibility, and I thank you.
Merci à la délégation de l'Algérie pour toutes ces actions que prend le gouvernement d'Algérie pour soulager la vie difficile.
Bring and relief to those who have chosen Algeria as a place where they've sought asylum. The panelists have noted that and they would react. I shall now give the floor to His Excellency Anna of the Republic of Angola.
Good morning to all. Thank you, Chair. Angola commends the holding of this panel on the situation of refugees, asylum seekers, migrants in irregular situation, and trafficking in persons. Angola has an experience of Angolans who've lived in situation of refugees in a war period, and we've also hosted in Angola more than 50,000 refugees from different nationalities. We have internal laws, and we have adhered to all human rights and refugee rights conventions, be it the UN or AU conventions. We have created a National Refugee Council where the members of various ministerial departments related to refugees, home affairs, justice and human rights assistance, and we have as observers the UN High Commissioner for Refugees and civil society organizations from the refugee community in Angola. Since 2023, we've been updating our refugee records, especially the urban refugees, because as you may know, we still have refugees in Lunda Norte province, which are prima facie refugees. In terms of challenges on migrants, we face challenges relating to irregular migration. there's a high number of citizens from various countries who somehow enter the Angolan territory, and they do so irregularly without any documents or control from law enforcement, and we have to deal with the situation. We are doing this biometric registration, and has a rule on from the legal standpoint, refugees have no impediments or hurdles to service. The difficulties faced by refugees are fairly similar to those faced by the local communities. The former Angolan refugees, given that they are covered by the cessation clause, we are conducting their registration abroad, especially in countries where we have largest numbers, Namibia, South Africa, DRC, Congo, just to avoid for them to run the risk of statelessness. All operations for control of legality and residency of foreigners are held in the full respect for human rights norms and laws. With regard to the human trafficking, we have a legislation, we have a plan, we have a referral system, a database, and we work on what we call the 4Ps: prevention, protection of victims, prosecution of perpetrators, and partnership. Angola is included in the implementation of the SADC trafficking prevention plan, as well as the Portuguese-speaking countries plan. We do have a database with over 200 cases. Children, unfortunately, are the main trafficking victims in Angola. This phenomenon occurs by having Angolan victims outside of Angola. We've also witnessed the transit of people trafficked into other countries, the same way we have foreign victims, non-nationals, in our territory. This is all monitored by a committee led by the Ministry of Justice and Human Rights nationally. With regard to trafficking, the major challenge is this movement of citizens in an irregular situation, especially in the eastern provinces of Angola, where we have a trend from time to time to have a high number of people in an irregular situation working in the diamond mining, artisanal diamond mining, and oftentimes we find people who are being exploited. Hence, the government's attention not only from the economic standpoint on the exploration of natural resources, but also our attention for the protection of these people working in an inhumane fashion in these mining sites, which includes children for that matter. Panelists, commissioners, this is Angola's experience in regard to these two topics. Because it is our concern, Angola has made a donation to the UNI Commissioner for Refugees, because it is important for us as African countries to demonstrate our cooperation and commitment to the issues of refugees and migrants in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency, for reminding us of this famous clause that asylum seekers and refugees, that reminding us for that clause that the long-term refugees under this clause, we thank you for reminding us of this clause, which makes it possible for long-term refugees to be helped to go back to their country once the situation in their country of origin improves. So it's all incumbent on the state to take in place the necessary measures to register them. And sometimes also some of them do not hesitate in going back to their country because of the economic situation there. But what you said is very important and interesting. I shall now turn to the Minister of Justice of Uganda. Excellency, you have the floor.
Convention on Protection of Refugees, which is domesticated through the Refugee Act of 2006 and the 2010 regulations. These conventions, together with the open door policy, are crucial for the life and protection of refugees, ensuring access to our country and avoiding the risks related to repatriation and refusal of entry. Uganda's refugee legal framework avails refugees access to key social, economic, and cultural rights and social services at par with the nationals, including issuance of an identification document and conventional travel documents, freedom of movement, access to employment opportunities, access to national health and education services, which have all enhanced their self-esteem. Chair, the OAU Convention has made the definition and implementation of asylum law easier to apply in the African context without going to prove individual persecution, because most cases or most causes of displacements are by internal strife and events disturbing public order, and in cases of big influx, prima facie, it is applied. However, Chair and Commissioners, it has not been without challenges to Uganda. Uganda has been hosting refugees and asylum seekers since 1959, and we are currently the largest refugee hosting country in Africa. At the end of September 2024, Uganda was hosting 1.756 million refugees and asylum seekers. Of these, 91% live in settlements where land is allocated by government. These numbers keep growing due to the protracted nature of conflict in the region. Therefore, we call for prioritization in addressing the root cause of displacement and support durable solutions for refugees to provide a more permanent solution to the refugee crisis and displacement. Chair, despite the commitment and generosity of the government and the people of Uganda to the protection of refugees, the Refugee Response Program remains grossly underfunded at only 24% of its budget, which is putting tremendous pressure on our meager resources and the limited capacity of social services available in hosting communities. Just like the small videos you saw, and in addition to that, it is also affecting the environment in the host communities. There's too much pressure for firewood and the rest. Water sources, firewood are all being affected. Therefore, we call for increased international, equitable burden and responsibility sharing with hosting countries, including through timely, predictable, sustainable funding to ease their burden and alleviate suffering of the displaced people. We believe this will be achieved including through the operationalization of the African Humanitarian Agency. I want to end with a question, Chair and Commissioners. How do we maintain the humanitarian character of asylum, especially to guard against admission of undeserving cases like ex-combatants during instances of mass influx of refugees? ex-combatants, some of whom have committed atrocities across board. They mix with the refugees and cross into the refugee hosting community. How do we guard against that? And sometimes it brings outcry from the other government claiming you are hosting ex-combatants, but they arrive as refugees. How do we guard against that? Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Excellence. Dans la zone des Grands Lacs, vous touchez là à un problème important. Des communautés de réfugiés sont infiltrées par des gens qui ont commis des crimes.
Is infiltrated by those who have committed crimes. And so how do we separate the good seed from the bad seed? We don't know who is genuine and who is fake. The panelists will be able to address this fundamental question. I now give the floor to the Democratic Republic of Congo and end with Eritrea. I shall request the panelists and we urge the those who will take the floor to be brief because we've gone beyond time. Thank you, Chair, for giving the floor. Honorable Chairperson of the Commission, Honorable Commissioners, Honorable Panelists, we would like to commend you for your presentations. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, since 2002, we have a national law on refugees, and this law enjoins the state to comply with its international commitments, especially the Geneva Convention and the EU Convention. And furthermore, the law also make reference to the legendary hospitality of the Congolese people. The law also defines a legal framework which regulates the status of refugees and help improve their living conditions. And the definition of the law, the DRC follows the AU Convention and include aggression, foreign occupation, or other event which disrupts public order in any country. That is Article 1 of Law 22 of 2021. The Congolese law on refugees, paragraph 3 thereof, provides that dependents and members of the families who join or who live refugees or heads of families enjoy the same status as the heads of families. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, there's a National Commission on refugees, and the commission adopts all the necessary measures to facilitate the hosting of refugees and asylum seekers under optimum condition of security and dignity. The Commission also considers and proposes to the government measures aimed at improving the living conditions of refugees and asylum seekers. And it also sensitizes the public, national as well as international, on the problem of refugees and asylum seekers in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And within its means available to it, the country endeavors to meet the needs of refugees and asylum seekers in the area of food, health, shelter, and even education. And the Commission also coordinates the activities of the government and its partners to ensure rational and effective management of programs meant for refugees and asylum seekers. We are saying that the Democratic Republic of Congo has hosted a large number of refugees, and we also have refugees in our country. So we urge the African Union to assist the Democratic Republic of Congo, because we need to have a minimum in order to comply with all the programs covering refugees. We thank you very much. Thank you very much, Democratic Republic of Congo, for your contribution regarding the practices in your country. I shall now give the floor to Eritrea.
morning to all of us, and I thank all the panelists for their insightful presentation on this very relevant topic. Before I go to Eritrea's activities in this refugee situation, especially the Sudanese refugees in Eritrea, let me explain some two or three elephants in the room in Africa regarding migration in general. According to the AU reports, between 80 to 85% of refugees or migration happens within Africa. So this is a basic starting point. We have to start from this. Majority of those African migrants are not going to Europe. But if you see the initiatives or the media, it's always refugees in the Mediterranean, in the Europe that comes first or that is given priority. There are Khartoum processes, Rabat process, and the African Union, Horn of Africa initiatives. These are initiatives between AU and European Union that are aimed to tackle migration from, especially from Horn of Africa to Europe. But the facts say otherwise. Majority of Horn of Africa migrants are either within Horn of Africa or in Africa in general, either in Southern Africa or Central Africa. So I think we need to get the facts right here. I think a majority of the migration takes place in Africa, so African countries need more support in this case. This is my first point. Second point is, I think this is the most difficult challenge for us, for all nation states, the human trafficking industry. It is becoming too difficult or even more than our capability to challenge this or to control or to contain this industry. It's a very big industry. For example, it starts in Horn of Africa. It is like a relay. There are all representatives or agents every step of the way. For example, from Eritrea to Ethiopia, Sudan, Libya, Italy, Turkey, or Greece, then it goes on. So I think we need a broader cooperation in this case. Otherwise, this issue will keep bothering us. I think this is also a very serious challenge for nation states. Third is the social media. Social media has an enormous pull. It's pulling a lot of our youngsters to go to the West. There is no way to control it or to manage it because someone can post anything that you have in the West, and then it can attract a lot of young people to push, to want them to travel or to migrate to Europe. So social media is also, we cannot underestimate it. Finally, regarding Eritrea's hosting of refugees, due to the Sudanese, this is a special case. Due to the Sudanese conflict that started in April 2023, last year, tens of thousands of refugees, Sudanese refugees, have gone to Eritrea. But we don't ask the UNHCR or other refugee agencies for assistance because we think, this is in our African culture, we think they are our brothers and sisters. We share what we have with them. So we are hosting them. Any Sudanese refugee is free to use whatever services we have, whether it is health service or education service or whatever, with the Eritrean people as equal. There is no stigma, there is no discrimination at all. So, of course, it's a massive responsibility, massive pressure, but so far we are dealing with it, and we will keep doing that way. We will not ask anything for these refugees because they are our brothers. You don't go to the international community and require something for your neighbor. It is either you host him or not. So for us, this is our principle. We host them as our brothers, that's it. We don't ask anything. We don't have gotten any penny so far, and we will not in the future even, because they are our neighbors and our brothers. Hopefully, Sudan will get back to peaceful situations. That is the root solution. That is how we see it. I think I should stop here. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Eritrea, for your contribution as well. I shall now take one national human rights institution, only one, and one NGO. So I'll give the floor to our colleague from the African Union. There's no national human rights institution, so I will take our colleague from African Union and Defenders of Eastern Africa, but please wait. Gambia has requested for the floor, so I shall give the floor first to Gambia, and I'll give the floor to the African Union and Mr. Hassan Sheikh. Gambia, you have the floor.
I'm going to give the status quo of Gambia in respect of refugees and then human rights. For the aspect of refugee, the Gambia is a signatory to the convention, and then we've domesticated the convention into the Refugees Act of 2008. And then in the Refugees Act, we have provisions for citizenship. However, currently, the challenge we're having is that we don't have the provisions of citizenship as for the integration aspect in our constitution. So the proposed engagement is to, since we now have a 2024 draft constitution, to engage with the National Assembly so that they can incorporate the provisions of citizenship for refugees during the committee stage. And currently we have 4,200 refugees in the Gambia, mostly from the Senegalese Casamance region, which started in 1982. And as for the pledges that the Minister of Interior did in Geneva, the Commission on Refugees under the Gambia Immigration Department recently held a program where we came up with strategies in fulfilling those pledges. And one of them includes the issuance of permanent residence permits to the refugees so that they will be able to have work permits to work and contribute to the social economic development of themselves and the country and the communities that they live in. However, there's a challenge in it, which is the limited access to basic social and economic services, because you have them host mostly at the Fonyi region, where the economic challenges in that area is high, and then having them to incorporate them for their inclusion into the society is like they've kind of like struggling, both the host communities and the refugees are struggling to access these basic and economic opportunities. So that's the challenge that we're facing right now. In respect of human trafficking, in the Gambia, we have the National Agency Against Trafficking in Persons, which is native, and it has established a multi-sectoral approach that is dealing with, to address human trafficking issues. Mostly, the traffic victims we have come from Nigeria, and they're subjected to sexual exploitation in the Gambia. And efforts have been made to address that issue. We have the National Agency Against Trafficking in Person expanding its secretariat and its investigators to actually deal with these issues. And then we also have the support from the Ministry of Justice to prosecute these offenses. Right now, the Gambia is at tier 2 as per the US Department of State's ranking, which shows that the Gambia is making efforts into addressing the issue of human trafficking. Thank you so much. These were the things that I wanted to share with the Commission. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, madame. Je vais maintenant passer à notre collègue de l'Union africaine qui preste à Genève, au niveau du groupe des États africains à Genève. Il est au fond de la salle. Je lui accorde la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour à leur Excellence les commissaires et les ambassadeurs qui sont en salle. Monsieur le Président, vous avez un peu lu dans mon esprit en parlant du groupe des États africains à Genève. Et
mentioning the African group of states, and I want to make 3 observations relating to the activities of African group in Geneva. The first is the recognition of the burden borne by host countries, and that burden should be acknowledged, and host countries should be assisted, and that you in bearing that burden, and the international community should appreciate them. It goes beyond the financial burden. It also includes social burden, and states that host refugees that are cited by as examples should be supported so that they can continue with their hospitality policy, which is very costly. So support to those states is necessary. And I want to buttress what Algeria said, that is, there's a need for a paradigm shift. We should move from the recognition of the burden and focus on the assistance that can be given to them to to help refugees on a daily basis, and also to combat trafficking and criminal network associated with the issue of refugees. Secondly, last week we concluded the session of the Executive Committee of ACR, and during the session, African states in Geneva put emphasis on several occasions on the need to work so that the situation of refugees in Africa does not become is not forgotten, and so this is the second element which should also be of concern to us, so that we maintain the presence of the African challenges on the agenda of international community among the various challenges. My third point is a legal one, which is related to the convention. It's high time that the Commission reflected on the possibility of issuing an opinion or an interpretation of the African Union Convention on the definition of refugees. That is the problems of disruption of public order. Now, what do we mean by disruption of public order, and what are the limits of the notion? And so that states, it will be more easy for states when they accord refugee status, especially in the event of massive displacement of people. So these are the three issues that I want to share with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your precious contribution. I will now give the floor to defenders.
Dedicated topics when I balance it, the agenda of the Commission, focusing on the needs, the continental needs of protection, not only for refugees, but also for human rights defenders, for vulnerable communities like women human rights defenders, and others who are in greater need. Regarding on this topic, I want to share, first of all, all the delegates have said is that Africa is united in giving sanctuary to its brothers and sisters when they are in need. We are all united. I don't see any African country, except the exceptions where overwhelming number of Sudanese have been relinquishing in certain borders, avoiding other brothers and sisters when they are in need to come over and share their resources. Second one I want to share is that Ubuntu-ness of Africa, as we extend it to human rights defenders in the continent, by establishing 8 hub cities with the cooperation of local government, with the cooperation of the universities of higher education, can be replicated to the greater extent of the refugees. Largely because refugees are not burdened. It has been proven time and again by even the most developed country of the United States. If you see development as a GDP, refugees are needed. They contribute substantially to the local economy, and they become active citizens and even the leaders of the country. So they must be integrated. I want also then to highlight here one need for defenders, the governments and also the commissioners, that freedom of movement. For instance, a refugee from Burundi living in Uganda or came to Rwanda, who have been accepted as a refugee. When they are in East Africa, they can move around in all these countries with their identity cards. But when they become refugee, number of countries withdraw that privilege to come to their countries, because simply they become only, in addition to be Burundiness, they only add it as a refugee. So I think it's a high time also we should acknowledge on that. I thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. I appreciate for your hospitality. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Hassan Shir, for your contribution also. Je vais revenir maintenant aux panélistes pour qu'on puisse conclure et arrêter avec ça. Je prends encore mes papiers, vous avez suivi. Moi, je résume toutes ces interventions par un seul mot.
Your presentations as being in line with Ubuntu with regards to the management of refugees on the African continent. Madam Houston, I can give you 2 to 3 minutes to sum up, and then we'll move to the next panelist. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Have provided comments and questions on our intervention today. I'd just like to answer, focus on 2 areas. First of all, the question of funding. You have noted that, and we also, UNHCR has sounded the alarm of serious underfunding that the organization is going through. And unfortunately, this has had its impact on operations. I believe that we are even noting that when there is serious underfunding in an operation and the asylum seekers do not receive sufficient humanitarian support and assistance, then the forcibly displaced persons are not likely to stay in that country, the first country of asylum, but to move further. And this increased the risk of people on the move. So this is a serious concern for UNHCR, and we do call the attention of our donors, development partners, also the donor countries, to the need for increased funding to continue to support the generous hosting in the spirit of Ubuntu and Jatigia that countries of asylum have on the continent continue to extend to refugees and asylum seekers. So we share your concerns, and we hope that you will also continue to pass the message on, to sound the alarm. I would also like to briefly touch on the question posed by the Honorable Minister of Uganda on the civilian and humanitarian nature of asylum. This is an inherent principle of international refugee law, and UNHCR is also of the mind that camps should maintain their civilian and humanitarian nature. And I believe that we do work closely with governments to ensure that combatants are not, to the best of our knowledge, and with the assistance of the host country, in the country of, in the refugee camps. So that is a brief response to your question, and we'd be happy to go into more depth on this perhaps after the session. So I think my 2 minutes might be up, sir. Thank you, and I pass you back the floor, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you very much, Lisa. Now I will give the floor to the Special Rapporteur of United Nations. 3 minutes to respond to the questions and observations, and 3 other minutes so that you can present at the same moment what is peer. So maximum 6 so that you can finish. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. I will be brief. Thank you to all of the delegations for your contributions. In relation to the comments on trafficking in persons, I note the measures and actions that are being taken, and I would ask only to assess whether those are also including the risks of exploitation that may be faced by asylum seekers and refugees, whether there are screening, referral and protection services in place, whether there is an awareness of the particular risks, for example, of exploitation and forced labour, or criminal activities that may be faced by asylum seekers and refugees, child and forced marriage and sexual exploitation. So to take particular account of whether there is cooperation across all of the different ministries and actors to ensure that responses to trafficking in persons address those particular risks that are also faced by asylum seekers and refugees, including at border crossings and ensuring effective access to protection. I want to speak now very briefly also about the platform that we have launched in December this year at the Global Refugee Forum, the platform of independent experts on refugee rights, PEER. The PEER is composed of the mandates of the United Nations Special Rapporteurs on the human rights of migrants, on trafficking in persons, especially women and children, the mandate that I currently hold, the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention, the UN Committee Against Torture, and from the regional bodies, the Special Rapporteur on Refugees, Asylum Seekers, Internally Displaced Persons and Migrants in Africa of the African Commission, held by Commissioner Sassi, of course, and the Rapporteurship on the Rights of Migrants of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. The platform is supported by the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Refugees and the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. And following consultations with civil society, we have identified a number of thematic priorities for us to work together across the UN mechanisms and the regional mechanisms. And these include consultations with refugee-led organisations. First, the right to access to sustainable livelihoods. Second, climate change and displacement and the impact on the rights of asylum seekers and refugees. Third, the right of access to asylum and looking at the range of restrictions on access to asylum that have been put in place, including externalization, acceleration of procedures, use of safe third country mechanisms, all of the mechanisms that are currently limiting effective access to asylum. Fourth, the rights of asylum seeking and refugee children, with the focus on the rights of the child. Fifth, statelessness and the rights of refugees, so looking in particular at refugees and asylum seekers who may be stateless, and joining the Global Alliance and global campaigns to end statelessness. We are focusing in particular on gender equality as a cross-cutting issue in all of those thematic priorities, so looking at gender equality, the rights of women, and gender equality as essential to ensuring effective protection of asylum seekers and refugees. The platform is established to try to advocate on urgent issues, gaps and shortcomings in the implementation of international and regional legal framework and standards at this watershed moment in history where we see record numbers of people forcibly displaced. We are working together to coordinate the UN and regional mechanisms to recommit to the values and human rights of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and in particular the right to seek and to enjoy asylum from persecution. We hope that by working together across our international and regional human rights protection systems in the spirit of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that we can strengthen our advocacy and our actions to better protect the rights of asylum seekers and refugees. And this is a hugely important opportunity for us to speak today at the African Commission, at this panel session. We're very grateful to you for this opportunity, and we hope that we can continue to work together to strengthen international and regional coordination to protect the rights of asylum seekers and refugees. And we're grateful for the membership and participation of Commissioner Sassi and for her assistance today in coordinating this panel. We will also hold a side event this evening, which I hope that you may attend. And we will continue, this is our first year working together as this platform. We will continue in the coming years to strengthen our action to promote the rights of refugees, as you have been calling on today. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Special Rapporteur. Now I'll give the floor to Commissioner Selma Sassi for
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. For my closing remarks on this panel, I would first and foremost like to thank all the state delegates that share their best practice and the experience in terms of dealing with issues of migrants and refugees, and we have taken due note of some considerations that they refer to. I also want to thank the Ambassador Yervan, who shared with us the priorities of the African group on matters relating to asylum and refugees, and civil society that also participated at this discussion. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, I'd like to say that the refugees and asylum seekers should be considered as economic players with real tangible potential to be productive. The implementation of Resolution 555 of African Commission, which was adopted, would not resolve all the challenges facing forcefully displaced persons, but for that, and I think the many participants at this have also echoed the fact that we need to attack the root causes of this displacement, and we need to bring on board sustainable solutions for the care of these refugees, and to enshrine and operationalize the fundamental principles of sharing the burden. This is what I wanted to say, Honorable Chair. A last question, last observation with regards to the issue raised by the Ambassador of Uganda, who referred to a problematic thorny issue that is where among migration flows there are ex-fighters who come along with the refugees. It's a very important matter. It was even discussed at the level of Security Council of United Nations, and African Commission on Human Rights should also delve into this matter. Thank you. I give you back the floor. It's the Minister of Justice of Uganda who raised the issue. He is Minister of Justice and not Ambassador of Uganda. Thank you, everybody. Closing remarks. It is said in the program, everybody underscored the fact that there is a need to espouse Ubuntu, express humanity, and I'd like to thank all the participants and the panelists for a rich panel. Human rights situation in Africa, we have one country. Madam Ekunda, who's responsible for state commitments with the system. You have the floor. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, Honorable Commissioners, the Executive Secretary, heads of delegation, the representatives of civil society organizations engaged in the area of human rights, ladies and gentlemen. I have the honor to lead the Cameroonian delegation at this 81st ordinary session of our continental institution responsible for human and people's rights. I would like to join these previous speakers to thank the government of the Republic of the Gambia for the welcome and the facilities availed us since we set foot in the Gambia, as well as the Commission as a whole for the holding of this important session. Honorable Chair, Honorable Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, the present session of the African Commission on People's Rights is being held in an international context marked by extreme climate occurrences facing the planet, and which threatens the very survival of some countries within our continent, and scuppering all the efforts that have been made as contained in Agenda 2063 of African Union. The floods caused by heavy rains that we experience in Africa as well as in Asia, the extreme heat are visible manifestations of this climate change. And there are lots of camps that are springing up. The recent flooding that happened in the extreme north in the department of Mayodine that have disrupted the school opening, and this flooding has impacted many families and has caused considerable damage. And it is said that over 300 people are affected, 18,000 houses destroyed, 13,000 farmlands devastated, and over thousands of schools devastated in the extreme north, in the west, in the department of Minua, in the area of Fukwe. They have borne the brunt of this climate change. In effect, due to the heavy rains that happen in that part of Cameroon, there have been landslides, and this other situation, which is disastrous within a 2-month period, has led to destruction of hundreds of homes, of farms, roads, schools, and health centers. And in all, about 5 villages in the Refugee region that were affected. In order to contain the adverse effects of these floods on the population before the implementation of the relevant measures, the head of state, His Excellency Paul Biya, and his wife have marked their solidarity with the citizenry and the government under the instructions of the President of the Republic, has distributed food, health kits, and bedding for the people that are affected, which was well received by the beneficiary populations. Honorable Chair, ladies and gentlemen, and in addition to the climate crisis, there are other crises that are befalling all the continents. In Sahel, we have our crises, and some of them are the most salient in Africa. Such a situation leads to a race for arms of all sorts and threatens peace and security at the level of the countries. For Cameroon, we need to reverse this trend so that we can get rid of the war and its attendant scourges to protect human future generations. My country is convinced that return to the dialogue, to consensus, preventive diplomacy, and ushering in a climate of trust can only guarantee sustainable peace. we are living in an era of challenges and also with there are opportunities along the way. We have at our disposal the science, technology, and AI that could help us weather this crisis. We need to rise above all selfish behaviors so that we can rise up to the challenges that no country can tackle alone. And we'd like to use the measures and the resources to promote the well-being of human beings. Cameroon is committed to implement the recommendations of our August institution and to deepen its collaboration with all the human rights organizations in all transparency. I thank you for your kind attention. South African Republic was not registered. Ambassador Louvier, you have the floor.
For 4,200 people, 42,000 people have been killed and more than 99,000 wounded. Homes, hospitals, and schools lie destroyed. Famine and disease stalk the streets. This cannot but shock our collective humanity. The violence the Palestinian people are being subjected to is a grim continuation of more than half a century of apartheid. We South Africans know what apartheid looks like. We've lived through it, we have suffered, and we've died under it. We will not remain silent and watch as apartheid is perpetrated against others. In December last year, South Africa approached the International Court of Justice seeking an order to prevent Israel from committing genocide against the people of Gaza. We did so in terms of our obligations as a state party to the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. As South Africa, we welcome the support that a number of countries have given to the case that we launched at the ICJ. The ICJ makes it clear that there is a plausible case of genocide against the people of Gaza. They further make it clear that states must also act to prevent genocide by Israel and ensure that they are not themselves in violation of the Genocide Convention by aiding or assisting in the commission of genocide. We reiterate our call for an immediate ceasefire and call for the release of all hostages. The only lasting solution is the establishment of a Palestinian state existing side by side with Israel, with East Jerusalem as its capital. With those remarks, I wish to extend our support for a resolution by the Commission on the Gaza War. I thank you. That is my first intervention, Chair, and I've done it in less than 4 minutes.
And the second one?
Yes. Thank you. The second intervention, through you, Chair, is on the right to education, if I can indulge you on this. Let me start here again, Chair, by saying in 2024, the theme for the AU is on education. Also in 2025, the theme is justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations. We have followed South Africa these themes closely, both proactively and retroactively in some instances. The reactive context is related to the fact that we as South Africa hosted the outcome of the Durban Declaration and Program of Action, which is an outcome of the World Conference Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, Xenophobia, and Related Intolerance. Central to the Durban Declaration and Program of Action was the issue of reparations and restitution. We would like to make the following points with respect to this issue. First of all, we would like to submit that as the custodian of the Durban Declaration and Program of Action, we have attended the Accra Reparations Conference, which was hosted in Accra on the 14th to the 17th of November 2023. Subsequently, we also hosted in South Africa, together with Namibia and Angola, on the 5th of December, the Southern Africa Regional Preparatory Conference, which adopted a declaration with the title From Pan-Africanism to Agenda 2063, the role of the diaspora in the establishment of institutional links for Africa's economic transformation. The third conference was held in the 6th region in Salvador, Bahia on the 29th of August to the 2nd of September, which we attended. And again, the focus was on reparations and restoration. The reason we are mentioning these conferences is that we would like the African Commission to look at the outcomes of these documents as a build-up and a preparation to the theme for next year, which is going to be focusing on the issue of reparations. Closer to home, we would like to express our deep appreciation as the South African government to the government of Zimbabwe, who have helped South Africa to repatriate the remains of all our fallen heroes, which was a deeply meaningful issue for South Africa. This is the context that for us is meaningful in our zest for looking at the whole notion of spirituality and healing. This issue for us remains a fundamental issue in the closure that our own brothers and sisters who are in the 6th region continue to seek. We do want to make mention of the fact that the remains and the repatriation of the remains of our fallen heroes in South Africa served a very good purpose in addressing the emptiness that has been felt by their families, which we can equate to our brothers and sisters in the 6th region who are forever looking for their home back in the continent. By saying this, through you, Chair, we would like to call on the African Commission to be central in working with us, at least from the southern region, in addressing this issue in a comprehensive manner when this issue is addressed in next year during the processes that are going to be held in Addis Ababa at heads of state level. Lastly, through you, Chair, I would like to also make this announcement that South Africa, we have come to make an announcement here that what we would like to make sure that is not forgotten is the issue of the right to education. We've been requested by the Nelson Mandela Foundation, including through their patronage by the Nelson Mandela Institutes. What they've requested us to announce here, and they've already embarked on this, is an approach where we as South Africa and any other member states that are interested to join us in the Nelson Mandela Rotary Scholarship Program. They are ready, and they requested us to announce that they've got 65 scholarships that they would like to offer to any member states, especially those that are non-speaking, non-English speaking. And those 65 scholarships are unconditional. These are scholarships that provide for studying in any university in South Africa. They are also looking at funding all all expenses related to being in South Africa, including flights and the interview programs. And what we will be approaching you as a commission is to outline the nitty-gritties of that scholarship program. The criteria thereof, we think it will be useful for the commission to express its own contribution at the level of Addis as in the context of the right to education. So that is one announcement that we wanted to make at the behest of the Nelson Mandela Foundation. And through you, Chair, we would like to express our appreciation for your collaboration in this regard in advance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. We have taken note of your two concerns, resolutions and scholarships.
Three organizations to conclude so that we can have our coffee break afterwards. East Africa Human Rights Defenders Project. Shaka Keza is not here, so Haki Africa, Vocal Africa. I call on the two. Haki Africa, they're not here. Tanzania Human Rights Defenders Coalition, they're also not here. So we shall take Algeria and thereafter we'll have our break. Delegation of Algeria, 5 minutes maximum. Thank you.
To the Palestinian people. As it has just been said by our colleague from South Africa, the Commission and us countries cannot remain silent when we see a genocide in Gaza. The population in Gaza is almost being erased by the Zionist entity, and I do recall that the Commission itself presented a resolution on Palestine in 2000. And in 2000, the situation was not as worrying as it is now. So we do not see any reason for the Commission not to pass a resolution that we wanted to be strong, to condemn without any equivocy the aggression and the genocide that is being perpetrated against the population in Gaza. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Merci à l'Algérie. Je voudrais quand même rappeler que cette commission n'est pas restée silencieuse. Hein? Je pense que nous avons déjà 2 statements que nous avons produits où la commission a condamné dans ces termes à elle la situation qui se passe à Gaza qui malheureusement n'a pas encore pris fin. Donc il faut déjà qu'à notre actif, au moins que les narratifs, les éléments de langage soient pour nous. Nous avons déjà fait des résolutions, est-ce qu'on peut aller plus loin? On n'est jamais resté silencieux, on a toujours été solidaires. Lorsque nous resterons, hein, Excellence, en session privée, nous continuerons à analyser cette requête conjointe de quelques États pour que cette fois-ci, on aille vers une résolution, mais nous l'analyserons en session privée. Tout ce que je peux dire maintenant, on prend note de la déclaration. À ma capacité de président, c'est tout ce que je peux dire, parce que c'est les commissaires qui vont décider par la suite. Mais il n'y a pas de problème, nous analyserons cette question.
No problem, we shall consider this item during private session. I thank you for your declaration statement. Having said it, we have a break and we're a bit late with respect to our program, and so thereafter when we come back we'll have some activity reports, and then we would thereafter give the floor to Burkina Faso to provide their responses. So we'll have a 30-minute break. Thank you.
Thank you. The meeting is called to order. Before we resume, the Secretariat would like Professor Abel Gassim Bu to contact the Secretariat for the side event. Abdel Gassib Gur, Professor Abdel Gassib Gur, kindly contact the Secretariat for the organization of this side event on Sudan. Thank you very much. We'll now resume with the activity reports of the members of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. We have two reports today. Special Rapporteur on Rights of Women in Africa, the chairperson of the Commission on the activities of the Commission on Human Rights Defenders in Africa. The presentation of each report will be for 15 minutes. States will have 5 minutes to react, NGOs and NHRIs 3 minutes. I now call upon the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa to report. We had allocated 1 hour for the two, so I think 30 minutes per report would be reasonable, and we'll have 1 hour for both reports, and will take us to the lunch break. 1 hour for the two reports and 30 minutes per report. Madam Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, you have the floor for the presentation of your report.
Fall within my purview. The fourth section illuminates the status of women and girls throughout the intersection phase. Lastly, the fifth section draws conclusions from these activities and observations, profound recommendations for due consideration. I now commence with part one quickly. Activities undertaken as a commissioner and a member of the Bureau. I start with the benchmarking visit by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, which happened from the 11 to 16 July 2024. I participated in this visit in Washington, D.C. The visit played a crucial role in fostering the sharing of best practice between the two institutions, primarily focused on enhancing our operational methodologies and capabilities in furthering the cause of human rights protection. Moreover, the visit served as a significant platform for the Commission to partake in meaningful dialogues, exchange knowledge, and acquire invaluable insights into the operational structures and exemplary practices of the Inter-American Commission. On 16 July, I participated as a panelist during the exchange visit in a discussion centered around the theme, Inter-Mechanism Cooperation between the Inter-American Commission and the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. This discussion was held on the sidelines of the study visit to the Inter-American Commission, adding another layer of depth and insight to exchanging ideas and experiences during this significant engagement. I now move to the next activity, which is the 45th Ordinary Session of the Executive Council and the sixth mid-year coordination meeting of the AU and Regional Economic Community. As a member of the Bureau, I was part of the delegation of the Commission to the 45th Ordinary Session of the Executive Council and the mid-year coordination meeting held in Accra, Ghana from 18 to 21st of July, 2024. During this period also, I took part in a virtual private session from the 24th July to the 2nd of August, and I participated in the Commission's 8th ordinary session. The session was dedicated to deliberation on communications, pending reports, and other pertinent matters essential to the Commission's mandate and operation. From the 12th to the 22nd September 2004, I participated in the promotion mission in the Union of Comoros. Throughout the mission, our delegation engaged with diverse stakeholders to delve into discussions concerning the human rights landscape within the country. On the 2nd October 2024, I participated in the 44th ordinary session of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. At an opening ceremony, I delivered opening statements on behalf of the Commission's chairperson, Honorable Commissioner Lumbu. During the session, I took part in a panel discussion on state compliance with the African Committee of Experts monitoring mandate, stressing the Commission's approach via country visits, state report evaluation, and compliance assessment with Article 26 of the Maputo Protocol and adherence to Article 14 of the African Union Convention for the Protection of Internally Displaced Persons, the Kampala and Protocol. On the margins of this 84th session, I took part in what was the very first state party pre-session forum from 15 to 16 October, which I participated in. This forum was organized to provide a platform for state parties where the Commission aimed to enhance dialogue, strengthen partnership, and advocate for a more inclusive approach to human rights discussion and actions within the African context. This initiative underscored the unyielding dedication of the African Commission on Human People's Rights to engage with all relevant stakeholders and to foster a comprehensive and participatory framework. This is more so as national human rights institutions and non-governmental organizations had existing engagement platforms with the Commission session. By recognizing and building upon these established avenues, the Commission further solidifies its commitment to inclusivity and collaboration in advancing human rights across the African continent. Apart from the pre-session forum of member states, I also took part in the NGO forum and the NHRA forum and participated in several panels relevant to my mandate as the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa. And I move on to the second part of the report, activities as Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa. On the 21st of June 2024, I convened and facilitated a meeting with the Speaker of the National Assembly, alongside the ad hoc committee that was formed during the roundtable discussion addressing the proposed repeal of the Gambia's Women's Act 2012 during the sidelines of the 79th organization on 29 May 2024. This meeting offered committee members a platform to express their objection to the proposed repeal and provide insights into the immediate and lasting impact of female genital mutilation. The interaction with the Speaker and the committee played a pivotal role in the successful advocacy efforts aimed at preventing the repeal of the Act and influencing the stance of the National Assembly in upholding the law criminalizing FGM in the Gambia. Meeting between the Special Rapporteur and the Women, Gender and Youth Directorate. On 4th June and 4th July, respectively, 2024, in partnership with the Gender Directorate at the AU, I organized a virtual meeting to explore potential areas for collaboration between our respective offices. The primary goal was to synchronize our initiatives and efficiently pool resources. This meeting yielded significant outcomes by identifying crucial partnership prospects and devising strategies for the coordinated execution of upcoming joint endeavors. 30th anniversary of the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women and Girls, its consequences and causes. This is the UN Special Rapporteur On 28 June, that is my counterpart at the UN, by the way. On 28 June 2024, I participated in a hybrid site event marking the 30th anniversary of the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women and Girls, its causes and consequences. This event occurred on the sideline of the 50th session of the Human Rights Council. The event provided an invaluable platform for deliberating on the evolution of the mandate and for reflecting on the advancement and obstacles encountered within the international human rights landscape. Meeting of the Pan-African Parliament Committee on Gender, Family, Youth, and People with Disability. From 25th 28 April 2024, I participated at the Pan-African Parliament's Committee on Gender, Family, Youth, and People with Disability meeting held in Midrand, South Africa, where I delivered a statement. I emphasized in my statement the challenges encountered by African women and girls, the advancements realized since the inception of the Maputo Protocol, and the setback witnessed in safeguarding women's rights. Additionally, I underscored the identification of hotspot countries where violations against women are prevalent and necessitated our immediate action. I also emphasized the critical need for targeted collaboration in essential areas to address pressing concerns effectively. I also attended the African Union Pan-African Conference on Girls' Education from the 2nd to the 5th July 2024, and I delivered a statement, opening statement on the theme, tackling gender-based violence for greater access and completion of girls' education in Africa. And on the margins of our benchmarking mission in Washington, we also had a meeting with the Inter-American Commission of Women. Our discussions during that meeting revolved around advancement and obstacles related to women's rights in the Americas and Africa, specifically focused on critical areas like child marriage, reproductive health rights, and the complexities of intersectionality. Furthermore, we emphasized the significance of fortifying regional and global cooperation, including active involvement with platforms and institutions. On 15 July 2024, I participated in a panel organized by GMAC to deliberate on the Convention on the Elimination of Violence Against Women and Girls. In my contribution, I delved into topics concerning ratification, domestication, and monitoring of the Convention, leveraging insights drawn from the experiences with the Maputo Protocol. I also cautioned on matters relating to accountability mechanism and spotlighting the potential challenges that could arise during its execution and enforcement. I also took part on the margins of the media coordination meeting, sixth media coordination meeting. At the meeting held on the 20th of July, it was a breakfast meeting organized by the Women, Gender, and Youth Directorate, focused on youth financing and economic inclusion initiatives for 2030. On the 31st of July 2024, I issued, in observance of Pan-African Women's Day, I released a press statement underscoring the critical significance of investing in women as both a moral obligation and a strategic imperative for societal progress. The statement emphasized the pivotal role of quality education for all individuals, emphasizing educational empowerment of girls and women. As part of commemoration of Pan-African Women's Day, I took part virtually on the 3rd of August 2024, on a high-level panel on the theme, 62 years later, where are we? During the deliberation, we highlighted and took stock of the strides made in advocating women's rights and policies, promoting women's rights, women and girls' education since 1962, and emphasizing the pioneering role of the Pan-African Women's Organization in promoting women's rights. From the 5th to 7th August 2024, I hosted a roundtable in Banjul, the Gambia, coordinated by the Center for Human Rights, University of Pretoria. And the roundtable was on implementing the Maputo Protocol on sexual and reproductive health rights in Africa. It was attended by 13 countries, the Gambia, Angola, Eswatini, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Uganda, Sierra Leone, South Sudan, Botswana, Ghana, South Africa, Liberia, and Malawi. The roundtable served as a platform for these states to deliberate on the obstacles encountered in implementing the Maputo Protocol. On 10th August 2024, I took part in the capacity building workshop for members of the National Assembly of the Gambia on advocacy and strategic planning on ending violence against women and enforcing the rights of girls in line with regional frameworks. On 18 September 2024, I also took part in a hybrid forum on popularizing Maputo Protocol. But at that forum, I was represented by the senior legal officer, Irene Menge, who delivered a statement on my behalf. I also issued a press statement on the 20th September on the alleged harassment against the bilingual sector at the Pan-African Parliament, and I urged the African Union to take remedial steps to address the allegations. On the 28th of September 2024, I issued a joint press statement on the Global Day of Action for Safe and Legal Abortion. On the 30th of September to 1st of October 2024, I took part in the ideation workshop on strengthening strategic litigation on women's and girls' rights in the African human rights system. As part of the convening of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, on the 3rd of October, I took part on the forum on relation to the African Children's Charter, and I participated in a panel discussion on harmful practices and violence against children during the Child Rights Forum in Maseru, Lesotho. With country monitoring, moving quickly to part 3, the Republic of the Gambia, together with the country rapporteur of the Republic of the Gambia, we issued a letter of commendation to the government for upholding the criminalization of FGM in the Republic of the Gambia. We commended His Excellency the President for actually reiterating his commitments and stance towards upholding the criminalization and also implementation of the bill advocating for 30% quota to promote affirmative action. Also, when the bill that sought to decriminalize FGM was rejected, we issued a joint press statement with the country rapporteur from the Gambia. For Sierra Leone, also, with the country rapporteur for Sierra Leone, we issued a joint letter of commendation and appreciation for the enactment of the law prohibiting child marriage in the Republic of Sierra Leone. For the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, I issued a joint press statement on the death of more than 35 migrants off the coast of Nouakchott, together with the Special Rapporteur on Refugees, Asylum Seekers, and Internally Displaced Persons. For Somalia, I also issued a joint letter of urgent appeal regarding the Official Information Bill as the country rapporteur of Somalia. Republic of Namibia, together with the chairperson of the Committee Response for People Living with HIV/AIDS, we issued a joint letter of commendation to Namibia for becoming the first country in Africa and the first high-burden country in the world to reach a significant milestone on the path towards eliminating vertical mother-to-child transmission of HIV and viral hepatitis B. Now, quickly move on to the fourth part, brief overview of the situation of women and girls in Africa. During the insertion period, I noted the following developments and concerns on the situation of women on the continent: climate change and natural disaster. Climate change remains a persistent threat to lives and livelihoods across the continent, with women and girls bearing a disproportionate impact. They face heightened vulnerabilities due to disrupted services like reproductive health care and compromised food security in the wake of natural disaster. In July, UNFPA reported that the floods in Cameroon severely impacted the lives of people out there, leading to the isolation of health services and tragically resulting in the loss of maternal lives. In the same month, floods in Mali affected 9,700 people, and 67% of these were women and children. Women and children in southern Chad also suffered significantly due to floods, and that leads to displacement of thousands of people in that country. With regard to conflict zones, I think the full report will be, I'm conscious of time, the full report will be published on the website and you will be able to engage with it. The persistent conflict on the continent exacerbates existing challenges, particularly in regions grappling with poverty. The humanitarian crisis in Sudan stands out as a significant concern, ranking among the most severe globally. This is a cause for concern. Femicide. We should all be outraged at the unsettling news of women being killed across the continent. In August 2024, in Nigeria, Christina Oduwi, a university student, was kidnapped and killed in August after kidnappers demanded a ransom from her family. In the same month in South Africa, lady was brutally gunned down and killed on the streets, that is Nombelu Biksa and Minewa Koba, sorry for the pronouncement. In September, the death of Rebecca Cheptegei, the Ugandan Olympic athlete, from her ex-partner setting her on fire, sends shockwave across the world. We cannot simply sit back and watch women being brutally killed in such a seamless manner. In Central Africa, I congratulate the Republic of Central Africa for adopting a strategy to end child marriage from 2024 to 2027. Democratic Republic of Congo, I applaud the government of the DRC for its historic decision to appoint Judith Suminwa Tuluka as the first female prime minister of the country. This groundbreaking achievement not only signifies a significant leap forward in promoting gender equality in DRC's leadership, but also stands as a remarkable testament to the nation's dedication to empower women in the political and public sphere. Her appointment is poised to enhance the leadership of governance of DRC significantly, setting a crucial precedent for the future. Eswatini's proactive efforts in combating HIV infections among women are commendable. The recent introduction of the Dapivirine ring, a woman-controlled HIV prevention product, marks a significant step towards empowering women. In Ghana, I would like to congratulate the government of Ghana for passing the Affirmative Action Gender Equality Act of 2024 on 30th July 2024. Gambia, we again commend the Republic of the Gambia, because during the last session, we actually lamented the threat at rollback, so we commend the Republic of the Gambia for steps taken in upholding the rights of women. Namibia, I've already commended them in terms of the HIV, and also Sierra Leone. South Africa, I want to congratulate the Republic of South Africa for appointing the first female Chief Justice, Justice Mandisa Maya. It is truly inspiring to witness a woman leading such a crucial institution dedicated to upholding justice, and I wish her success during her tenure. Having said that, however, it is disheartening to observe a decrease in women's representation from 49% to 43% following the 2024 general elections in the country. This is something that we should focus attention on. With regard to ratification, domestication, and implementation of the Maputo Protocol, we didn't receive any ratification during the intercession period. I take this opportunity to call on countries that haven't ratified, and these are Burundi, Central African Republic, Chad, Egypt, Eritrea, Madagascar, Morocco, Niger, Somalia, and Sudan, to please ratify the protocol so that the protocol, the innovative provisions of the protocol, actually the women in that country are able to enjoy this instrument. In short, in brief, Chair, I'll just quickly run to the conclusions because I know that I'm running against time. I have conclusions for some of the countries that we've mentioned and recommendation. To the member states experiencing natural disaster, I recommend that the member states grappling with extreme weather events and flooding such as Burundi, Cameroon, and Chad establish comprehensive disaster response plans that prioritize the well-being of women and girls disproportionately affected by such crisis. Ensuring these plans include measures specifically tailored to address the unique vulnerabilities of women and girls during emergencies. This is crucial. I also appeal to development partners to consistently support these regions. To the member states in conflict zones, I urge these countries to take proactive measures to uphold women's rights in conflict situations, emphasizing the inclusion of women in peacekeeping processes and enabling them to make substantial contribution. Investigate and prosecute cases of violence against women, particularly instances of conflict-related sexual violence. Ensure that perpetrators of such violence are held accountable for their actions. On femicide, I urge all member states of the African Union to engage communities in conflict resolution processes that consider gendered aspects and equal power dynamic pervasive in society. Address toxic masculinity and involve men and boys in discussions concerning their relationship with women and girls, fostering a culture of respect and equality. By prioritizing this action, member states can work towards creating societies where gender-based violence is confronted head-on, harmful gender norms are challenged, and justice is served to combat the pervasive issue of femicide. To the government of Central Africa, Republic, and Ghana, while acknowledging the commendable legal reform policies, I strongly urge government to prioritize implementing sufficient public education programs. These initiatives are essential to ensure that the general populace is well informed about the implications of these new laws and policies. Additionally, I emphasize the importance of allocating adequate budgetary resources to effectively implement these reforms. as education and awareness are critical components in fostering understanding and compliance within the societies. In conclusion, Chair and distinguished delegate, I wish to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the member states that have ratified the Maputo Protocol, showcasing their dedication to advancing gender equality and women's rights. I applaud those who have taken substantial steps in adopting and effectively enforcing the protocol's provisions, thereby making concrete strides in safeguarding the rights of women and girls. I want to express my profound gratitude to all stakeholders and partners who have steadfastly supported the mechanism over the past 25 years as we celebrated 25 years during the margins of this session. Through our combined efforts and collaborative spirit, we can achieve significant progress in promoting gender equality, empowering women, and advocating for the rights and well-being of all individuals. Together, we can continue our journey towards creating a fairer and more just world for everyone while contributing to the goals outlined in the African Union's Agenda 2063. I thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la vice-présidente, rapporteure spéciale sur les femmes. Compte tenu des contraintes du temps, je pense que nous serons dans l'impossibilité matérielle de prendre le second rapport du président de la Commission et rapporteur spécial sur les défenseurs des droits de l'homme, qui sera reporté à demain. Je le dis parce que
tomorrow, because we have Burkina Faso, which will have 1 hour to respond, and we have Angola also, which has to present its report. And so, well, except on the exceptional circumstances, we'll take the 2 reports. But I shall open discussions on that. And if the report is rescheduled for tomorrow, I will want those who will take the floor to be very brief, so that we'll be able to exhaust the items on the agenda. I give the floor to Eritrea, but I will be straight with time because there are 2 states that are waiting. So please, if you are long and if you are not brief, then I will take the floor, withdraw the floor from you based on our rules of procedure. So I will not hesitate to do that. So I now give the floor to Eritrea.
Water, sanitation, and communication is readily available, resulting in low maternal and infant mortality rates. Regarding the communication service, 50.2% and 20% of the total mobile and fixed telephone subscribers, respectively, are women, And in addition, women accounted for 33% of the privately owned internet cafe service in Eritrea. Honorable Chairperson, thanks to the government of Eritrea's unwavering wide-range public programs and campaigns, the awareness and critical understanding about FGMC and its broad array of detrimental impacts have increased within the society. As a result, the prevalence of FGMC among girls less than 15 years of age in the communities investigated was approximately 2.3% in 2020, representing a substantial drop from 18.2% in 2014. For girls aged less than 5 years of age, the prevalence dropped from about 6.9% to approximately 0.54% at present. The government of Eritrea, in its effort to eliminate all forms of violence against all women and girls in the public and private spheres, had made a progress. The percentage of women and girls aged 15 to 24 years that experienced either physical or sexual violence or both in the past years declined slightly from 0.6% in 2017 to 0.4% in 2023. And for women aged 15 to 49 years, the corresponding figure was 0.7% in 2022, a small reduction from 0.8% in 2017. I thank you, Chair.
Merci. Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. Ethiopian Human Rights Commission.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, please respect the time.
Okay. Honorable Chairman, Honorable Vice Chair of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Janet Ramatuli Salanje, Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, Honorable Commissioners, distinguished participants, all protocols duly observed. Conflict still ongoing in many parts of Ethiopia and related security problems continue to impact the attention given and resources allocated to women's and children's rights issues. For example, there is substantial evidence indicating a resurgence of or spread of practices such as early marriage, abduction, female genital mutilation, and other harmful traditional practices in many regions in Ethiopia. The Ethiopian Human Rights Commission carried out a monitoring of the treatment of women and children who suffered sexual and gender-based violence and passed through the criminal justice system in selected areas of the country. The findings show that even in areas with relative stability, the system faces significant challenges to provide comprehensive and human rights compliant services to victims of sexual violence. Evidence gathered from various sources, including government health institutions, show that human rights violations against women and children in armed conflict, especially highlighting incidents in the Amhara region, where hundreds of sexual and gender-based violence cases have been recorded. The destruction of infrastructure and disruption of services caused by conflict worsens the situation of victims of sexual and gender-based violence. The Ethiopian Human Rights Commission continues to urge the government to ensure the prompt cessation of these gross human rights violations and the provision of appropriate support services and reparation to affected women, prioritizing rehabilitation efforts of health facilities, including psychosocial support, is crucial for sexual and gender-based violence victims and all affected population. Thank you.
Merci. Mais je note quand même, après avoir suivi les deux premières déclarations, nous avons un point qui s'appelle Human Rights Situation in Africa pour faire les déclarations. Là, le but de cet exercice, c'est une interaction entre les participants et la rapporteure spéciale sur les droits des femmes par rapport aux rapports qui sont représentés.
Report she presented. So I want to urge those who take the floor to take that into account and pose questions for clarification. Number 29, Commission for Gender Equality. Number 29, Commission for Gender Equality, status number 29. Commission for Gender Equality, they are not here. Statement by NGOs Afian Haki Molusco, Afian Haki. Afian Haki, we've called you more than 1,000 times during this session. International Federation for Human Rights, Asatu Baminte. Asatu Baminte. Asatu Baminte. She's not here. African Policing Civilian Overrides Forum, number 372. Sintate. I said there's an item on human rights situation in Africa, and I have the impression that they are just making a general statement. I want us to interrogate the report presented. Center for Reproductive Rights, Wambui. Center for Reproductive Rights, Wambui. Center for Reproductive Rights, Equality Now.
Avocat Sans Frontières, Canada. Musa, 3 minutes. Avocat Sans Frontières. Avocat Sans Frontières, Canada is not here. Amnesty International, Jafet. Usually he's sitting there. Jafet, 3 minutes, sir.
Chairperson, all protocols observed. Honorable Special Rapporteur, we appreciate the opportunity to address this esteemed Assembly and congratulate the Commission on adopting the model law on the implementation and domestication of the Maputo Protocol. We are encouraged by the adoption of the resolution to study digital violence against women's rights in Africa. Amnesty International's research in Uganda highlights technology-facilitated gender-based violence, particularly targeting marginalized communities, including LGBTQ persons. It documents cases of doxing, outing, threats of violence, blackmailing, impersonation, hacking, and disinformation, further marginalizing LGBTQ persons, especially those from disadvantaged socio-economic backgrounds. Uganda's legal framework and actions are enabling online violence. We urge the Special Rapporteurs overseeing this study to ensure it captures the diverse experiences of women and girls across all backgrounds, providing a foundation for inclusive and effective local and national policies. In Burundi, our analysis of the 2016 gender-based violence laws reveals that despite bringing significant improvements, such as the clear consent-based definition of rape, the delivery of justice for victims and survivors is undermined by inconsistencies in other legislation. We urgently call on Burundian authorities to harmonize related legislation to ensure effective implementation. Additionally, we call for the amendment of this law to repeal provisions criminalizing cohabitation and consensual private sexual acts between adults, which violate the right to privacy, family life, equality, and non-discrimination guaranteed under the African Charter. Conflict-related sexual violence remains a grave issue, disproportionately affecting women and girls. Médecins Sans Frontières reported hitting over 25,000 survivors of sexual violence in the Democratic Republic of the Congo in 2023. This aligns with Amnesty's findings, including our documentation.
I will give you 1 more minute, but go slowly because interpreters are saying that you are reading very quickly. Go ahead, but slowly. I will give you 1 more minute.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. This aligns with Amnesty's findings, including our documentation of rape by the M23 armed groups in Kishishe, North Kivu. Sexual violence is rampant in and around internally displaced camps. We call on DRC authorities to intensify efforts towards justice, accountability, and the guarantee of non-repetition for survivors. In Southern Africa region, our report, Cross-Border is Our Livelihood, It is Our Job, highlights the urgent need for targeted interventions by the government of Malawi, Zambia, and Zimbabwe to the multifaceted human rights challenges faced by women engaged in informal cross-border trade in Southern Africa. These challenges are deeply rooted in historical, structural, and gender dynamics. The report underscores severe human rights violations, including the failure to protect against gender-based violence and the inadequacy in fulfilling the right to social security. It is to that effect that we also call on all member states to expedite the ratification of the protocol to the African Charter on Social Protection and Social Security, vital to strengthen social protection for women in the informal economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amnesty International. Now it's my pleasure to call the last NGO, Walda Keza Shaka, Defend Defenders.
Defend Defenders. Walda Shaka, Defend Defenders.
Global Day of Action for Access to Safe and Legal Abortion is commendable, but restrictions on civil space hinder women's advocacy. In Cameroon, the 2014 anti-terrorism law suppresses the work of women human rights defenders, especially in sexual and reproductive health. Similarly, in Kenya, Increased gender-based violence, particularly femicide, during protests highlights the failure to protect women's rights. Additionally, technology-based gender-based violence has escalated, targeting women in politics and public life, leading to self-censorship and reduced participation. In Libya, travel restrictions imposed by the government of national unity limit women's mobility and hinder women rights defenders' work. The situation demands urgent attention due to the cultural and religious barriers. In Zimbabwe, mass violence against women human rights defenders during the Southern African Development Community Summit included arrests, enforced disappearances, and torture. Though some defenders were acquitted, accountability remains crucial. Furthermore, in conflict-affected areas such as Sudan, Ethiopia, the DRC, and the Sahel, survivors of sexual violence struggle to access critical services, and women human rights defenders are increasingly targeted, compounded by the telecommunication shutdowns that silence reporting on these atrocities. Honorable Commissioner, despite the heavy personal and professional costs involved, women human rights defenders across Africa continue to demonstrate extraordinary resilience and tenacity in their work. Yet, human rights activism remains widely perceived as an inappropriate role for women, a view entrenched by deeply patriarchal norms. We call on you, Honorable Commissioner, to intensify the monitoring of the implementation of the Maputo Protocol by member states, ensuring that they are held accountable to their obligations. In particular, we urge you to prioritize the protection of women human rights defenders whose rights remain under constant threat. We also urge you to advocate for member states to invest in long-term community engagement initiatives aimed at dismantling patriarchal systems that hinder women's full participation in civil society. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your statement. Now I'll go back to the Special Rapporteur for 5 minutes. Will be sufficient so that we can summarize the responses, okay? Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Lita wants to say something.
Well, I apologize. Commissioner Lita, I didn't see your flag. Yes, for 5 minutes maximum, if you can make your intervention, and I will give the floor to the Special Rapporteur.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll take less than 5 minutes. I take the floor, Chair, to congratulate the Special Rapporteur for a very comprehensive report. In general, specifically, I would like to recognize some of the best practices that the report of the Rapporteur has highlighted. I would like to go country by country. With regard to the Gambia, in my capacity as a country rapporteur for the Gambia, I'd like to confirm that the Special Rapporteur played a leadership role in catalyzing our work towards helping this country push back on the attempt to lift the criminalization of the FGM bill, and so we'd like to congratulate her for that leadership. Last open session, most of you witnessed a lot of mobilization by this country, and so I would like to thank her in my capacity as a country rapporteur for that contribution. With regard to Sierra Leone, I'd like to say that Sierra Leone's prohibition of child marriage is very important because child marriage, among other things, exposes young children to HIV and AIDS, another issue that my mandate is concerned with. With regard to paragraph 40 on climate change, the report acknowledges a lot of countries that were affected by climate change, floods, displacement of people, some of who are indigenous people, and I commend this, and also would like to recommend that the report acknowledges the floods that took place in Kenya, where a lot of people were also displaced, lives lost, and property was a lot also lost. And I think the Commission also has some statements and made a press release on this. So I would recommend that this is captured. With regard to Central African Republic, we also like to associate ourselves with this report because, again, ending child marriage, delays the exposure to HIV and AIDS. Lastly, Chair, on Eswatini, the report acknowledges the recent best practice of introducing the depriving ring for women, which controls HIV/AIDS prevention, and we want to commend this and to say that, as you know, the Southern African region has got a big challenge in terms of the incidences and the burden of HIV/AIDS in the continent, with 9 out of 10 countries coming from the region. And I think Eswatini being on top of that list, this is a commendable practice. And I would like to cede back the floor and thank you.
Merci beaucoup, commissaire Lita Moussini, pour votre contribution. Je retourne à la rapporteure spéciale sur le droit des femmes, vice-présidente, pour ses observations finales, 5 minutes si possible.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me back the floor. Shall me take the opportunity to express my profound gratitude to all the stakeholders that actually contributed to this report. Eritrea, the member state Eritrea, Ethiopian Human Rights Commission, African Police and Civil Service Forum, APCOF, Equality Now, Amnesty International, Defenders, and of course my colleague, Honorable Lita Musini Ogana. As the chair has indicated, most of the statements were merely declarations and did not quite raise issues relevant to the statement in particular, but I still take note of the concerns raised and the challenges that were actually emphasized in the declaration. In that vein, I take note of all the innovations taking place in Eritrea with regard to women's rights. We take note of that and we'll engage with that as we continue our work, the mandate. With regard to APCOF, also we take note of that. Equality Now, in particular, on the issue of reservations, this is a matter of concern for the mechanism of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa. Because when you enter reservations that actually go to the heart or the essence of a protocol, then it defeats the whole purpose of ratification. But we still continue to encourage states to ratify. With regard to the reservations, we also encourage states to lift reservations. And we have realized that some of the states that were the first to ratify the protocol and had entered reservations have not actually taken steps to lift the reservation. Only 2 states, Gambia and Rwanda, have done so. So because of that, we intend, in collaboration with our partners, to launch a campaign for the lifting of reservations to help member states raise awareness, use our multi-sectoral approach to ensure that communities, the community, the states, all stakeholders at the national level are able to work towards the lifting of reservations. We note the concerns raised with regard to matters relating to Ethiopia, Angola, and Mauritius. Restriction on civic space, femicide is an issue which I actually mentioned in my statement. Technology-related GBV, travel restrictions in Libya. We've actually engaged with the civil society in Libya. The conflicts-related situation and challenges that women face. We've been interacting with Sudan. I've had convenings with Sudan. We've issued statements on Sudan, and we try to address the situation of women in Sudan. And most lastly, we're also hoping to engage on a fact-finding mission so that we can actually record the violations and provide recommendations going forward. These are some of the things. With regard to women human rights defenders, also this is a concern that we have. We've been raising that the issues related to women human rights defenders generally, and in particular women human rights defenders, realizing the disproportionate impact of some of the restrictive laws that women have to go through. In terms of intensifying the work towards the implementation, of course, first of all, ratification, domestication, and implementation of Maputo Protocol. This is what we do on a daily basis, and we will actually heed the call and increase our resolve and our engagement in doing that. Community engagement is the way forward, and we endorse that, and we actually embrace the recommendation made by defenders in terms of engaging communities, because it's community engagement that actually helps us, especially in terms of the situation in the Gambia, engaging communities, engaging religious leaders. And as part of the NGO forum, in this 84th session, we took part in several convenings relating to engaging communities, engaging religious leaders, which is quite innovative, because the law alone is not enough. We have to make sure that communities are incentivized to be able to comply, especially when it comes to Maputo Protocol and matters related to women's rights. They deal with issues that touch on tradition or perception of tradition and religion. So therefore, it is important to engage communities and debunk some of the myths. It's very important. Honorable Commissioner Letha, thank you very much for the commendation and for recognizing some of the issues and especially some of the collaborative efforts that were employed in terms of addressing the situation in the Gambia. All the letters of commendation, all the letters of concern were issued in collaboration with the country rapporteur, who happens to be Honorable Commissioner Letha. The situation in Sierra Leone also was addressed jointly. Thank you very much, and we take note of the concern raised in regard to environmental challenges, the flood in Kenya. It will take a note and it will be incorporated in the report to see how this affected women, because I know floods affect everybody. Women are always disproportionately affected. I just want to end, Chair, by renewing my call for those countries that have not ratified the Maputo Protocol to do so, and for countries that have actually ratified to domesticate, and for countries that have domesticated to implement and ensure that these laws that we have, that is the Maputo Protocol, the soft laws that the Commission has developed, amplifying the provisions of the Maputo Protocol, are actually domesticated at the national level. Because ratification implies a commitment to adhere to the treaty's provisions, and reporting is also fundamental. We want all people to report under the Maputo Protocol so that we can track, engage in constructive dialogue, and track the progress being made at the national level in terms of the implementation of the Maputo Protocol. Because if we just ratify and we don't implement, then we don't serve any purpose. Thank you very much to all the relevant stakeholders. I want to take the opportunity to thank the partners of the mechanism. Without these partners, we will not be able to carry out the work that we do. Thank you very much, Chair.
Merci. Dans nos habitudes, on applaudit à la fin des rapports. Je vous félicite aussi, Madame la vice-présidente. Et comme je l'avais dit, on va s'excuser pour ceux qui attendaient le rapport du président et du rapporteur spécial sur les défenseurs. Par respect pour les délégations qui sont déjà là, on est obligé d'avancer avec l'agenda. Mais demain, à la première heure, je présenterai également mon rapport. Je voudrais, avant de continuer, le hasard a fait que quand vous présentiez votre rapport, l'Angola a dépêché pour la présentation du rapport de cet après-midi, son Excellence Ana Paula do Sacramento Neto, qui est la ministre des Actions sociales, Famille et Promotion de la Femme, qui a assisté à votre présentation du rapport et au débat. Je voudrais vous souhaiter, Excellence, la bienvenue parmi nous. Merci beaucoup. Vous étiez déjà représenté avant par celle que nous appelons désormais une amie de la Commission, son Excellence Madame la secrétaire d'État aux droits de l'homme et à la citoyenneté, Ana Celeste Cardozo Januaro. Soyez la bienvenue parmi nous. Merci. Alors, je vais de ce pas passer je regarde ma feuille d'agenda, voilà. Et là, je vais passer à l'autre point sur... je vais passer à l'autre point sur l'agenda, parce qu'on est déjà en retard. C'est le rapport du Burkina Faso, la réponse du Burkina Faso par rapport à ce dialogue que nous avions eu hier. Et comme nous avions dit hier, cette institution est là pour accompagner le Burkina Faso. Aucun pays ne peut être laissé de côté ni derrière tant qu'il s'agit des droits de l'homme. Et ça, c'est ce que veut l'agenda 2063. Et c'est cette Afrique que nous voulons. Donc, vous allez présenter les réponses par rapport à la présentation de votre rapport. Et puis après, nous vous donnerons le décorum, le protocole de ce qui sera suivi pour la suite. Excellence, Monsieur le chef de délégation, je vous donne la parole pour présenter les éléments de réponse. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, honorable commissaire. Je voudrais me rassurer du temps qui nous est imparti pour la présentation de nos réponses. Vous nous parlez d'1 heure, alors que dans l'agenda, on nous parle d'1h30.
Attendez que je reconsulte l'agenda qui nous lie. Excellence, Vous avez le droit à 1h30. Mais si vous pouvez le faire en 1 heure, hein, ça c'est vraiment le président à titre individuel qui vous le demande. Vous pouvez le faire en 1 heure parce que ce document-là, vous allez nous le transmettre. Donc, si vous pouvez le faire en 1 heure en résumant le tout, ça nous arrangera énormément. Vous voyez que même certains rapports, je les ai sortis de l'agenda pour nous permettre d'aller plus vite. On s'excuse vraiment pour ce retard. Je prends sur ma charge ce retard-là. Vous pouvez m'adresser une lettre de blâme. J'accepterai volontiers. Merci beaucoup, Excellence.
Nous allons essayer de résumer autant qu'on pourra. Donc, comme je disais, hier, il y a une question qui avait été posée sur le fait que la Commission n'a pas été assez dure avec ma délégation. J'ai répondu de façon précipitée qu'il n'en était pas ainsi, mais c'est en essayant de répondre aux questions qu'on s'est rendu compte de l'ampleur du travail que la Commission nous a confié. Cela dit, on va essayer quand même.
We'll try to the extent possible to address the issues raised. From the onset, I would like, before giving the floor to my colleagues to address the specific questions, I would like to recall that in Burkina Faso, there are no minority groups or indigenous populations. Paragraph 276 that Honorable Commissioner Marie-Louise Abomo referred to deals with the issue of promotion of national languages. It was not a matter of minority groups or indigenous communities. That is not applicable to our country, Burkina Faso. Secondly, I wanted to recall that regards to the existence of certain discrimination against pearls that was aggravated by the security conference of Burkina Faso, that my country would like to state that the fight against terrorism, does not have an ethnic dimension. It is not against any specific community. The mission of the armed forces and internal security forces and volunteers for defense of the state and protection of the people and to defend the integrity of the territory. They conduct their activities in a professional manner in full compliance with the rule of law. We will now move to the responses to the questions, specific questions. We will start with the questions of the country rapporteur, and we request Mr. Zongo Marcel, who is the Director General of Human Rights at the Ministry of Justice, to address those issues from the country rapporteur. Thank you to the chair of the delegation of Burkina Faso. I am going to address the questions asked by the country rapporteur and some of the questions that were raised by the chair of the commission. With regards to the ratification of international instruments, with regards to ratification of Protocol to African Charter on Human People's Rights, on the rights of older persons, the government has started the ratification process. And the bill has been drafted and conveyed to the Transitional National Assembly for ratification. With regards to Protocol to African Charter on the rights of old people with disabilities in Africa, the Legislative Transition Assembly has in 2024 given guidance for ratification. The provisions measures have been taken to deposit the instruments of ratification at our earliest convenience. With regards to the protocol on the rights of citizenry to social protection, social security, Burkina Faso ratified that since 19 June 2017. With regards to the protocol or to international covenant on civil and political rights relating to the death penalty, we are told that the ratification process is on course. With regards to the suspension of the Constitution, the comment dated 30 September 2022 relative to that is no longer in force since 2022 through the adoption of the Fundamental Act that established Capital Traore as head of state and president of the transition. The adoption of the Transition Charter on 14 October by the forces of the nation signs to the transition. 4 main components: to combat terrorism, restore territorial integrity, address the crisis, and uplift governance and promote cohesion, social cohesion. With regards to the state of emergency, it is no longer in force in Burkina since 20 October 2023 in conformity with the laws, with the relevant laws. The state of emergency was enforced in 22 provinces of 45 in application of the law 023/2019. With regards to the non-discrimination, Article 1 of the Constitution prohibits all forms of discrimination, especially those based on race, gender, ethnicity, region, color, gender, religion, political convictions, and the Penal Code in Article 321 to 5 prohibits all forms of discrimination. Therefore, discrimination based on disability, albinism, social status, HIV, is other status prohibited in conformity with the Constitution and the Penal Code. And it was adopted in 1st April 2010. The law 012 protects the people with disabilities, and the supplementary text for the application of this law were drafted, and their adoption is on course. With regards to the allocations and about discrimination about polls, well, the chair addressed that matter in his introductory remarks. With regards to negative impact of hate speech, social cohesion and conciliation, several measures have been adopted to sensitize the population on the dangers of such hate speech. The systematization of prohibition of hate speech and stigmatization of community is one of the actions under Pillar 4 of our country's activities, and promote social cohesion. The Higher Council for Communication has organized a sensitization drive on fake news and violence on social media against media practitioners and population. This tour was conducted in all regions of the country.
Also, within the framework of building the capacity of the security and defense forces, as well as volunteers for the defense of Burkina Faso on human rights, model relating to stigmatization and hate speech were organized for them. And through a communique dated 8 January 2023, the government denounced the ethnic comments made in social media and condemned those involved. It invited all the people of Burkina Faso to refrain from any comments which will be prejudicial to peace in Burkina Faso. The government also warned those guilty of the incitement to hatred and violence, and it invited those victims of threat to seize the competent authorities and assure them that the law will prevail. And afterwards, there were sensitization campaigns through communication and through regarding freedom of expression. That is interreligious tension. There is no proven case of religious tension in spite of the situation in Burkina Faso. If the objectives of the terrorists is to foster ethnic religious conflict, it must be stated that all religious groups and ethnic groups live in harmony, and that the sources of tension, they lack credibility. It was also a campaign has been embarked upon to ensure religious harmony, and two structures, namely the Department General for Religious Affairs and religious activities, which have been tasked to carry out such tasks, and religious leaders have been sensitized, and also other religious leaders have been sensitized on the issue, and technical support has also been given for the activities embarked upon by the leaders themselves in order to foster interreligious harmony. With respect to National Human Rights Commission, Burkina Faso on 24th March 2016, Law 0916 relating to the establishment of the Human Rights Commission, and this law was amended by broadening the mandate of the Commission in terms of promotion, protection, and defense of human rights and the receipt of complaints. With respect to the empowerment of the autonomy of the Commission, it's guaranteed by Articles 2 and 4 of 01. It has a budget since 2022, and the budget was increased from 12 million in 2018 to 104 million and 603 million subsequently, and the budget is now 643 million 430,000 francs CFA in 2023. With respect to the building, reinforcing the human resources of the Commission, it was increased by more than 21%, bringing it to 144. So it complies with the Paris Principle. With respect to that accreditation to status A, a study was undertaken by the Commission to assess its capacity in order to facilitate its accreditation. The study was completed and validated in 2023, and steps are being taken by the institution in order to achieve its certification on the status A. Now, regarding the role played by the Human Rights Commission in the preparation of UPR reports and reports of treaty bodies, it plays a key role as it's an important component of the national mechanism for the monitoring and the follow-up of human rights recommendations, also known as the Sectoral Committee for the implementation of the recommendations of UPR and treaty bodies, and so it participates in the plan of action for the implementation of recommendations and all reports to the relevant international bodies. With respect to the restoration of the constitutional order, Burkina Faso has, for the past decade, faced security crisis characterized by increase in terrorist attacks, and this has led to unprecedented humanitarian crisis. However, despite the many efforts made by the Burkina Faso to combat terrorism, the security situation continues to be critical. And this situation is also accompanied by governance crisis, which led to the unconstitutional change of government on 24th January and 30th September 2022. The constitutional charter adopted by the stakeholders of the nation on October 2022 assigns the transition 2 years to combat terrorism and to restore the authority of the country throughout the territory and improve on governance and work towards national reconciliation and social cohesion. Towards the end of the transition on 1st January 2024, and in the face of the complex security situation, it became impossible to organize free, fair elections, and so the government organized a broad consultation on 25th March 2024 with all the stakeholders involved through a national dialogue which brought together political groups, civil society, traditional and religious authorities, defense and security forces, and volunteers for the defense of Burkina Faso. The dialogue decided to adopt a new charter extending the transition for a period of 5 years and reinforce actions to ensure state control over the entire territory before organizing free and fair elections, and even, if possible, even before the 5 years. Regarding the allegations of false appearance of journalists Sef Kuyo, Adam Baya, and Carlos Siri, it must be stated that their case did not involve enforced disappearance, and they were recruited. They were to help national security forces in the securing the territory and the protection of the population and their property. Therefore, Article 5 of the decree relating to organization functions of the National Theatre Command authorizes the commanders to requisition those whose services are necessary for the conduct of operations. Any person requisition has the possibility of bringing the case to a dispute resolution mechanism and within the framework of the general mobilization. And if the person is not vindicated, then it can also seize the competent bodies. And in the case where the person requisitioned does not make use of these remedies, the person proceeds then will see would have to comply with the requisition in line with the measures adopted. Regarding the summary executions in Kuna and the measures adopted by the government to implement the letter of urgent appeal, the opening of judicial investigations to find those responsible and prosecute all those involved in the heinous act which constitute a violation of the right to life and security of victims. And in furtherance of that, the prosecutor of Geneva Faso has given instructions to the police commissioner of Buna, who carried out the necessary investigation. And in the face of the difficulties faced by the people of Fulaso, the case was transferred from the police of Muna to the Old Bassin police, who has oversight over Burkina Faso to date. They have had hearings that are continuing under the prosecutor of Faso. In terms of the events which occurred in Kaman village in Komin in Tanga, the investigations are being taken by the prosecutor. To date, 54 persons, including civilians and soldiers, have been hurt. The Basologo attack led to human rights violations. In order to elucidate the events and find those responsible for the terrorist act, the Kaya prosecutor in Kaya has opened an investigation through the military brigade of Kaya, and investigations are ongoing. Regarding the suspension of the media, the government reiterates that it's about a case of the violation of ethics of journalism. The government remains attached to freedom of expression and press freedom, as well as responsible conduct by journalists within the framework of the ethics of the profession. The government is intransigent in terms of defense of violence against the people. And so the government decided to close the said media in the name of the supreme interest of the country. The government is of view that these press houses and media houses concerned chose the path of disinformation. And so the government of Burkina Faso would not countenance any media house that promotes the interests of foreigners at the expense of the people. And the government decided decided to suspend all these media houses who were involved in such acts against the people of Burkina Faso. With respect to the criteria on the legality of a demonstration, according to Article 354 of the Criminal Code, a demonstration is illegal when demonstrators do not comply with the provisions on freedom of demonstration in public. Now, regarding the measures adopted to protect human rights defenders during the transition period, Burkina Faso attaches a pride of place to the human rights defenders in the protection and promotion of human rights despite the challenging security environment. And therefore, it undertakes several activities and measures to ensure a conducive environment for human rights defenders to carry out their work. These include the adoption of 039 of 2017 on protection of human rights defenders. And under this law, anyone has a right or collectively to promote and defend human rights and fundamental freedoms. This law enjoins the state to ensure the protection and protect and ensure the safety and property of human rights defenders, witnesses, and their members of their family. The protection mechanism put in place by the law is operational and is triggered automatically once the human rights defender is threatened and the relevant authorities are seized. In order to continue to ensure their protection in the course of their activities, a draft law on early alert is being the process of being prepared in order to ensure the security of human rights defenders. In Burkina Faso, the principle of the independence of judiciary is enshrined in Article 4 of the Constitution, which ensures that there is in the court is independent and impartial. And they also ensures that the magistrates are independent. By Law 0704 of April 2024, the government has created a high council of magistrates in order to ensure that magistrates and judges are independent, and so they provide their views on according to Article 46. The higher council of magistrates is not attached to the office of the president of FASO, and it enjoys autonomy in its operation. The council is an independent body which is not connected to the executive, even though it is the executive which guarantees the independence of the judiciary. Now, regarding the suspension of the media. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zongo. So, on the issue relating to the implementation of the Kampala Convention, I will invite Mr. Issa Banse, advisor at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Director of African Affairs and Burkinabe Diaspora, to provide the response in 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm tasked to provide responses to the question relating to the implementation of the Kampala Convention made by the Honorable Commissioner Sama Sassi Safa. Now, regarding the breakdown of age, sex, and nationality of refugees and asylum seekers, as at 31st August 2024, Burkina Faso had 38,200 refugees and 205 asylum seekers, and so this brings to total 40,508 persons, and out of the number, 25% are women and 85% women. With respect to the breakdown of refugees by nationality, we have 8 from Rwanda, 18 from the Democratic Republic of Congo, 22 from the Republic of Congo, and 22 from Burundi, and 37 from Turkey, and 127 from Central African Republic, 17 from Togo, Mali, 38, and others also of other nationalities. With respect to asylum seekers, by the same date, we had 1 from the Republic of Congo, and 1 from the Democratic Republic of Congo, 3 from Burundi, 2 from Turkey, 3 from Chad, 20 from Central African Republic, 565 from Togo, 1,267 from Mali, and 421 from Mali and other nationalities. With respect to the admissibility criteria and the procedure for rapid and prompt processing of human rights of asylum claims, it must be stressed that Law 042 of 28 October relating to the protection of refugees in Burkina Faso defines the criteria of admissibility and puts in place a procedure for considering asylum requests. The law clearly defines those who are eligible for refugee status, and these laws are based on international conventions, namely and they are based on persecution for specific motives and the existence of widespread conflict. And these criteria enables an objective definition for those who are eligible for refugee status in Burkina Faso. With respect to asylum seekers, the law has put in place a procedure which is based on impartial and impartiality and rapidity. Now, the submission of the request, and thereafter the consideration of the request and the decision and appeal. In terms of appeal, enabling those involved to appeal against any expulsion as a result of the rejection of their claims, the law provides for appeal so that those concerned will be able to appeal any decision to expel them from their country because of their rejection of their claims. And this is in line with the principle of protection of refugees and asylum seekers, especially the right to effective appeal and the compliance with the principle of non-refoulement. This ensures equitable process so that refugees can assert their rights. With respect to the protection of refugees and migrants in the context of insecurity in our country, the National Commission for Refugees has undertaken these measures. That is the training and sensitization of those in charge of security at the border post and on roads relating to the rights of refugees and asylum seekers, the training of police recruits on the rights of refugees and asylum seekers, the deliverance of authorization to asylum seekers in a reasonable time, and measures to ensure that the applications are expedited, and sensitization programs for refugees and asylum seekers in order to enable them have their recommendations, in order to have the documents required of them, sensitization on asylum seekers and refugees on their rights, especially those who are in conflict with the law. We are given the necessary training to know their rights. Now, the parents, it must be noted that Burkina Faso recognizes the importance of registration of birth as fundamental right, and so it has put in place measures to facilitate the registration of children of refugees in order to avoid statelessness in line with international commitment. In other words, the Burkinabe Constitution guarantees the right to identity for all children born on our national territory, and so law 048 of 2023 relating to the protection of refugees in Burkina Faso ensures that children born in Burkina Faso of parents who are asylum seekers or refugees benefit from registration just as their parents. In order to combat irregular migration, we can retain sensitization campaign of the zone of departure of migrants, and then the provision of documents in centers and the processing of youth in their areas of origin. Therefore, Lawyer 01 2024 LT relating to the conditions on entry and the stay of foreigners and their exit from from the territory of Burkina Faso was adopted on 2nd February 2024. And this law is meant to strengthen the legal and institutional provisions for the management of migration flows in Burkina Faso. It also reinforces and clarifies the legislative measures in terms of migration flows, taking into consideration the community norms and international standards, as well as modern developments in comparable law. Furthermore, it serves as legal basis for the electronic platform for or the issuance of documents for or stay in Burkina Faso. Now, with respect to the prevention and reduction of statelessness, it must be stated that Burkina Faso has undertaken the following measures. That's the implementation of national plan to combat statelessness for 2022-2024, as well as a national technical organ on statelessness. On the transmission of nationalities, must be stated that under Burkina legislation, a mother can transfer the nationality to her children and spouse, and so double nationality is recognized. With respect to the need to adopt specific law relating to the protection of the rights of displaced persons, the government has started preparing a law in line with the Kampala Convention. And with respect to LA system, Burkina Faso has prepared and adopted Law 012 of 2014 relating to the guidelines for the prevention and management of humanitarian crises and disasters in order to manage humanitarian crisis and disaster in Burkina Faso. With respect to cooperation with humanitarian agencies in management of humanitarian crises, it must be noted that the government of Burkina Faso prepares and adopts annual humanitarian response, which constitute a response drafted by humanitarian agencies to assist those affected by humanitarian crisis. With respect to the sites retained for providing assistance, as at 31st March 2023, the data of the Permanent Secretariat of the National Emergency and Rehabilitation Agency showed 222,000 internally displaced persons, 17.9% being women, and 23.9% being women, and 53.3% being children. Also, it has enabled the return of 216,000 persons back to their place of abode through operations which resulted in the reconquest of the areas under the control of terrorists. And we have also temporary sites which have been secured by the Defense and Security Force as well as volunteers for the defense of Burkina Faso. I thank you. Thank you, Mr. Banse, for complying with the time allotted. So, on the report on prisons, that the conditions of detention conditions and police action, Mr. Saudogo would make a presentation. You have 10 minutes. Thank you very much, Head of Delegation. I shall try to respond to this question posed by the Special Rapporteur on prisons conditions in Burkina Faso. Now, regarding the improvement in access of persons in rural areas to justice, in order to facilitate access of citizens to justice, the government of Burkina Faso has built 3 new major courts in Burkina Faso, Po and Bassa, and so access to courts has been reduced from 9 kilometers to 6 kilometers. And it must also be pointed out that 8 of the major courts have been rehabilitated. And also from 2010 to 2021, the number of courts of appeals increased from 2 to 3. And courts of higher instance increased also from 21 to 25, and we had Ouagadougou and Po courts, and the number has increased to 25. With respect to Busa higher court is in the process of being operationalized, and two also courts have been set up. That is the Economic Crimes Court in Ouagadougou and Po, and they were established by law of 19th August, and these are meant to crack down on economic and financial crimes and organized crime. And we have a court also which is in charge of terrorist acts, and which was established by Law 06/2017/L of January 2017 relating to the organization and the functioning of a special court to crack down on terrorism. With respect to since 2011, the court charges have been reduced thanks to the efforts of the Minister of Justice and Finance. Also, the sector policy, Justice and Human Rights, adopted in 2018, makes the fight against all forms of discrimination the means for protecting and protecting human rights. And the Justice and Human Rights sector, with respect to that, is to ensure the protection and promotion of freedoms in Burkina Faso. Furthermore, at the ministry in charge of justice, there is a department in charge of access to justice and legal aid, which is in charge of coordination of actions to ensure access to justice, and then also the treatment of claims of litigants. And there is also there's also a unit in charge of providing legal aid to all those with disability or those who do not have the means. And these, with this fund, started operation in 2014. The implementation of these policies have enabled have led to improvement in access to judiciary, and so we've had an increase in access to justice from 52.9 to 59% in 2023. The perception of human rights improvement increased from 29 to 61% during the same period. Now, regarding the closure of courts, it must be stated that following the deterioration of the security situation in some parts of the country, the public service, including justice, were compelled to interrupt momentarily and shift operations to secure areas. And since the improvement in the situation, two of them have gone back to their areas where they were operating, thus making it possible for those in the area to access justice. And also, these measures have not only ensured that cases are adjudicated expeditiously, but also to ensure that in future justice is delivered to those in need. With respect to human and financial resources of the Special Brigade on Anti-Terrorism for their operation, it must be pointed out that the unit has a specialized unit and a special judgment, special courts, and also all these were put in place by the law of 2023, and 443 million were made available to them to enhance the operations. With respect to the anti-terrorist brigade, it has the requisite personnel and budget to enable it to carry out investigation in the area of terrorism and organized crime.
With regards to statistics in the prisons, the number of inmates has gone from 7,000 to over 8,000 the overcrowding in prison has gone to 141% to 165.5% in 2023. With regards to the regime of remand, in a bid to have better respect for the rights of inmates, the Criminal Procedure Code has imposed deadlines for remand, after which people should be freed. With regards to flagrant délit, 2 weeks is the maximum detention. And if the person is not brought before the courts within 2 weeks, he should be freed. And then he is freed if the decision concerning him is not rendered or handed down within 2 months as of the date of the first audience. Now, in correctional manners, when the maximum of the sentence provided by the law is equal to or less than 1 year imprisonment, the inmate cannot be detained for more than 3 months after the first time they appeared before the judge, if they were not already condemned for a crime or for an imprisonment of 3 months. In other cases, the remand cannot be for more than 6 months if it is deemed necessary to detain him further. There's need to have an order, and then the case is presented to the prosecutor of Faso, and he cannot be detained any longer than 6 months. In criminal matters, the remand cannot go beyond 1 year. If it's maintained for beyond that 1 year, the judge can request for him to be detained further based on a paper which indicates why he should be maintained in prison for more than 1 year. With non-compliance of this maximum period, the courts before the administrative courts, and it's possible for remedies before the human rights courts. With regards to the statistics that relate to the implementation of measures other than non-custodial sentences, several measures were taken with regards to reducing sentences, suspending dependencies, conditional freedom and pardon, the construction of new cells, and increasing the number of judiciary to expedite cases, and also the strengthening judicial supervision, and also non-custodial sentences. From 2019-2022, over 2,000 inmates were remanded outside the prisons. Some were given unconditional release, and some were given pardons. In 2023, 325 inmates got their sentences reduced. C7Cs had a partial reduction of their sentences. And exceptionally, and within the framework to the fight against COVID-19, government has accorded in 2020 total number of remand victims, prisoners were freed. With regards to the cancellation of conditions of detention, the law of April 2019 on prisons has a provision for women inmates. Pregnant women or nursing mothers have a suspension measure or a reduction of their term of freezing, and this measure can be renewed. According to article of the same law, the pregnant inmates are nursed by, they have access to healthcare and transferred when the pregnancy comes down to the hospital or maternity. In 2020, when the rate of women was 4.7% of the total prison inmate, and the laws provide that children can be left with their mothers in detention up to the age of 2 years. At the request of the mother, the age limit can be reduced by the judges after with the advice of the social worker or psychologist. Pregnant and lactating mothers have better conditions of detention in terms of food, hygiene products, and individual cells avail them. And to alleviate the suffering of women in detention, at the Ouagadougou prison, there were provisions made, and there are specialist doctors servicing that prison, doctors, gynecologists. Women have dignity health products. The social services assist the mother and the parent, and they organize visits with the parents of the child and prepare separation of the child from their mother in the best of its interest. The separation of the child takes place with the approval of the mother, who exercises parental authority. In the absence, so there's a need for a legal decision. With regards to the penitentiary staff, they look after prisoners, and there was a guide that was drafted and disseminated to all prisons. And in its content, the guide takes into account the protection of vulnerable detainees, especially pregnant and lactating women. And a report on the penitentiary was disseminated to over 2,000 actors in the prison chain, civil society, during the session with the population. The budget of the prison has gone from 11 billion to 72 billion CFA to 16 billion 803 million francs CFA. That is an increase of 49% in their budget. This budget was in the form of delegated credit for each prison, and the other institutions so have increases in the budget for the detainees. For the Ouagadougou prison, the delegated credit was 58 million in 2023. Further, the prisons have improved their techniques, and 2/3 of the horticulture and the garden products that they have increased, and the modern kitchens were built in these facilities to help in preparing meals, and for people who are sick or are disabled have special diets. All the prisons have safe drinking water provided by the National Water Supply Company from 2021 to 24. In addition to the delegates, Minister of Justice has put in place a budget line for 400 million CFA to support the prisons in terms of medication and to provide them with medical technical support. The government increased the budget for health from 50 million to 2018 to 150 million, an increase of 150%. This increase in the budget has led to the availability of drugs for the inmates, and this has gone to 96 million. Now, the higher number of health workers, there were 3 health workers per person, and the nurses are being trained to improve the quality of service in the penitentiary with the improved and new infirmary. And all this have helped increase the cover for prison inmates to 45% in 2023, and women in prisons have free hygiene products. And in 2023, the budget of 7,914,000,000 was allocated to purchase health kits for women and babies, and for the purchase of kit for the newborn babies. For visits to places of detention, in addition to the Human Rights Commission, the minister responsible for justice, the civil society organization working in the area of human rights and religious bodies visit this place of detention. With regard to minimum penal age, it must be noted that the minimal penal age in Burkina Faso is 13 years. The minors are placed in centers where they have individual educational projects. It is an intervention plan with training, education, stabilization of their behavior, and social reintegration. Thank you. Thank you for matters that relate to questions on the mandate of the Women's Affairs. Mr. Wanban, kindly go quickly with the issues on women's rights. To respond to the concerns raised by the Special Rapporteur on the rights of women in Africa, we need to say that with regards to the fight against distribution against women, several measures were adopted by Burkina Faso. On the legal plane, specific texts have been adopted and enacted. The law 03/2020 AN or January 2020 governing the position of candidates in legislation and municipal elections in Burkina Faso, law 61015 of 6 September 2015 on the prevention and prohibition of violence against women and the girl child and care for the victims. The decree 2019-40 on free services and treatment in Burkina Faso. On the political plane, the government adopted the National Strategy for the Promotion and Protection of the Girl Child 2017-2018, the National Gender Strategy, and the National Strategy for the Promotion of the Allegation of FGM 2016-2020, and the National Strategy for Expediting Education for the Girl Child in 2012-2024. On the institutional plane, the government has put in place to strengthen the institutions and public structures whose mission is to protect the rights of women. Amongst others, we have the Ministry of Women's Affairs, the mainstreaming of women's affairs in the national human rights institutions, establishment of gender units in ministries and institutions, and the establishment of intersector frameworks for dialogue on gender with offices in the regions. Since the adoption of the National Strategy for the Promotion and Protection of the Girl Child in 2017-2026 and National Strategy for Gender Equality from 2020-2024, we have taken stock of his first Operational Action Plan 2019-2029 was done in 2029. Thus, progress has been made in terms of promotion and protection of the rights of the girl child in Burkina Faso. By way of illustration, 1,000 vulnerable girls and victims of violence were trained, and 1,000 girls were trained in production technology and preservation and conservation of food, including the training. 60 vulnerable girls were provided with installation kits. With regards to the improvement of access of women to justice, the government has organized sensitization campaigns on the seizure of the courts and the mechanisms for the protection over the period 2019-2022 for over 1,700 women. Now, with regards to access of women to the judiciary, is strengthened by the operationalization of the Judiciary Assistance Fund, which helps come to the aid of victims and people who are indigent. From 2018-2020, its budget went from 100 million to 350 million francs CFA. At the same time, 5,000 people were supported through this judicial fund, including 528 women. Now, with regards to the improvement of participation in the affairs of the state, progress has been made in that area. In terms of an illustration, number of women agents of civil service has gone from 64,000 in 2018 to 74,000 in 2021. In 2024 2 women presidents of institutions, 4 ministers, 4 members of parliament, 9 ambassadors, and 3 lady governments of regions. With regards to the efforts made to sensitize the citizens about the rights of women in rural areas, sensitization programs have been held for the communities, and this is on a regular basis and is done by the government. By way of example, from 2020 to 2024, 13 community discussions, fora were held for women and girls, sensitization seminars for opinion leaders on traditional practices that have an adverse effect for women was carried out and made it possible to interact with 580-something people, over 300 men, and the rest women. With regards to implementation of reproductive health rights for adolescents, to 2021-2025 in 5 regions where there are serious security issues. Radio programs are done on the rights of women to preempt and to combat FGM. The government has adopted plans and programs and strategies, amongst which we can mention the National Strategy for Protection of the Girl Child in Burkina Faso, the National Strategy for Elimination of FGM in Burkina 2020-2022-2026, and its action plan. Within the framework of the prohibition and repression, 280-something people were arrested and 160-something were arrested for such practices. Between 2018 and 2027, people were condemned for accusations of the practice of witchcraft, and there have been over 200 cases of trafficking in children, kidnapping of children, and FGM, and they were all brought before the courts. With regards to the progression of indicators for access of girls to basic education, the enrollment rate at the preschool rate has gone from 2.8% to 6.2% in 2020-2021. At the primary level, this rate has gone from 75% in 2010 and in 2011 to 85% or so. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Mr. Dudu Zanda. With regards to issues relating to the working group on extractive industries, environment, and human rights. You have 5 minutes, sir. Thank you. Chair and head of the delegation, my statement refers to the answers to the questions relating to the questions of Commissioner Aile Denso. With regards to tax breaks, the companies have had many customs and tax rebates. In 2015, the code provided tax breaks to mining companies who were at the research state, but those that were in operation state. These advantages are maintained in the new mining code, expressed in the cases where when there's no more operation, there are no more tax breaks as far as the new mining code. Now, with regards to participation of communities and the requirement of an environmental impact study, we would like to say that to guarantee the participation of the communities concerned in the assessment of the social and environmental impact, the Environment Code provides Article 25 that activities that can have significant impact on the environment subjected to the approval of the Minister of Environment. This prior approval is done based on a strategic study, an environmental impact study, and social impact. And this study and the notice of an environmental impact are within a decisional process, and it shows whether the project is feasible or not, at the same time as the financial feasibility of the project, which is also assessed. Decree 2015 outlined the conditions of realization and assessment of strategic environmental plans and the study of environmental and social impact study says that the public is informed of the strategic environmental study or the notice of the environmental and social impact and participate in collaboration with the competent organs of the local government area concerned. The participation of the public includes three elements, three phases. There is one or several meetings, representation of the project bringing together local authorities, the population, non-governmental organization, and organization in conflict with the number of meetings contained in their TOR. It is in different stages, and there's the report back, and all these studies are done in a controlled manner, and this involves local authorities, the communities, non-governmental organizations, associations, and this in accordance with the number of meetings contained in the terms of reference. And thirdly, the participation of the public includes a regime of open consultation and is accessible to the population concerned, where their appreciations, their observations, and all the matters that relate to the project. Now, with regards to the state agency responsible for overseeing or regulating the operations of extractive industry, we have a national agency in the area of environment called Agence Nationale des Évaluations and Environnement, ANEV, which is a public and administrative body created in 2020. In general, ANIVE is responsible for implementing all the strategies in terms of assessment of environmental matters in the country. Apart from this agency, Burkina has other institutions which are public in nature to regulate work, and the Ministry of Labor and the General Department of Labor, Inspectorate of Labor, Social Security, and also there's the fiscal regulation where we have in the either they're in ministries or ministry responsible for finance or its branches, and the customs, tax, domestic taxes, and mines, the Ministry of Mines. The ministry responsible for mines also has institutions responsible for rehabilitation of mining sites. Now, with regards to cases dealing with environmental matters that relate to extractive industries, ordinary courts of Burkina Faso have the powers to entertain issues related to environment, especially those that relate to extractive industries, if the affected communities bring cases before them. Now, with regards to the environment, is more specific in Article 5 by stating that anybody or everybody is entitled to a safe environment, and therefore they can bring cases before the administrative or judicial courts in order to stop all nuisance caused by such activities that affects the security of the community, and the administration is supposed to address their concerns. Specifically, the government, in accordance with Article 19 of the Mining Code, has enacted a decree on 24 September 2024 providing for the prevention and reparation of violence of human rights violations against the communities concerned. Through this decree, the government hopes to put in place monitoring committees for compliance with human rights in the mining sector, who are supposed to preempt and report, to report and to monitor the reparation of any violations against the community expected. And in some cases, these are put in place for the benefits of the community, and they have powers to address any complaints really dealing with mining issues. to provide compensation to the persons that have been affected by the exploitation of the environment. Burkina allows any person living in Burkina Faso the right to a safe and healthy environment, as explained earlier on. With regards to the Environment Code, the decree 20 September 2015 on the prevention and reparation of violations, human rights violations, and the communities concerned. There's civil code that states in Article 1381 that any action that can jeopardize anybody must remedy whatever damage they have done. The mining companies in Burkina Faso are compelled to conduct their activities in compliance with the applicable rules in terms of protection of the environment and in line with the environment and mining codes and the application codes. These mining companies installed in Burkina Faso should submit a rehabilitation plan for the environment as soon as they start operations. When they apply for a license, Law 2016-2021 relates to the mining code in Article 22 has created mining funds for rehabilitation of sites impacted by mining activities. It is rehabilitation fund for the closing of the mine and the fund for securing artisanal mines and the fight against prohibited chemical products. Each mining company is supposed to contribute to this fund for the rehabilitation of impacted sites in accordance with the 2020 law on with regards to the mining code of Burkina Faso. Thank you. Mr. Banse Abdullahi, to speak to the mandate of the Committee on the Prevention of Torture in Burkina. Your Excellency, with regards to the torture crimes, torture and assimilated crimes are governed by the Penal Code in Burkina Faso. In the legislation as in the judicial practice, torture is a crime that can lead to life imprisonment, whereas assimilated practices can also be ill treatment or inhumane treatment, and the perpetrators run a risk of 10 years in prison. And in conformity with article of the Penal Code, the acts of torture that are construed to be genocide are punishable by Burkinabe law. With regards to obligation to conduct investigations on torture, the Criminal Procedure Code requires the competent authorities to conduct investigations when allegations of torture are brought to their knowledge. Now, with regards to Article 511 of the Criminal Procedure Code, anybody who claims to have been tortured in Burkina Faso has the right to bring a case before the competent authorities which will investigate the matter. The competent authorities adopt measures to assure the protection of the complainant and the complainants against any ill treatment. For mechanisms for reparation and assistance to the victims, we need to note that the law on the Penal Code devotes a section on the legal protection of victims and whistleblowers, and Article 512-6 specifies that competent authorities adopt measures to ensure the protection of the complainant against any reprisals or any punishment. And they should have adequate support, including the means for his total rehabilitation.
With regarding to torture and other cruel and inhumane acts, despite the right to take legal action, the victims are entitled to compensation, and They also makes provision for the victims to submit a law to protect them if the revelation of their identity could pose a problem to them and their families. With respect to allegations of human rights violation in the fight against terrorism, it must be pointed out that all human rights violations leveled against the security forces and volunteers as working with them are systematically investigated so that those responsible are punished. Therefore, several investigations are opened by the prosecutor in order to investigate it. Up to 9 March 2022, 92 volunteers were in prison and 26 were uh, sentenced, and then others also remanded. 6 complaints related to human rights violations or alleged to have been perpetrated by armed forces were sent to the judicial police and are under investigation. And 2 cases in which soldiers have been accused are being investigated, and they are being investigated for murder. Thank you, Chair. I shall try and quickly conclude with a question posed by Marie-Louise Abomo regarding the ratification of the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of older persons. I want to point out that Burkina Faso ratified it through the adoption of a law authorizing the ratification on 17th October 2024, and all measures are being put in place to ensure that the instruments are deposited in as early as possible. Now, on the situation of older persons in the country, based on the census on 2019, the number is about 101.9 million persons. 42.0% are in urban areas and the rest in rural areas. And we have a breakdown in order by age and by sex, and with respect to the protection of persons with disability, I must point out that with respect to the implementation of the convention, protocols, and treaties, and the coordination of related action in the various sectors and at various levels for the various types of disability, a national multisectoral council for the protection and promotion of the rights of persons with disability was established in 2012, and a national body tasked with the implementation or follow-up and implementation of the persons with disability has also been set up. It has a permanent secretariat, and it also tasked to promote and protect the rights of persons with disability in our country. It meets in ordinary session and also can meet in emergency session to look at specific cases. According to Article 2 of the Decree 2012 of 15 May 2012, the Council is tasked with the coordination and implementation of actions aimed at promoting and protecting the rights of persons with disability. It's made up of all the actors from the country, namely representatives of ministerial department, the governor of the region, the regional directors of ministries in charge of solidarity, the representatives of persons with disability, representatives of the municipalities, and representatives of human rights organizations, representatives of religious groups, and representatives of NGOs operating in the sector, as well as employers association and technical and financial partners. With respect to the amendments made to the National Strategy for the Protection and Promotion of Persons with Disability, which was rolled over in 27, which is supposed to be rolled over in 2025, the strategy did not come with an operational plan of action, and it has not been implemented. with a plan of action. However, some promotional activities have been implemented, and these activities cost the country about 16,655 million CFA francs. With respect to the national strategy for the protection and of persons with disability from 2021-2025 and the 3-year plan of action adopted in September 2021. 2021 shows that 148 activities were carried out, costing a total of 1,343 million CFA francs. With respect to 2022, it amounted to 131 activities, costing a total of 4 billion 0.9 million 683 million CFA francs. With respect to the involvement of persons with disability in decision making, it must be stated that in Burkina Faso, persons with disability are involved in decision making and in policies relating to them through their representatives. They are represented at the national transitional parliament in other decision-making bodies. On the existence of program and plan of action to protect persons with disability, albinism, it must be stated that we don't have a specific plan. In Burkina Faso, persons with albinism are considered as persons with disability, just like those with disability. With respect to specific measures to ensure access to justice and compensation to victims of discrimination based on disability in Burkina Faso, it must be noted that to ensure easy access to justice, vulnerable groups, including persons with disability, the state has established a assistance fund which supports the persons with disability to access justice. According to type of disability, there are also measures to ensure that these are heard or are able to access to justice. And according to the penal code, if a person is has disability or has auditive challenges, they would a person is who has a usually or who normally converse with him in sign language, the person is made available to ensure that his case is heard, and that there is also with respect to the procedures relating to age, it concerns more children that who are on the wrong side of the law, including children with disability. And the penal code states that any man who is in breach of the law or can be assisted by a lawyer or a social worker. And when the minor is kept in a place or is detained, then they are kept in a place specially designed for children. It must be also stated that the department in charge of access to justice and assistance to victims undertakes sensitization campaign each year on the importance of seizing judiciary for the benefit of women and persons with disability. And this is meant to encourage them to bring their case to the courts in the event of the violation of their rights, and this include women with disability. And the host in 2023, law was adopted, and the strategy takes into account the strategies developed in order to make humanitarian response inclusive and take into account the needs of persons with disability. And this involves the provision of food items to those who have been victim who face humanitarian challenges, and there's also the improvement in access to water, hygiene, sanitation in host areas or areas for the integration of areas for internally displaced persons with facilities for persons with disability. During the distribution of emergency humanitarian assistance and the follow-up of the rights of persons in humanitarian response, these measures are put in place in terms to ensure that rapid assistance to given to them. according to the disaggregation of persons with disability, more than 65% accounted for 3.5%. Regarding information on measures, especially whether it targets older persons, I must say that several measures have been adopted by the government in order to protect the rights of older persons, combat discrimination against age or discrimination in all its forms. And we have law which protects the right of older persons, and the law has been adopted, including Chapter 5 of the law, which includes national action, social security, sports, leisure, and even accommodation for older persons. Article 43, 46 of the law, as well as the Criminal Code 512-11, combats all forms of abuse and mistreatment of older persons. On the existence of specific protection measures for persons with disability in time of war, conflict, and the fight against terrorism, I must state that Article 46 of the law 12 relating to the protection and promotion of the rights of persons with disability states that the protection and promotion of the rights of persons with disability in conflict, humanitarian crisis, and natural disaster are prioritized just as children and women. In times of crisis and humanitarian emergency, priority is accorded to older persons in line with the provisions of Law 12 of 1st April 2010 relating to the protection and promotion of the rights of older persons with disability. In response to the risk and humanitarian emergency situation, the state of Burkina Faso has established a national emergency response plan with a permanent secretariat, and under Article 2 of the decree relating to the creation functions of the council is mandated to work to prevent disaster, manage emergency assistance and rehabilitation. The tools and common instruments for prevention of risk, humanitarian crisis, and disaster used by CONASU makes it possible to prioritize the rights of persons with disability. In the case of targeted and long-term humanitarian crisis, to ensure the protection of the rights of persons with disability, especially in the humanitarian emergency, several measures have been adopted, and this includes sensitization, information, and advocacy for inclusive communication, the preparation of standards for caring for internally displaced persons and host communities in Burkina Faso, which defines the criteria of vulnerability of internal displaced persons and make it possible to prioritize humanitarian interventions. Charter on, and this is including the Charter on Persons with Disability and the preparation of National Emergency Charter 2021-2024, as well as the dissemination of inclusive humanitarian action. So, Chair, Honorable Commissioners, these are the responses that we've been able to provide to the numerous concerns that you expressed yesterday. And if there are concerns that have not been addressed, then we would make use of the procedure of the Commission by submitting it in writing. Thank you very much. Thank you, Excellency, Head of Delegation of FASO for the responses
données à la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples au sujet
regarding the report that you presented yesterday and you've shown that you are getting ready for the UPR in Geneva. And here too also we can say that we have a regional periodic review, which is of the same level and of the same level as what happens in Geneva, because sometimes states beat their chest in saying that we are going to be examined by the UPR in Geneva, but they can also do the same exercise here, and Burkina Faso has really shown that by providing relevant responses, well-structured, clear, precise, just like your statement, your report which you presented yesterday. These responses would help us when we consider and adopt the final conclusions regarding the presentation of your report. If they are transmitted in hardware and software, it will help us to have more or to work on them. And in line with our practice, I shall request the country rapporteur, Honorable Commissioner Idrissa Sow, to present his vote of thanks, a short word expressing gratitude, and which will bring us to the end of the exercise and come back and continue. Thank you, Chair. I would like to respectfully acknowledge all those participating in this session today, and also align myself with the commendation that you extended to the delegation of Burkina Faso for the clarity of the responses provided. I'm happy that after this exercise, Burkina Faso would be classified among states that are up to date in their regarding their obligations under Article 61 of the Charter. I also want to express the availability of the Commission to continue with this dialogue with Burkina Faso. As you are aware, the report has been presented under a difficult situation due to the surge in violent extremism and terrorism as stated by the delegation. But we are of those who believe that it's in these difficult times that we need to engage more with states facing these challenges. For all these reasons, I would like to reiterate our gratitude and express our readiness to continue to further engage with them. So, Chair, these are the few words that I want to say, and I give you back the floor. Thank you very much, Idrissa. So Burkina Faso, with this exercise and this regional periodic review, as I have described it, you have joined the other countries that are up to date in respect of their obligations. Cameroon, Uganda, other countries that are up to date. On behalf of the commissioners, we would like to commend you. We would like to sincerely congratulate you and wish you a safe journey back to Burkina Faso, and convey the gratitude of the Commission to His Excellency President Lieutenant Colonel Traore and his government, and the documents that we're expecting in soft and hard way. We would get the Secretariat to further engage with you so that we can have the final response, which I hope will be transmitted in a good time. So may we give them a round of applause, please. So we shall now have a break, 1 hour break, a lunch break, 1 hour, so that people can refresh themselves since this morning. And immediately afterwards, I shall be punctual because we are lagging a bit behind. So out of respect to the Angolan delegation, we shall have a lunch break for 1 hour and thereafter come back so that the government of Angola can present its report. Thank you very much. And Commissioner So, can you extend our greetings to the delegation before we leave? And thank you very much. And I wish you safe journey back to Faso.
between cultural norms, religious beliefs, and the fight for gender equality. The potential repeal of the law poses a threat to the human rights of women and girls in the Gambia. Former Vice President of the Gambia, Her Excellency Fatoumata Jallow Tambajang, outlines the need to protect the rights of women and children and girls as it is stipulated in the 1997 Constitution and other laws of the Gambia.
Also going to adopt medium-term, short-term, medium-term and long-term strategies as a way of convincing stakeholders that is important. We know that rights of women and children and girls are part of the Constitution, they're part of the laws of the Gambia. They are also parts of the OIC, which our President, His Excellency, is chairing for the next 3 years. So we are all going to put our heads together and see how best we can dialogue. And we're using the word dialogue because that's the most instrumental way where people can get thoughts together, heads together, and decisions together.
In addition to discussing the immediate repercussion of the proposed reverse of the anti-FGM law, the event aspired to a chart roadmap for collective action over the next 3 months and beyond by fostering strategic political advocacy and cultivating a shared vision. The roundtable endeavors to fortify the foundation for sustained progress in advancing women's rights and gender equality in the Gambia and beyond. The Imam of Tipakuna Central Mosque, Imam Basiru Drame, was also in attendance and has this to say.
In 7th century Arabia, one of the major issues that Prophet Muhammad confronted was how to humanize women after they had been dehumanized and made a property of the menfolk. So this new wave of men trying to speak on behalf of women, and most of those who talk about FGM amongst the menfolk, they do not know anything about FGM. They do not know even the anatomy of women, of they themselves, let alone women. So I am heartened. So, and I am very happy that we have such a meeting, and hopefully we will defeat this retrogressive force that is about to bring women down.
Amidst the impassioned voices and diverse perspectives, a resolute determination to safeguard the hard-won gains of gender parity. As the curtains raise on the groundbreaking gathering, the world watches with bated breath, witnessing the genesis of a collaborative movement poised to uphold the rights and dignity of every woman and girl, not only in the Gambia but across the globe. Reporting for Star TV News, I am Baiko.
To the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenido, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الافريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
Government Jama, Fiji Gambia, with one couple of Eritrean around Africa. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العربية من اللجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Nous souhaitons la bienvenue à tous les participants à cette 81e session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Bienvenue aux délégués des États, bienvenue aux organisations de la société civile, bienvenue aux institutions nationales des droits de l'homme. Cette session est importante. Elle se tient à un moment particulier de l'histoire de l'Afrique. Elle a été précédée par Merci beaucoup. La Commission reprend donc ses travaux de cet après-midi.
Is resuming. We will start with item 9. We have started with item 9 since this morning with the Burkina Faso report. Then they presented their responses, and now we start with continue with 9. It's a pleasure for the African Commission to receive the Republic of Angola for the presentation of its periodic report on behalf of the African Commission. I would like, on behalf of all the commissioners, to welcome the delegation of Angola. I'd like to say we are deeply honored to have before us Her Excellency Madame Aola Paulo, who is the Minister of Social Action, Family Promotion of Women's Affairs. On behalf of all the commissioners, we'd like to welcome you, and we also wish to welcome Her Excellency Ana Celesta Cardozo Janvario, Secretary of State for Human Rights and Citizenship at the Ministry of Justice and Human Rights, as well as Excellency Mr. Pacheco Francisco, Secretary of State for Preschool Education at the Ministry of Education. This is the highest authorities. The ministry is, the delegation has, we were told that there are 35 members of delegation. All the other members of the Commission kindly note that we acknowledge your presence, because we cannot list all 35 members of delegation. Kindly consider that we have acknowledged your presence. I just present the broad lines of this statement. We will give the government of Angola 1 hour for the presentation of its report, and then we have the question and answer session. Country Rapporteur, Honorable Commissioner Marie-Louise Abumu, will have about 15 minutes to ask her questions as Country Rapporteur, but also directly to ask questions as Chairperson of Working Group on Older Persons and Persons Living with Disabilities. And then we'll have the questions of the commissioners and special mechanisms that would have 10 minutes each when it comes to the Maputo Protocol or the Convention. Special Rapporteur on Refugee special mechanisms will all have 7 minutes. Before we start, Honorable Minister, allow me, as per our protocol, allow Honorable Marie-Louise Abumu to welcome you to this exercise that we are starting. Honorable Marilise Abumo, you have the floor. Thank you for giving me the floor, Honorable Chair. As it's the first time that I'm taking the floor since this morning, I would like to convey my salutations to all the participants and distinguished delegation that is with us today. Honorable Chair, I had the honor of being received by the Minister of Social Action, Family and Women's Promotion, who was absent during our visit in Angola. I expressed to her our satisfaction and our gratitude for the warm welcome that was afforded us during our mission. I would like to reiterate to the entire delegation these salutations and the commendation of the Commission before we go to the crux of the matter. Madam Minister, distinguished Secretary of State, distinguished delegations, I'd like to join my voice to the words of welcome of the chairperson of the African Commission. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Honorable Commissioner Marilise Abumo. It is now a pleasure for the Commission to give the floor to Her Excellency Madam Minister Anna Polo Sacramento Neto for the presentation, and the exercise will last for 1 hour. And this presentation, Excellency Madam Minister, you have the floor, Madam. Commission Marilise, Country Rapporteur, distinguished commissioners, state representatives of national human rights institutions, civil society, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor on behalf of the government and the delegation and the accompany me to express my warm salutations to these distinguished members of the Commission of Human and People's Rights. My delegation includes the Secretary of State and Citizenship, the Secretariat of State for Preschool and Primary School, the experts of the Ministry of Interior, the Ministry of Justice and Human Rights, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Culture, and the Ministry of Telecommunications, the Information Technology and Social Communication, the Ministry of Social Action, of Women's Affairs and Family Affairs, and the Civil Chamber of the Presidency of the Republic. All the above-mentioned sectors are part of the Intersector Committee for the drafting of National Report on Human Rights, which constitutes a national mechanism for reporting and monitoring of the recommendations that were made to Angola. So the periodic reports on the implementation of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, this additional protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of women in Africa, and the initial report of the Convention on the Protection and Assistance to Displaced Persons in Africa. In 2018, we presented a combined report to the African Commission, and we received important recommendations. In September, we welcomed the second visit of a team of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, chaired by the chairperson of this commission, who had the opportunity to discuss with the Angolan entities that you have the information contained in our report. The report includes measures implemented to ensure the implementation of the recommendations of Commission on the Kampala Convention in conformity with the African Commission's guidelines. It's important that the report deserves the consultation of different partners, including civil society. And the last consultation that we had was in 11 October in Rwanda with the participation of over 150 individuals. Honorable Chair, Honorable Commissioners, the realization of elections in 2022, during which for the first time Angolans from the diaspora participated, were deemed free and fair by national and international observers, who dictated the re-election for a second term to his President Jean Malos Golas Lorenzo. Since the last report in 2018 to date, the government of Angola
has done its best to comply with the recommendations. The strategy for long-term development 2050, which enhances the potentialities of its human capital, provides for modern and competitive infrastructure, and also to intensify the economy, which is diversified and prosperous. The establishment of a resilient and sustainable ecosystem, the nation open to the world, and with equality of chances. When it comes to the implementation of this strategy, a 5-year plan of national development was rolled out, and in line with 2023 to 2027, and this will reflect objectively the improvement of the conditions and the living conditions of the populations to access to health services, access to education, and electricity, water, and sanitation, and accommodation. Angola is encountering serious economic challenges linked to dependency on oil products. So in this background of world economic crisis, Angola continues to count on the diversification of the economy and empowerment of families as an alternative to respond to the needs of the populations, especially the most vulnerable population. Despite the difficulties that the country is encountering over time, Angola has never shied away from its responsibilities and obligations, because it adopted and implemented legislative policy with a significant impact with a view to raising the standard of living of the populations, as indicated in the report that we are presented here. We can underscore the following. Number one, the approval and implementation of National Human Rights Strategy and its action plan since its approval in April 2020. It was already implemented to the tune of 80%, thanks to funds from the state budget and with the support of the strategic partners. The National Action Plan for the fight against human trafficking and the National Mechanism of Reference and the Criminal Code, the Criminal Procedural Code, aligned with regional and international standards of human rights. The institutionalization of 18 provincial committees of human rights, 164 municipal communities, 110 at the level of the commune, and 8 at the level of the schools. The National Action Plan for the Eradication of Child Labor 2021-2025. Ongoing is general census of the population. This is ongoing, and this will enable us to update the data from the previous censuses. In that regard, we would like to underscore some relevant indicators. Apart from the indicators that will be mentioned by the sectorial and thematic block. We have the Human Development Index, which is 0.511 plus 0.023 compared to 2021, when we were at 0.586 and we are on 186. Life expectancy from 58 to 62 years in the period from 2017 to 2022. When it comes to the integrated program for local development and poverty alleviation, its implementation is accompanied with budgetary amount of 2018 to 2020, 9,026,000 individuals were registered, and social infrastructure were built, rural infrastructure were rehabilitated, and also the reintegration of former soldiers in productive inclusion, family-based agriculture, and generating works and yield. Assistance to people living with disabilities, technical training, demining, primary health care, and monetary social transfers. It is being implemented currently is the Kwanda project, which will rely on social monetary transfers. Up till now, 1,061,000 people have, families have benefited from this, 70% of whom are women. 346 associations and 395 cooperatives are involved in this plan. We also have the integrated plan of the intervention of the local authorities, and the objective is to concretize expenses in terms of grassroots activity, and priorities are given to social-based activities so that we can promote regional economic growth and more inclusive growth. It is estimated at $2 million have been recovered when it comes to the fight against corruption, with the implementation of more than 2,000 projects, mostly in the social sector, in construction and the rehabilitation of schools, municipal hospitals, and also health centers. In 2021, the national policy of social assistance was adopted, and the strategy to operationalize the sector, which aims at protecting families, individuals, and communities who find themselves in a situation of poverty and vulnerability, which requires the support of the state on a temporary basis or on a permanent basis. The main ongoing projects are the implementation of integrated social action centers. Right now, 58 centers are operating in 16 provinces. Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, at this juncture, we would look at the progress and challenges encountered in the various sectors. The Constitution of the Republic of Angola, in Article 21, stipulates the principle of equality and non-discrimination, and constitute to be a basic pillar for the state for the promotion of human rights and fundamental freedoms of the citizens as well as for the foreigners. The approval of the Penal Code has reinforced this principle in Article 112, which criminalizes with 2-year sentences all discriminatory practices. Freedom of opinion and religion. Angola is a non-religious state. It is important to state that religious communities are protected, and no form of discriminated is tolerated on account of beliefs, religions, or violations or benefit from the rights and fundamental rights in line with the Constitution and the law. 90 churches are acknowledged, and 4 of them have been acknowledged this year. The freedom of expression, information, this is consecrated by the Constitution and is linked to the principles of human rights. And Angola has a legislative framework of the media approved in 2017 that is in being reviewed, and new decrees have already been approved inter alia, the media law. Over years, the number of media houses have increased, and there has been a reduction of imprisonment of journalists for the freedom of the media. In the criminal code of Angola, there is guarantees for the possibilities of applying the sentences, prison sentences, when there is no freedom of expression. Access to internet. Angola has more than 11,139,000 internet users. The program that connects Angola is to guarantee internet access to the population with 360,000 users. It has been established portal, data banks, public service online to guarantee universal access to information. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, access to land. As part of the land program, they allocated title deeds to rural communities and also simplified the process for attributing title deeds to agricultural cooperatives. In total, 1,124 title deeds were allocated, 57 for the men and 43% for the women. The idea is to attribute 3,600 title deeds for the rural communities. Access to decent housing through the National Housing Project, whose objective is to improve the housing of populations. Increase of job opportunities is one of the priorities of the government. In 2024, we created more than 280,000 jobs. These efforts was affected by the COVID-19 pandemic to the extent that millions of citizens lost their jobs. National health system is free of charge and is universal. In 2017, we recorded 2,612 health institutions from 3,346 in 2024, which accounts for an increase in 30% of fully equipped health center, and to ensure to provide primary health care. During the last 5 years, 46,700 health professionals were employed, principally for primary health care, and this represents a growth of 43.6%. The number of doctors for 10,000 inhabitants went from 0.28 to 2.3%. The fruits of these measures led to the mortality rate, current rate is 52 for 1,000 births, and 22 for 1,000 births. Access to health care has increased by 27% to 70%. When it comes to measures to fight against HIV/AIDS, there are two decrees: the law on HIV/AIDS that is being reviewed, and the decree on HIV/AIDS professional training. Now the executive, aware of the fact that HIV/AIDS is constitute a health challenge, here we want to underscore the campaign Live Freely, which has been implemented in 18 provinces and which has led to the increase in the number of pregnant women who have access to HIV screening during prenatal consultations, and also this has led to the increase in the number of treatment for HIV positive. Increase in ARVs has increased to 73%, and there is reduction of mother to child transmission, and this has been reduced from 28% to 15%. With respect to the acknowledgement of the use of land and the minority ethnic groups, when it comes to the land system, the state of Angola respects and protects the rights of communities to have land. When it comes to asylum seekers, migrants, refugees, they are respected, their rights are respected, and they are treated with dignity in line with the constitutions. Training activities for the police forces have been increased, as well as the law enforcement agencies and the traditional authorities who work at the border areas. According to the basic rules of human rights, and here we have the participation of 10,000. Currently, the National Refugee Council has recruited 52,659 citizens from various nationalities, and we have 16,000 refugees, 30,133 asylum seekers, including 6,035 refugees from the DRC in the Luvua camp in the north of the country. With respect to the number of migrants, the data will be updated on the basis of the ongoing census. When it comes to the renovation, the issuance of refugee cards since July 2023, there is a process for biometric registration of the refugees and asylum seekers. The process is being accomplished under the auspices of the refugee communities, NGOs, and the High Commissioner for United Nations for Refugees. When it comes to the birth certificate deliverance, this does not involve the attribution of nationality. However, there are no obstacles when it comes to access to service. Mr. Chairperson, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please allow me at this juncture to give the floor to the Secretary of State to Education, Mr. Dr. Paseco Francisco, and also to the Human Rights Secretary, Anastasia Joanuro, who would continue to present the inroads that have been made when it comes to the objectives of the African Charter on Human Rights in their various sectors. Distinguished members of the Commission, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with respect to education, measures have been adopted and strategies have been adopted to guarantee education for all as indicated in the Constitution. For 2027, 17 new structures have been created, leading to 12,027. This represents a significant improvement at the national level. The country currently has teachers, and this is a result of the training of these teachers. This indicates that the system is holistic and that all the students have access to quality education with trained teachers. Apart from what has just been presented, in addition to what has been presented, we have seen there are challenges in the rural areas. On the academic plane, education still remains a big challenge. I would like to state that when it comes to women's empowerment projects, we are currently implementing a scholarship program for the secondary students in private and public schools with a view to overcoming school dropout phenomenon, and also to ensure that the students stay thanks to scholarship. The pilot program implemented in the provinces of Luanda and Bongo, completed in 2022-2023, benefited to 20,770 students in the first cycle of secondary education. There is also a forecast for the implementation of the expansion phase of the program that will benefit approximately 900,000 students. There are also initiatives that allow women and girls to have access to science, technology, engineering, and mathematics courses, STEM. In this regard, the government approved the Science and Technology Development Project financed by the Angolan Development Bank. Through the attribution of scholarships, and more than 610 girls benefited. To fight against illiteracy, the Second Chance Education Program and the Youth and Adult Literacy Program has been put in place and is attended mostly by women and girls. The government has put in place several initiatives to promote inclusive education, access to education for children with disabilities. It should be noted that 9 million of students are enrolled this year, 2024-2025, 46,000 students with disabilities, including 19,000 girls. And significant effort has been made to ensure that these children have the same educational opportunities to promote gender equality when it comes to access to education. These policies reflect a commitment by the Angolan government to establish a more inclusive and educative system which values diversity and the potential of all individuals regardless of their condition. In addition, the Youth and Adult Literacy and Education Program is an important initiative to combat illiteracy and to train the population for various reasons. This program aims not only at functional literacy but also at promoting social and economic development of the young people and adults. In 2018, the Ministry of Education included comprehensive sexual education in primary and secondary school curricula with the objective to promote information, especially for young girls. Also, we are currently implementing the Girls Empowerment and Learning for All programs, which includes a component of support for sexual and reproductive health as a component for vulnerable children, vulnerable girls. We would also like to note that the aim is to in Tusaku, and about 250,000 youth and adults benefited from this program, especially girls in the rural areas. I thank you, Chairperson. Now I would give the floor to the Secretary of State of Human Rights. Thank you, Honorable Ministers, Chairperson of the Commission, Honorable Commissioners. Transparency, good governance, and the fight against corruption are one of the priorities of the government. In this regard, decrees have been enacted. The national strategy and prevention and repression of corruption 224-227 after the finalization of the implementation of this strategic plan for the fight against corruption 2018-2022. In 2023, we put in place 326 procedures for 2017 to 2022. The national assets recovery program to date has recovered more than $7,000. At the regional and international level, we want to underscore that since the presentation of the last report, Angola has ratified and signed important conventions when it comes to human rights. Inter alia, the protocol relating to human rights, the protocol of the African Union Court and that of the African Court on Human and People's Rights, and the African Charter for Democracy, Elections and Good Governance, the protocols to the African Charter relating to the rights of elderly persons, the second additional protocol on civic political rights relating to the abolition of the death penalty, the Convention for the Elimination of All Types of Discrimination, Convention Against Torture and Other Ill-Treatment, the United Nations Conventions on Statelessness, the various conventions of the International Labour Office. The Constitution devotes integrations of norms ratified by international instruments have been domesticated. So the numbers are considered in the internal law and applied directly before the courts. We have also prepared a list of regulations, and Angola is still committed to continue cooperation with the Commission on Human Rights and will participate in a positive manner. Last year, we were visited by 3 rapporteurs of the United Nations and the Commission of Human Rights. Angola prohibits death penalty, and Angola will ratify the second additional protocol to the International Convention Covenant on Civic and Political Rights to encourage the ratification by other states. So we support the protocol on the abolition of the of the death penalty in conformity with the Cotonou Agreement. Angola prohibits all types of torture, inhuman and ill-treatment, and today the Angolan Criminal Code defines torture in accordance with the Convention Against Torture ratified by Angola, and whose initial report has already been submitted to the relevant committees. With respect to arbitrary detention and excessive use of force by security agency, there are mechanisms to empower them and also reparations of victims. In the report against torture, we have provided concrete data on the process. The Angolan state has improved the condition of the prison population through the improvement of the structures and the training of the prison wardens, and also the separation of women and men. All the centers have women wings and men's wings, and also areas for psychological support. The application of the law on the provision also introduces sentences, imprisonment, accessory penas, and security measures have been put in place. The implementation of the death penalty of sentences and other alternatives to imprisonment with a view to reducing the prison population. In 2023, the juvenile system was improved with the building of centers through a partnership project between UNICEF, European Union, and the Ministry of Justice and Human Rights. 5 provincial centers were established and 5 commissions have been established in all provinces. When it comes to the freedom of meeting, these are guaranteed in the Constitution, and thanks to the law on meetings and demonstrations. Several demonstrations have been organized by religious, political groups, and civil society organizations. However, some demonstrations have been limited because they did not adhere to the procedures and because of risk of security and violation of public order. For example, in 2018 and 2023, 803 peaceful demonstrations were rolled out, accompanied by the police. It should be underscored that violent acts have occurred, and this could be taken for demonstrations. Freedom of expression is guaranteed by the Constitution and the law on private association. In 2021, a new status was approved on public utility, and public funds have been given to these associations with the relevant activities. In May 2023, the Parliament approved the law on the status of NGOs in compliance with the guidelines on the freedom of association and meetings in Africa, in accordance with the institutions responsible for against money laundering and funding and financial terrorism. The number of associations that have registered have increased from 2019 from 578 to 1,000. Human rights defenders are protected by the law, and in that regard, we would like to underscore the National Human Rights Strategy, which, among other specific objectives, enhances synergies with the civil society. Angola continues to work to ensure that justice is more effective and closer to the citizen. The process of the reform of the judicial system is making significant inroads. Law 2922 of 29th August puts in place the rules for the operations of the tribunals, and also there is a law governing courts which was reviewed, and the status of public judges. We established 39 commercial courts and 3 municipal courts. We also established our first instance courts and second instance courts in Rwanda, Benguela, and Mula, Chamber of Commerce on industrial and intellectual property.
The increase in the number of magistrates from 712 with an increase of 441 magistrates and judges, with regards to magistrates in the courts, over 700 represents 386, a number which is high of lawyers and trainees to strengthen access to justice for vulnerable groups. The Constitution provides the free legal assistance for girls through the Lawyers Association, and there's a conflict resolution center where lawyers and trainee lawyers train legal counsel and engage in mediation. There are posts for birth registration, and there are issuance of identity cards in all the municipalities. As we speak, there are 321 posts for identification and 35 consular and diplomatic missions. There are now over 15 million citizens that have their identity cards in Angola, and we are now adopting measures to register all the Angolan citizens. Distinguished participants, Angola is committed to respect sustainable development and the principles governing human rights. Angola has signed on to the International Transparency Initiative on the Extractive Industries and presented its initial report on the site of that organization. In line with the implementation of the communities, the 9 codes state that the customs of the communities need to be taken into account so as to contribute to the sustainable economic and social development. Before any mining project is embarked on, consultations are carried out with the communities, including women and vulnerable groups. These consultations are provided for within the framework of the allocation of land. Thank you. Honorable Chair, allow me at this juncture to present the main challenges in the implementation of the Maputo Protocol. In terms of participation in the affairs of the nation, we have 37% women in parliament, 39% in the executive, and 27% in the provincial governments. And out of which 29% at the level of the governors, 45% of diplomats, and 35% in the civil service, 42% in the public magistrature, and 29% in the judiciary. Magistrates. We need to know that we have a vice president of the republic.
on gender-based violence that is aligned with the numbers for Integrated Center for Public Security and 115.015 against domestic violence. This violence in Angola is a public crime, and it was created a department specialized for this kind of crimes in the services, national services of investigation, and there is a session in the digital codes for this kind of crimes. The protection measures for these victims, the law provides for the attribution of statutes for victims that ensures spaces for preferential care for obtention of proofs by competent authorities and ensuring the protection of victims. It is a fact that the number of reports have been increasing due to the work and sensitization that public institutions are performing. From 2017 to 2023, we recorded 21,000 cases. In these centers, we receive reports presently and also by telephone. And Angola also has a platform to gather data at national level that was launched in October 2023. We also have a national strategy for prevention and fighting violence against children and also national plan. Angola is committed with the elimination of nocive practice such as early marriage and early pregnancy, polygamy, genital mutilation, witchcraft, and others. To mitigate this practice, we continue to work in the sensitization and implementation of campaigns together against early marriage and early pregnancy in Angola. These measures were strengthened through a legal code, penal code that includes a section on crimes against women and criminalize the genital mutilation whose cases go from 2 to 10 years of prison. We would like to also talk about marriage. This is regulated by the family code that is being updated with a particularity of aligning the age of 18 years without exceptions. However, in the last years, we have reduced the number of marriages involving minors, and this kind of marriage are done in a traditional way. In this sense, we should highlight the role of the centers in the communities that discuss this kind of issues in communities to contribute for the prevention of this practice. The intervention allowed sensitized 2,400,000 people at national level, and which 1,271,000 male and 1,269,000 are women. The program on gender equality, we promoted workshops to sensitize on human rights of women and girls, gender and domestic violence, early pregnancy, training of activists, and also distributed informative material, and we have reached a total of 57,000 people between 2020 and 2022. Regarding the legislation on abortion, I would like to inform
it is important to inform you that the Penal Code values the prevention of right to life, and all this is in converting with the international norms included in the Maputo Protocol. Article 126 provides that abortion is allowed if there is an application or to draft a second generation plan. Promotion of women in the rural areas includes measures and policies for traditional partners and support to microfinance activities, promotion and support for the legalization of companies, increase their production and value chain for the empowerment of families, capacity building for mothers who are heads of families in terms of local production, nutrition, improved nutrition, and the provision of legal land documents, leases, within the framework of decrees like the law on land. There is no distinction between men and women in the area of inheritance. However, due to cultural factors, widows suffer discrimination in the sharing of land and property in certain regions of this country. In some cases, such cases are taken before the courts, and the rights of the family should be implemented, and the woman is entitled to 50% of the husband's property. Chair, distinguished members of the Commission, in conformity with Kampala Convention, the most of capital has been expended. In view of the armed conflicts in the many years, the catastrophe and disasters which are consequence of climate change are rampant in the constitutional framework. Protection of displaced persons is a commitment of the government through policies and measures for social assistance at the national level. And the stability and the context of peace. Since 2002, Angola has a situation where the displaced persons who are controlled, and there are reports on the situation, and recently, and the extension of 165 kilometers with more than 12,000 people who have so many heads of cattle. The government of Angola is a signatory to regional and continental human rights treaties. With regards to international humanitarian law, Angola has ratified the second additional protocol to the Convention of Geneva of 2 October 1949 on the protection of victims of armed conflict, the Convention on the stateless persons, the Convention for the reduction of states in numbers of stateless persons. We have made enormous strides in the promotion and protection of migrants and refugees with a legal regime for foreign citizens in Angola and a migratory policy. As a mechanism of protection for interdisplaced persons, a commission has been set up at the national level for civil protection, and it was set up in 2020. With referring to protection with regards to interdisplaced persons, the government has put in place many programs to preempt and to assist vulnerable persons during the crisis situations in 2016, an office was set up in the camp of Dudu to assist migrants in the north of the country. Now there exists over many such camps in the province of Luanda and in the north of the country. In December 2021, a welcome center, reception center was established in the municipality of Ambaje in the province of Kwinini. At that center, the first former Angolan refugees were hosted there with dignified assistance, and then in 2022 the return of climate refugees from the Republic of Namibia who had fled due to the drought conditions in the south. Now the center of Kalweke has been closed and the families have gone back to their original homes with the support of the Angolan government. The Honorable Chair, members of the Commission, with regards to the displacement caused by projects and relocation of families, a law was enacted which establishes the principle of expropriation for public use, and government has adopted measures before any project is started and which would have an impact on populations, communities, and others. All the interested persons have to receive some compensation, adequate compensation, before such projects take off. For example, 1,500 families were compensated. They lived in an area from where they were expropriated. Now, with regards to displacement of persons due to the construction of a new international airport, Dr. Abulshino Neto, construction of projects of 1,500 social housing, including the infrastructure and social equipment, and it is in 3 phases. Now, in conclusion, I would like to reaffirm the political commitment of the government of Angola in the promotion and protection of civil, political, economic, and social rights, environment as well for the people. I'd also wish to thank the chairperson of the African Commission, Commissioner Rapporteur for Angola, and all the other commissioners that would engage with us within this the framework of this dialogue. And I'd like to say my delegation and I are at your disposal should you require any clarification. I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you, Excellency, for your presentation, which covered the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the Kampala Convention, and the Maputo Protocol. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts for the position and the comprehensive nature of your presentation. And now give the floor to the country rapporteur, Marie-Louise Albomo. I'd like, in the interest of time once again, I'd like to request the speakers to be precise and concise and to respect the time we have prescribed. It is 4:30. We should conclude at 5:30, and we have to manage time. Madam Chair, Madam Country Rapporteur, you have 15 minutes for general questions and your mechanism. Thank you. Madam Honorable Minister, Honorable Minister, Secretaries of State, distinguished delegations, in my capacity as country rapporteur responsible for the Republic of Angola, I will have the honor of presenting the general questions following the presentation of your report, and with the authorization of the chair, I will then proceed with the questions that are peculiar to my mandate. With regards to the general questions on the issue of reporting obligations, it's an open secret that your report is a state party to the African Charter, and that is why you are here. Since 1990, they have ratified the Maputo Protocol on the Rights of Women in Africa on 30 August 2000, and the Convention for Protection and Assistance of Displaced Persons in Africa on 14 May 2013. You have presented your initial report to the Commission in 1998, and then in 2010 you submitted a combined report, or cumulative second to fifth periodic report, and in 2016 you submitted the sixth and seventh cumulative report. The report was considered by the Commission during this ordinary session held in Mauritania from 25 April to 9 May 2018. The concluding observations were adopted at the Commission's 26th extraordinary session held in Banjul from 16 to 30 July 2019. On 30 October 2023, you submitted to the Commission your 8th and 9th periodic report on the implementation of the African Charter on the Human and People's Rights, the Maputo Protocol, and its initial report on Kampala Convention, which is the report under review. This report includes parts B and C on the implementation of the Maputo Protocol and the Kampala Convention provisions, and the Commission would like to congratulate the Republic of Angola for the second state party of African Charter to comply with its reporting obligations under the three instruments, including Article 14 of the Kampala Convention. And the Commission takes note with appreciation of the inclusive process that led to the preparation of the periodic report under the coordination of the National Mechanism for Reporting and Monitoring of Recommendations and the Intersectoral Commission for the drafting of National Human Rights Reports. Additionally, the report informs that consultations were held with the ministerial departments, civil society organizations, and institutions of Portuguese-speaking countries in Africa. While appreciating this state periodic report, the Commission would like to raise some questions pertaining to its content, as well as to obtain further information on how the government of Angola is implementing the rights enshrined in the African Charter and other relevant instruments. As I indicated during the presentation of my activity report, the first, I gave you the information firsthand, and that would not cover the promotion mission. The promotion mission has not, the report has not been submitted to the plenary, so would bear with us if we ask you questions that were raised during the promotion mission. Is the state party aware of the Commission's guidelines for national periodic reports on the African Charter and the Maputo Protocol? With regards to ratifications, in 2019 the Commission recommended that Angola ratified a set of African international human rights related instruments. You did so. You listed the instruments, international human rights instruments that have been ratified, and the Commission commends the government of Angola for having ratified during the reporting period. The Commission would like to know and have information, updated information on the ratification on these other instruments within the framework of the African Union. The protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, on the Statute of the African Court of Justice and Human Rights that you signed on 21 February 2007, the African Protocol to Rights of Citizens and Social Protection, Social Security, the African Charter on Values and Principles Public Service signed on 27 January 20.
Now, for the United Nations, it is the International Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance. You signed this on the 24th of September 2014. Secondly, the 1961 Convention on Reduction of Statelessness and the facultative protocol on the Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman and Degrading Treatment that you signed on 24th of September 2013. With respect to the national human rights institutions, the Commission takes note of the several legislative instruments adopted by the government of Angola during the reporting program. Inter alia, the Constitutional Review Law Act, Law number 18/21 of 16 August 2021, which among others allows citizens to vote abroad, as well as the adoption of the Angolan Penal Code, Law number 38/20 of 11 November 2022, and the Code of Criminal Procedure, Law number 39/20 of 11 November 2020, which contain the relevant provisions for guaranteeing human rights, inter alia, paragraphs 14 to 15. Your report indicates that Angola adopted a national human rights strategy and an action plan through a presidential decree number 120 of 14 April 2020, paragraph 10. That being said, the strategy and the National Human Rights Strategy and Action Plan, does it have financial and human resources required for their implementation? That is the first question. Second question, what are the main areas of the National Human Rights Strategy yet to be implemented 3 years after its approval? Furthermore, the report also informs that human rights in Angola have been elevated to the category, I quote, national security issue, end of quote. So the Angolan delegation is urged to elaborate on the concrete implication of the aforementioned assertion on the enjoyment of human rights. In the same way, the delegation is invited to provide examples of judgments or rulings where the Angolan judge explicitly invoked the African Charter provisions as a legal basis. Furthermore, the Angolan authorities have deployed specific efforts under the period to popularize and disseminate the African Charter and other relevant regional human rights instruments. Your report mentions an institutional framework dedicated to the drafting of periodic reports and the monitoring of the implementation of recommendations received from human rights bodies. The Commission would like to hear more information about the national mechanism for reporting and follow-up of recommendations with respect to its composition, mandate, and resources. Now, when it comes to non-discrimination, the Commission reiterates its congratulations to the Republic of Angola for having ratified the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination on 2nd October 2019. The Commission also takes note of the provisions of Articles 21 and 23 of the Constitution, which prohibits all kinds of discrimination. That being said, is the state party considering adopting a general law on equality, equality, and non-discrimination? Indeed, the Commission takes due note of the case of a disabled woman who suffered discrimination in the Namibia province, tried in 2020 and sentenced to 2 years and 6 months in prison, paragraph 22. In the same vein, the report raises concerns about the persistence of discrimination against persons living with disabilities and people suffering from albinism and the lack of state support for their inclusion. What are, therefore, the concrete measures taken by the government of Angola to foster inclusion and to combat discrimination against children with disabilities and children suffering from albinism, especially in schools. The Secretary of State has indicated that 9,000 children with disabilities have been enrolled. What are the measures taken to combat discrimination against them? In addition, apart from the penal code and other constitutional provisions, are there any specific instruments, organs, or measures to effectively protect indigenous people, foreign nationals, and people living with HIV/AIDS against discrimination? In the same vein, are there any education and awareness-raising campaigns that promote equality, tolerance, and respect for diversity in Angola? Furthermore, could the delegation elaborate on specific measures that have been put in place to combat or discourage eventual discriminatory practices under customary law? And lastly, is the government of Angola considering ratifying the UN Educational, Scientific and Cultural Education Convention against discrimination in the field of education? With respect to the right to freedom of conscience, according to Article 10 of the Constitution, Angola is a secular state where religious discrimination is prohibited and freedom of conscience, religion, and worship is guaranteed. The Constitution also requires the state to protect churches and religious groups as long as they comply with the law. Honorable Minister reported on the fact that 98 churches have been licensed, including 24 in 2024. The report indicates that Angola adopted law number 1219 of 14 May 2019 on freedom of religion and worship and presidential decree number 237/19 of 29 July approving the organic statute of National Institution of Religious Affairs. The delegation is therefore invited to elaborate on the mandate of this National Institute for Religious Affairs, NAR, as well as its main achievements. And that being said, what are the efforts deployed by the government of Angola to promote religious dialogue and to prevent discrimination based on religious grounds? Now, still on the right to freedom of conscience, the report indicates the existence of more than 3,000 religious confessions in Angola, among which 85 religious groups are recognized. We will change this to 98, as we said, whilst more than 1,100 others are not recognized. The delegation is invited to provide information on the mismatch and the disproportion of figures between the existing groups, recognized groups, and unrecognized groups. And in that regard, is it true that the Baha'i faith and the World Messianic Church remain the only two non-Christian religious organizations registered? The unregistered religious groups state that the notary and residential declaration requirements, namely 60,000 total notarized signature, including 1,000 signatures from each of the country's 18 provinces, are too expensive and cumbersome for their congregation. The delegation is invited to elaborate on the above-mentioned situation. With respect to the right to participate in public affairs, Article 52 of the Angolan Constitution stipulates that every citizen has the right to participate in political life and in the management of public affairs, directly or through freely elected representatives. This is paragraph 133. The last general elections in date took place in August 2022, and the observers, as you said yourself, concluded that they were generally peaceful, inclusive, and competitive. These elections enfranchise voters in the diaspora for the first time in the history of your country, thereby extending democratic right to this category of citizens to elect their leaders. That being said, what are the actions taken by the government of Angola to increase the participation of the underrepresented groups in elective institutions such as women, disabled persons, and the youth? Furthermore, reforms indicate that the Electoral Commission Commission enjoys broad discretionary powers to determine the number of election observers as well as allow the conduct of elections observation in all aspects of the electoral process. The delegation is urged to elaborate on the above mentioned allegation. What are the legal and institutional guarantees in force for a balanced and equitable access to media coverage for all the parties in the electoral process? Are there in Angola any national mechanism that redress election-related disputes in Angola? Honorable Ministers, what you just heard is the chairperson calling me to order. I am not sure I will exhaust my presentation, but I want to assure you that you will receive this in writing. I will now hand over the floor to the chairperson to tell me whether I would benefit from any extra time. Okay, because of time constraints, you have 5 extra minutes. Chairperson, given all that I have to say to the Republic of Angola, I prefer that you maintain that 5 minutes and that I will submit my questions to them in writing. Because when I start, you cannot stop me. You know that for me, it is a pleasure to interact this country which is under my portfolio. Honorable Minister, Secretary of State, distinguished delegations, I will stop there. But then it is a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. The other questions would be submitted in writing to the delegations who would read them. The objective here is to present a summary of the question because time does not allow them to write down all the questions. I will now give the floor to the Vice Chairperson for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll do my best. As my colleague Commissioner Rapporteur has indicated, we'll submit the written questions in due course anyway. Let me join Honorable Chair and my colleague Honorable Commissioner Rapporteur for Angola, Commissioner Bomo, to welcome you and to congratulate you for the submission of your report. The questions I'm asking are relevant to the Maputo Protocol. Honorable Commissioner has already asked about the state guidelines, whether you are aware of them. I'll just follow that up with whether you're also aware of the Maputo Protocol Scorecard Index that was adopted by the EU General Directorate, which actually helps to monitor progress in the implementation of Maputo on an ongoing basis at the national level, whether you are aware of that, just to give guidelines on that. I also have a set of questions on equality and discrimination. I'll just give you highlights of some of them, and then the rest we will give to you in writing. Your report states that all draft bills respect the principle of equality and non-discrimination provided for in Article 23 of the Angolan Constitution. However, as you are aware, prohibiting discrimination is not only in law, especially if we don't provide monitoring and enforcement mechanism. This doesn't mean that they won't have discrimination on a day-to-day basis. So we'll invite you to tell us give us concrete example of substantive measures to modify social and cultural practices of women and men, that is customary practices that are based on the inferiority and superiority of either sex or stereotypical roles for women and men. What are the efforts made in the field of raising awareness of the rights of women, particularly in rural communities, because this is where women find themselves really disadvantaged. I have other questions under that, but we'll submit them in writing. I'll just give you highlights. And we'll move quickly to right to dignity. The report highlights various legislation aimed at combating human trafficking and sexual exploitation, particularly impacting women and girls. However, it lacks clarity regarding the effectiveness of these laws in addressing national and cross-border trafficking of women. What steps have been taken to oversee the enforcement of anti-trafficking laws? Have there been instances where the government investigated, prosecuted, and convicted traffickers? What initiatives exist to train frontline officials and identify victims being trafficked, and to support survivors? Has the government engaged in collaborative efforts with foreign counterparts to tackle cross-border trafficking? I move on to Article 8, dealing with access to justice and equal protection before the law. The report states that awareness raising and information campaigns are held in Angola to encourage the report of all acts of domestic violence to the competent courts. That is in paragraph 376. However, the report raises concerns regarding the access of women to justice in Angola, despite the court's decentralization through the adoption of Act No. 2 of 15 and the creation of and regulation of out-of-court dispute settlement. The question is, are there any specific measures, programs, or policies to enhance women's access to justice in Angola? Is there any specific legal aid program for low-income women to access justice? Does the state have a specialized sexual offences court specifically designated to handle cases related to sexual violence against women? What steps have been taken to encourage women to report cases of violence to the court and protect them from potential reprisals or retaliation? I move on to the other question, but I move on quickly to Article 9, participation in political and decision-making processes. The Commission acknowledges and commends the positive trend in Angola, where there has been a notable increase in the representation of women in public position. This is quite commendable. This progress is particularly noteworthy in the judicial and government sectors, with women occupying significant roles such as the Vice Presidency, the Presidency of the National Assembly, the Constitutional and Audit Court, the Ombudsman, the Deputy Attorney General, and so many other offices, as provided for in paragraph 385. Now, the question is, what's the representation of women in the private sector, in particular at the managerial and decision-making level? What are the concrete measures taken to protect women against online and offline political violence or harassment or in elected context? I think this is very important because these are some of the areas that hamper and impede women's participation in public life. I now move on to right to dignity, right to life, integrity, and security, Articles 3 and 4 of the Maputo Protocol. On 5th November 2017, the Commission adopted guidelines on combating sexual violence, its consequences in Africa. Is the State Party aware of this document? Is Angola aware of this document? The Commission takes notes of the comprehensive information on violence against women in Angola, as provided for in paragraphs 354 and 358. Does the existing legislation and institutional framework relating to combating GBV enable access to justice and provide for survivors, victims, medical, and psychosocial needs? What forms of rehabilitation and reparation are available for survivors of sexual violence? The delegation is invited to provide data on the number of investigated and prosecuted cases of gender-based violence against women, including domestic violence, and on the sentences imposed. Are any efforts being made to harmonize the age of consent for sex for boys and girls in Angola? As the penal code specifies 18 for boys and 16 for girls. So what steps have been taken in that direction? Are there any victim support units to investigate violations and offer support to victims of gender-based violence? I will just ask one more question under this head and we'll submit the rest. Is marital rape criminalized under the penal code in Angola? Do you have a law against marital rape? I move on quick to elimination of harmful practices. Article 5 of the Maputo Protocol. Can the delegation inform the Commission about the prevalence of negative traditional cultural practice in the country and the government's efforts to combat them? What are the existing safeguards or guarantees for the full respect of women's rights under the customary law in Angola? Because these are areas where women are mostly discriminated. Articles 6 and 7, rights relating to marriage. In 2019, the Commission recommended to Angola to repeal Article 24, paragraphs 2 and 3 of the Family Code, which introduces the marriage of boys and girls before the age of 18, so as to prevent the proliferation of child marriages. The report provides information that the Angolan Family Code is in progress of being revised in relation to child marriage. Is Article 24, paragraph 2 and 3 of the Family Code still in force? If yes, how does the state justify the maintaining exception to the marriageable age, despite overwhelming evidence of a negative impact on the lives of the rights of women and girls? The delegation is invited to provide an update on the revision process of the Family Code provisions relating to legal age of marriage. The government of Angola are of experts on the rights and welfare of the child, on ending child marriage. If you are aware, what steps are you taking to implement the recommendation provided for in this joint general comment? I move on quickly to economic, social, and cultural rights under Article 12 and 13, right to education and training. The delegation is invited to provide data on the population of girls at different levels of the education system, elementary, secondary, and tertiary. Reports raise concern regard to the disproportionate level of high levels of illiteracy among women, in particular in rural areas. The delegation is invited to provide responses to the aforementioned allegation. I move on quickly to right to health. The other questions will be submitted to you. Has the state conducted any comprehensive studies prior to the criminalization of abortion to assess whether criminalization effectively prevents women from terminating unwanted or unplanned pregnancies? How does the state address concerns that the significant portion of maternal mortality results from women resorting to unsafe abortion procedures out of fear of facing criminal charges? And what are the measures adopted to address maternal mortality? Is the delegation aware of General Comment number 14 of the Maputo Protocol, which provides access to health and reproductive health rights, including medical abortion in certain cases? Right to peace. Quickly, the delegation is invited to provide an update on the implementation of National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security 2020-2025 in accordance with United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325. What measures do you have for implementation of that? We now move on to right. We have other questions on that, but we will submit those. Rights of protected women. What is the legal and institutional framework relating to the protection of widows' rights in Angola? Do you have a legal framework that protects widows? Are there any restrictions on the right of inheritance of women in Angola, in particular those that may be based on customary laws? Can the delegation provide information on the situation of women prisoners and the protection offered to them, particularly pregnant women and nursing mothers? Can the delegation provide information regarding special protection of older women, including social protection against unpaid care, work, and elder abuse? Are there any challenges or gaps in the implementation of the rights of protected women group, and what these are the women in district, and what efforts being made to overcome them? Is Angola considering implementing legal reform to enhance gender equality in areas such as women's earnings, employment rights after childbirth, and pension entitlements following retirement? How does Angola intend to involve stakeholders, including researchers and organizations working on gender issues, in formulating and implementing gender equality measures? How does Angola plan to raise awareness and promote education about divorce rights and gender equality within communities and among legal professionals that address cultural barriers and ensure equal access to divorce for all individuals? Is there any comprehensive sexuality education aimed at promoting young people's health, sexual decision uniformly provided for in all schools, especially bearing in mind that there are reports that there's a high prevalence of teenage pregnancy in Angola, and this actually comprehensive sexual education is important to actually alleviate this. I have so many other questions which I will submit to you, but I will just have one last question relating to, I'm sure Commissioner Lita will be very happy with this, but it's close to women's rights. What are the measures taken by the government to strengthen access of indigenous communities in Angola living in rural areas, such as the San, the Himba, the Kwisa, the Kwepe, the Kovale, and the Zemba, to sexual and reproductive health rights? What measures do you have in place for those? The rest of the questions will be submitted to you. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Madam Special Rapporteur of Women. Now it's my pleasure to call Commissioner Senna Sassi for the questions related to Protocol of Convention of Kampala. 10 minutes.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président, de m'accorder la parole. Je voudrais également souhaiter la bienvenue à la délégation d'Angola et les féliciter pour la présentation de leur question. Je
try to summarize them, and the rest would be sent in writing to the delegation. The questions relate to my mandate as Special Rapporteur on refugee, asylum seekers, internally displaced persons in Africa. Let me start with the refugees and asylum seekers. The report indicates that the rights of refugees and asylum seekers, as well as the principle of non-refoulement, are by and large devoted by law 10.5 of the first question. Does the law establish concrete criteria of admissibility and the procedure of impartial consideration of such requests? Does it tackle the problem of the said law? Does it also provide for recourse, allowing the concerned person to appeal the decisions of expulsion before a court or an administrative authority? And what are the measures that have been taken to protect refugees and asylum seekers against all forms of discrimination and arbitrary detention? Furthermore, the National Council for Refugees was established as a consultative organ charged with the implementation of policies relating to rights of asylum and refugees. However, some reports stipulate that with the Corridor Committee for the Accommodation of Asylum Seekers in Angola, one of the main challenges had been the acquisition of documents, and this has led to a stop in the issuance and renewal of refugee cards. The delegation is urged to respond to the above-mentioned allegation. The delegation of Angola is also urged to respond to the question to the extent that what are the measures that are taken by the state to resolve problems of the long-standing refugees. The solution for local integration, has it been envisaged, or could it be by the Angolan authorities? Now let me move to the category of migrants. The report as presented talks about the national policy on immigration, which aims at coordinating actions in favor of asylum seekers and migrants. However, the report under consideration does not provide substantial information on the situation of migrants in Angola. Furthermore, the Commission would like to request for updated information on the legal and institutional framework governing immigration in Angola. Furthermore, Angola, does it have the intention to become party to the International Convention on the Protection of the Rights of all Migrant Workers and Members of their Families?
What were the specific measures adopted by the Angolan authorities to combat discrimination against migrant workers in the country and to ensure their protection against exploitation? And were there cases of sentencing by the Angolan judiciary during the period that was considered under this report? And under this category, what are the measures that were adopted to promote and protect the rights of migrants who work in the informal sector under difficult conditions in the mining sector? I will now move to another category. There's the stateless persons. Angola ratified the Convention on the Status of Stateless Persons and to the reduction of cases of statelessness of the United Nations. The report on the review does not provide substantial information on the situation of the latter. The African Union adopted a protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights in February 2024. We raised to the specific aspects of right to nationality and the prohibition of statelessness in Africa. Does Angola envisage to ratify this protocol to address issues relating to statelessness? I now go to the Kampala Convention. Angola is a party to the Kampala Convention since 14 May 2013. The report indicates that since its independence 11 November 1970, Angola has gone through a long period of war. With the signing of the peace accords in 2002, there have been around 5 million internally displaced persons in the country. They were mainly concentrated in Luanda province. I will now go to the questions that are specific to the, certain articles of the Kampala Convention. Articles 2 and 3. The Commission wishes to reiterate its congratulations to the Republic of Angola for being the second state party to the African Charter to comply with these reporting obligations under the 3 instruments, including the Kampala Convention. The first question with regards to Article 2 and 3, is there any legislative text or regulation dedicated specifically to protection of IDPs in Angola? Does the National Human Rights Strategy and its action plan, do they include a part that provides for the prevention of internal displacement and the protection of IDPs in Angola? And further, the report mentions the creation of National Commission for Civil Protection and Firefighters. Is there any organ or institution in Angola dedicated specifically to IDPs with a clear mandate on monitoring internal displacement and IDP situations? On the 14th of March 2024, more than 480 households displaced with destroyed housing due to the storm in Kasichito, according to the government. The delegation is invited to provide an illustration the Portuguese translation will be restored. Our apologies. There seems to be a technical problem that is being addressed in the Portuguese booth. The technicians are resolving the matter, and we shall respectfully report to you when the issue is addressed.
Yes, Chair, we're all set now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I was saying that I stopped at Article 4, the obligations related to protection against internal displacement on 14 March 2024. More than 480 households. Can you hear the English though? Can you hear the English? Thank you, Chair. We'd like to apologize to the delegation of Angola for these technical problems. I will go to Article 4, where I stopped, of the Kampala Convention. I was saying that on the 14th of March 2024, over 480 households were displaced due to destroyed housing due to the storm in Kakshito, according to the government. The delegation is invited to provide an illustration of the implementation of both the early warning system and the strategic plan for disaster risk management for the above-mentioned case. In the same article, are there any specific measures to protect the communities with special attachment to and dependency on the land, like the indigenous populations, from internal displacement due to natural disasters in Angola? In order to gain time, I will go to Article 9 on the obligations of states, parties to protection and assistance during internal displacement. What are the measures that have been taken by the Angolan authorities to protect IDPs from discrimination, arbitrary killings, sexual and gender-based violence, and forced labor? And finally, on the Article 9, are there any arrangements to ensure special protection and assistance to internally displaced persons with special needs? With regards to Article 10 of the Kampala Convention, the report provides information on the legal and institutional frameworks of expropriation for public utility in general. The delegation is invited to provide details on the socio-economic and environmental impact assessment of expected future development projects that may cause internal displacements. 30 seconds, Chair, allow me. Article 11 of the Convention, the Commission takes note of the detailed information on the returning refugees and IDPs and the assistance provided to them. The delegation is invited to provide statistics of IDPs during the reporting period, during the period under review, and also according to sustainable solutions that ended their displacement. And finally, and I'll conclude by Article 12 on compensation. The report states that the government of Angola has offered compensation in cash or in kind to citizens temporarily or permanently affected by the implementation of development projects. The delegation is invited to provide examples, and when the report refers to compensation offered to citizens as the non-citizens, for example, migrants, whether they are excluded from this compensation drive. And then finally, are there compensations provided to IDPs due to natural disasters? Thank you. I thank you, Honorable Chair, and I give you back the floor. Commissioner Ayedeso, on the after the questions on Kampala Convention, now it's your turn, Commissioner Deso. 10 minutes.
Chair, a very good afternoon to all of you delegates. I wish to join other colleagues in extending my appreciation to the delegation of Angola for providing us with the opportunity to engage in this constructive dialogue within the framework of Article 62 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. I wish to commend them for submitting the report covering the African Charter, the Maputo Protocol, and the Kampala Convention. I would like also to acknowledge the gender balance of the delegation that is here with us. With that, I will be presenting at the leadership level as well. that is commendable. With that, I'd like to have an interaction with you in respect to my own mechanism on extractive industries, environment and human rights. And I'll be stepping in on behalf of my colleague Commissioner Gerisha with respect to freedom of expression and access to information. This is Solomon Ayala Dorso. Let me start with the extractive industry sector, and first, I recognize from the report that you didn't make use of the state reporting guidelines on Articles 21 and 24 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. These state reporting guidelines outline the kind of questions and issues that the states are expected to provide information on when they bring their report under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. I would like to know what is the impediment that you have encountered for using the state reporting guidelines on Articles 21 and 24 of the Charter. How does Angola plan to use the state reporting guidelines on Articles 21 and 24 of the Charter moving forward, but not just for preparing state reports, but most importantly for updating its legislative and policy measures in the extractive industry sector and in the development of national action plan on business and human rights, because these state reporting guidelines and principles actually provide useful material in order to guide the updating and reforming of legislative policy and institutional measures, as well as the development of national action plan within, of course, the framework of Article 21 of the African Charter. I commend the fact that the report provides details on the laws and institutions that regulate and govern the extractive industry sector. But the report doesn't tell us the actual practice. It is actually from your presentation that I get to learn about the practice in terms of, for example, of what you presented in your oral presentation about consultation and questions of participation by local communities. But in terms of actual practice, I haven't heard much from your side. So I'd like to know a few things from the practice. One relates to perhaps the incident that I think happened at the Kafunfo massacre. There have been reports of death in various regions and areas, and what actions have been taken in terms of investigation, and whether there is anyone who has been held accountable, whether compensations and redress have been effected to the victims. We have received information from various local organizations about the existence of what are called the use of child labor in some mines, and we would like to learn from you about what kind of inspection and monitoring activities are carried out by the relevant institutions in Angola with respect to the use of child labor in the mining sector, and what kind of sanction is placed on companies or extractive industry actors who actually engage in the use of child labor. Wish to also know, with respect to Article 21 of the Charter, whether the law that you made reference to in the report grants local communities with a percentage of the revenues that are driven from the extraction to be allocated for their development and benefit. And if there is a legal requirement, what is the percentage of that allocation for local communities? In terms of transparency, reference has been made about anti-corruption measures that you made reference to in your presentation. And in this respect, I would like to know whether there are any companies and officials in Angola who have been sanctioned as a result of engaging in corrupt practices as it relates to the extractive industry sector. If you give us examples of how the anti-corruption measures are actually in practice implemented. With respect to the environment, I would like to know whether or not there are, before I continue with that, whether or not there are, with respect to the extractive industries, requirements in terms of expropriation of land from local communities for purpose of extractive industries. What are the procedures and the legal standards in terms of consultation, in terms of proper, effective, prompt compensation, the provision of assistance for rehabilitation and alternative options for people? And what has been the practice? Are there, for example, communities who have gone to court in Angola challenging the actions of government with respect to expropriation of land that is being used for extractive companies? With respect to the environment, I will quickly ask a few questions. The first one, what are the requirements under Angolan law with respect to environmental and social impact assessment? Whether communities are provided with the opportunity to fully and effectively participate in the process of environmental and social impact assessment in the context of the licensing and, of course, operation of extractive industries. Whether or not there are administrative, civil, and criminal sanctions that are attached to for failure of extractive companies to comply with environmental standards, and whether there are actually requirements as part of the licensing agreement and the social responsibility and legal responsibility of extractive companies that they bear responsibility for rehabilitation of the environment in the event that their operations actually damage the environment, and whether they also bear responsibility for reparation for communities affected as a result of such environmental damage. Finally, I would like to know what kind of redress and grievance mechanisms are in place in Angola. I would particularly like to know whether, thank you, Chair, well noted, whether Angolan courts have jurisdiction to preside over disputes involving multinational extractive companies in Angola. I would appreciate your kind feedback on that. Chair.
Yes.
Can I proceed with Commissioner Girisha's questions?
Yes, request 10 more minutes for Commissioner Girisha Topsisono on freedom of association. Please, you can proceed for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your indulgence, delegates. This one is on freedom of expression and access to information, relating to Article 9 of the Charter. The freedom of expression, information, and press is enshrined in Articles 40 and 44 of the Angolan Constitution. We understand that there is an ongoing review of the journalist statute in Angola, and we would appreciate if you provide us information on the priorities and objectives of this review process of the statute. Are state security laws used in Angola to restrict media freedom, or used to make the journalists refrain from covering politically sensitive topics? What are the efforts in place in Angola to enhance access to information, particularly for marginalized groups, such as people living in remote and rural areas, people with disabilities, and others, such as particularly women? In 2018, an Angolan court decided to acquit 2 investigative journalists of defamation on the grounds that they had exercised their duty to report with complete objectivity. However, in 2021, the director of the investigative journalism website, Denuncia, was sentenced to 2 years in prison and a fine of 180,000 euros on charges of defamation and abuse of press freedom. The delegation is invited to confirm whether defamation is still in the penal code of Angola, and if it has been decriminalized after the recent penal code of 2019 amendment, as previously recommended by the Commission. Article 26 of the 2010 State Security Law punishes individuals who insult the country or the president in public sessions or by disseminating words, images, text, or audio with a prison sentence of up to 3 years. What measures is the government of Angola taking to ensure that this law doesn't unduly censor journalists or violate the right to freedom of expression? The Commission received information that the Angolan press law gave the Ministry of Social Communication the authority to oversee how media organizations carried out editorial decisions and to fine or suspend the activities of violators. The delegation is invited again to explain how the implementation of such a decision may preserve and promote freedom of expression. The government of Angola established the Angola Media Regulatory Authority. The delegation is invited to provide more information on the above-mentioned institution, its mandate and resources, what are the main priorities and targets of the ongoing ERCA, Angola Media Regulatory Authority law review process, which is specified in paragraph 85 of your report. What are the concrete measures taken by the government of Angola to ensure better respect for the freedom of expression, including on the internet, in the context of elections? The Commission takes note of the information provided by the delegation in paragraph 88 on the media landscape in Angola. However, reports state that the Angolan media was largely controlled by the government and Movimento Popular de la Liberación de Angola. The delegation is invited to respond to this aforementioned allegation. Reports also inform that the Angolan Broadcast Act, currently under review, stipulates license fees of over 100,000 for local and community stations, which seems to be a very high amount. Of course, we heard in the course of this session that revisions have been made, bringing this down. But we would appreciate, as part of your reporting, if you kindly confirm this. The report under review informs that there have been no cases of imprisonment of journalists for the use of freedom of expression or deaths of journalists in the exercise of their profession in recent years. However, reports inform about several attacks, harassment, and arrest of journalists in Angola. For the year 2022, the following cases can be mentioned. 6 journalists working for news outlet TV Zimbo and TV Palanca, the correspondent for the German outlet Deutsche Welle, in Kwanza Norte, the Voice of America, correspondent in Luanda. The delegation is kindly invited to comment on the aforementioned allegations. Can the delegation respond to the allegations that the Angolan police unleashed a dog on a reporter governing protest in February 2021 in Geneva, who ended up in hospital after being badly beaten? Are there any specific measures to protect journalists during electoral campaigns? And what concrete measures have been taken by the government of Angola to ensure effective protection of journalists as provided for in Resolution 468 on the safety of journalists and media practitioners in Africa? This is the resolution of the African Commission. Does the Republic of Angola have constitutional or legislative protection on the right to privacy? I recognize that this is long, but kindly indulge for a few minutes. What safeguards are in place to ensure the enjoyment of the right to privacy in the event of communications surveillance in Angola? Could the delegation share what legislative and policy steps have been taken to regulate cross-border surveillance, processing of data of people in Angola? Could the delegation indicate the DPS complaints handling mechanism, whether information on this is publicly available? On 28 April 2022, the National Directorate of Advertising announced plans to establish Meta offices in Angola with a view to attracting digital entrepreneurship in the country. If these plans are still going forward, the Commission wishes to find out what legislative and policy measures the government of Angola is taking to ensure that advertising on and through Meta doesn't violate data privacy, especially in view of tried reports of Meta collecting and selling personal data to other companies and governments, as well as reports of Meta's involvement in schemes to spread disinformation and interfere in democratic electoral processes. Did the state adopt legislative or policy to ensure universal, equitable, affordable, and meaningful access to Internet? The Commission notes that Angola doesn't have an AI policy or ongoing policy discussions on regulation of artificial intelligence and related data technologies. What measures, if any, has Angola taken to ensure that the use of artificial intelligence and related technologies doesn't violate human and people's rights? Finally, Chair and delegates, the Commission is concerned by the proliferation of foreign-based ICT companies entering the Angolan telecommunications market. These include the partnership between Angolan Cables and Flexinitial, Unitel's partnership with Hawaii, the establishment of Meta offices in Angola. The Commission notes that there are global concerns about competitiveness in the big tech industry, as well as ethical concerns about freezing protections through excessive lobby power. What measures has and will Angola adopt in terms of legislative measures and otherwise to address these concerns about the potential huge influence and adverse consequences that may arise from the entry into the market of these big tech companies? Thank you very much for your kind attention. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Delso, for those questions. Now, It's my pleasure to call Commissioner Hatem Essayem pour la torture. Commissaire.
On torture, you have 10 minutes. Thank you for the floor, Chair. First and foremost, I would like to greet the Honorable Minister, Secretaries of State, and the Honorable Representative of the Republic of Angola. In this intervention, I would concentrate on Article 5 of the Charter relating to the prohibition of torture, cruel, degrading, and inhuman treatment. We all know that Angola torture is prohibited in Article 60 of the Constitution and Article 370 of the Penal Code and Basic Law on the Organization and Operation of the Police. Law number 620 of 24 March 2020, paragraph 38. On 7 October 2019, Angola ratified the United Nations Convention Against Torture. On 17 October 2019, our Commission issued a press statement and addressed a letter of appreciation to His Excellency João Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, for this ratification. With respect, the Honorable Delegation is invited to give us the changes on the Penal Code Amendment with regard to preventing and combating torture. Secondly, does the national legislation of Angola include a specific definition of torture, the inadmissibility of evidence obtained under torture, and the prohibition on extraditing a suspect to a country where he or she would be at risk of torture or ill treatment? And third general question, are there other legislative efforts aimed at domesticating the ratified UNCAT to be shared with the Commission? On the torture, we look at three aspects. Number one, prevention of torture, then investigations, and finally assistance to victims. With respect to prevention of torture, is the government of Angola considering ratifying the optional protocol to the Convention Against Torture, known as the UNCAT? Is there any national prevention mechanism in Angola for torture? In 2023, the Commission expressed its concern with regards to the persistence of police brutality, excessive use of force, and the resulting culture of impunity within the police in many state parties, including Angola. The delegation is urged to enumerate the measures taken by the government of Angola in order to address this challenge. The second part relating to investigation and prosecution of cases of torture, the delegation is invited to update the data contained in paragraph 48 by providing figures on torture-related cases prosecuted under the regulation on the disciplinary regime of personnel. Here I refer to Presidential Decree number 38 of 19 February 2024 for 2020 and 2022. Thereafter, the Honorable Delegation is invited to elaborate the National Department of Education and Criminal Action DNIAC of the Attorney General offices created to sanction torture-related acts, especially when such excessive acts derive from high entities. In 2019, the Commission recommended Angola to establish an independent national mechanism with sufficient human and financial resources to monitor and combat torture. The delegation is invited to elaborate on the implementations of the above-mentioned recommendation, particularly that reports from the civil society organization allege that Angola has no important independent complaint mechanism to review allegations of public abuse. Now, let me come to assistance to victims. Here I have two questions. The first one is as follows. The government of Angola is invited to provide information on measures taken to provide redress, including compensation and rehabilitation to victims of torture in accordance with resolution of the African Commission Res 303/2015 on the right to the rehabilitation of torture victims? And second question, are there any specific measures to guarantee free legal aid to victims of torture or related acts committed in Angola? Honorable Minister, Honorable Secretaries of State, Honorable members of the delegation, I thank you for kind attention and I hand over the floor to the chair. I would now, who would be asking questions on behalf of Commissioner Mandela? Commissioner Lita?
Copy. 10 minutes. Thank you, Commissioner Lita.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor. Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Secretaries of State, Excellency Ambassador, and the entire Angolan delegation, good afternoon. I have been asked by my colleague, Commissioner Mwendenga, who is the Commissioner in charge of economic, social, and cultural rights, to step in for him. Is not in Banjul. So allow me to start by acknowledging that the Commission is aware that we have a protocol to the Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of citizens to social protection and social security. Is Angola considering to ratify this protocol? Secondly, is Angola also considering to ratify the optional protocol to the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights? Under Article 14, right to property, Article 15.3 and 37 of the Constitution of Angola recognizes the right to private property and establishes that expropriations are only allowed when based on reasons of public interest and upon the payment of fair and prompt compensation. That is paragraph 137. The Commission takes note of Law number 121 of January 2021 relating to Expropriation Act, which establishes the principles and specific procedures for expropriation of public utility. That is paragraph 138. So the Commission would like to know, to ask the delegation to provide an update on the allocation of property titles under the Mina Terra My Land program for the identified 239 rural communities. Madam Minister, you just took us through a list of title deeds that have been issued, and we hope that maybe this is one of the rural areas that has benefited. Secondly, we'd like to know how the government is tackling discriminatory practices inspired by customary laws relating to access to land, especially for women. On right to housing, the Commission takes note of the government's effort towards the implementation of the right to adequate housing under the National Housing Policy, detailed under paragraph 146 to 148. So the Commission would like to know if the housing construction level is in line with national rate of population growth in Angola, and if there are any public-private partnerships in the field of right to housing implemented in Angola, and what are the government's efforts in strengthening access to affordable houses through affordable rent prices? Are there any specific measures to promote housing in rural areas where most of the Angolan population lives? I'll skip some of those questions and go to the right to work under equitable conditions. The Commission takes note of the new civil service regime and the basic law of civil service, that is Law 622 of August 2022. The Commission takes note that the government is undertaking commendable initiatives under the National Development Plan in order to diversify the national economy. Regarding paragraph 156, can the delegation inform the Commission what the principle of laboratories is about? How does this principle benefit the worker? What are the concrete actions taken by the government to ensure that growth and economic diversification translates into increased employment opportunities? The report informs that during the period 2018 to third quarter of 2022, the population over 15 years of age and available to produce goods and services increased by 20%. Is the minimum age for work in Angola 14 years, in line with the compulsory schooling age? What are the reasons behind the increase in the unemployment rate from 29% in 2018 to 34.1 in the third quarter of 2022, paragraph 165, despite efforts of the government? The last revision of the national minimum wage in Angola was made by Presidential Decree 5422 of 17th February 1922 with a value of Angolan currency 32,181, that's paragraph 187. Is there any minimum wage applicable for the private and informal sectors in Angola? What are the government's efforts to address 1, gender-based violence and sexual harassment at the workplace? 2, non-adherence of employers to work hour law and safety and health standards, as well as minimum wage law. It is estimated that 4 out of 5, that is 8.4% employees worked in some non-formal activity. Informality is predominant in rural areas, that is 93% among women, 90% among young people, and people aged between 15 to 24, it is 92.2%. Do non-formal workers have the rights to form associations and assembly freely in Angola? Is there a structure guiding the employment of rights and freedoms by non-formal workers? And under paragraph 167, in the post-COVID era, what is the position on jobs that were lost during the pandemic? And Article 16, right to enjoyment of highest attainable standards of physical and mental health. I'll go straight to ask the question, does the above mentioned infrastructure, the infrastructure and the national health systems of the Republic of Angola enjoy the required medical equipment and consumables as well as necessary maintenance? The national health system is free and universal. There is also a wide network of private subsidized services in the country. On the basis of the General Comment number 7 on state obligation under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights in the context of private provision of social services, what regulations, including monitoring and evaluations, have been set in place with regard to provision of private health services? In 2020, the human resources in health accounted to 5,407 doctors, 35,800 nurses, 9,341 diagnostic and therapeutic technicians, and 34,000 general practice technicians. Out of the doctors working in Angola, how many are specialists? How have they been fairly appointed in the distributed in the 18 provinces in the country? Are efforts being made to strengthen the training of special doctors in medical schools? What is the part of health sector budget in the national budget of the state? Does it meet standards of the Abuja Declaration? I'll skip the rest of questions and quickly go to right to education. This is the year of education. And the report informs us that the right to education is enshrined in the Constitution, as well as the basic law of education and teaching systems in the country. The Commission takes note of the several policies and programs developed by the government to strengthen the right to education during the reporting period. How can the government ensure proper coordination and avoid overlapping and duplication between various initiatives that have been put in place. Secondly, the report informs that basic education is free in Angola, which is commendable. What about the middle and secondary education? Are there any other hidden or indirect costs that are borne by families? In basic education, is basic education compulsory in the country? Are there any sanctions against parents or guardians in case of premeditated non-enrollment of children at school? The delegation is invited to provide answers. I'll skip some of the questions here and go to Article 22, right to economic, social, and cultural development. This is my last question. The Commission takes note of the programs to support the most vulnerable groups, such as the Kwenda program, social protection and money transfers, with the support of World Bank, and the Vola Grisha program for social money transfers. So the delegation is invited to elaborate on the concrete impact of this kind of programs on the development and welfare of the population. Madam Minister, the questions are all written out. You will receive them. And because I'm doing it for my colleague, I was not able to capture everything, but we will be able to submit them to you. I thank you.
Yes, I give you 10 more minutes for your own mechanism so that we can wrap up. 10 minutes. For your own mechanism, variation, archive and...
Chair, make it 15 because I have two mechanisms. Huh? I have two mechanisms, Chair. Maybe you can make it 15.
10 minutes, Commissioner.
I'll start with the protection of people living with HIV and AIDS. And I will skip questions that the country rapporteur has asked on this issue, as well as the rapporteur for rights of women. So I will go straight to the reports on national HIV and AIDS prevalence in Angola, which is 1.9% among the population between 15 and 49. And we commend Angola because in the SADC region, it has the lowest incidence. As you are aware, 9 out of the 10 highest cases of HIV and AIDS in Africa are in SADC. So we commend Angola for its work. However, the report does not include other substantive information on HIV and AIDS in Angola. For example, is there any national plan or strategy to prevent and combat HIV and AIDS during the reporting period, and what were the achievements? According to the UNAIDS, in 2022, HIV knowledge status in Angola was 58%, people on treatment were 46%, and no information was available on the virological suppression. According to the UNAIDS, the target for the first one is, we call it 95%, 95%, 95%, which includes status, 95%, knowledge of status, those on treatment, 95%, and the virological suppression, 95%. And the target of 95 is supposed to be achieved by 2025. That is only next year. We would like to invite your delegation to tell us how you think you'll be able to make this progress. According to UNAIDS, women aged 15 to 49, HIV/AIDS prevalence is 20%, while the same for men is 0.9%. This is a huge discrepancy. Can the delegation explain the mismatch and the disappropriation distribution of the rate between men and women in this age group? Reports estimate that age 0 to 14 living with HIV/AIDS are around 27,000 children in Angola, and only 3,800 are receiving treatment. This is only 14%. The delegation is invited to respond to this allegation. In 2019, the Commission expresses concern regarding the concentration of HIV/AIDS epidemic in large urban areas, diamond mining areas, along major road networks, commercial posts, as well as border and non-border areas. What are the concrete measures taken by the government to face this challenge? Secondly, what is the HIV/AIDS prevalence in prisons and correctional institutions? What targeted HIV/AIDS prevention activities have been put in place in prisons and correctional services by government? With regard to discrimination of people living with HIV and AIDS, the Commission would like to know what government is planning to address negative effects of stigma faced by people living with HIV and AIDS, particularly in the education sector. Are there any legislative or policy measures that prevent criminalization and forced sterilization of people with HIV and AIDS without free, prior, and informed consent? In the case, the last question is on during the COVID pandemic era. We know that health inequalities were experienced during this period, and that funds were diverted to COVID from other diseases. How was HIV and AIDS affected during this period? Has the pandemic affected the provision of health services in the country, including antiretroviral drugs for people living with HIV/AIDS? Thereafter, Your Excellency, you are invited to provide responses on this. I now quickly move to my next mechanism. That is the mechanism on indigenous populations, communities, and minorities. The report states that the National Directorate of Communities and Institutions of Transitional Power was created in the organic structure of the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, approved by the President under Decree number 3518 of 2018, with the purpose of coordinating public policies for minority groups and the responsibility of different government bodies and services. Your Excellency, we would like to share with you our definition of who indigenous people are, so that when we talk about and ask questions, you can understand. These are the people whose survival of and their particular ways of life depends on recognition of their rights and access to their traditional lands and natural resources. They suffer from discrimination in that they are considered less developed and less advanced than other more dominant groups in society. They often live in inaccessible, often geographically isolated areas and suffer various forms of political and social marginalization. They are often subjected to domination and exploitation within the political and economic structures that are commonly designed to reflect the interests and activities of the national majority. Since the report does not specifically address the issues of indigenous people, the Commission would like to know or to hear from the delegation whether Angola recognizes indigenous people, and if they have been mapped. If the state has not done so, if it has not recognized indigenous people and mapped them, does the country need any assistance, either from the Commission or from other UN agencies dealing with this matter? Secondly, as Angola ratifying the ILO Convention 169 on Indigenous and Tribal Peoples of 1989, is there any legal or administrative framework that specifically recognizes and protects the rights of indigenous people and communities, including their right to own, use, control, and manage ancestral lands? Is there any legal or administrative framework that specifically recognizes and protects the rights of indigenous people belonging to national or ethnic, religious, linguistic minorities, including their right to own, use, control, and manage ancestral land? Are there any efforts or initiatives, number one, to demarcate or map communal lands, two, register land titles, either individually or collectively, and three, adjudicate claims of collective rights to lands, territories, and resources for these indigenous people? And if so, please, we would like to have details. Before I finish, we recognize that marginalization and discrimination are major difficulties that indigenous people and persons belonging to national and ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities are facing. So has the government put in place any laws or measures to raise awareness and redress any injustices, inequalities affecting indigenous communities, and persons belonging to national, ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities? Secondly, are there any political quotas for indigenous peoples or persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities in access to public and other civil service jobs to enhance their political participation where appropriate? And lastly, what strategies are in place to improve access to education for indigenous people as well as access to health facilities and programs? I submit and thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Commissioner Lita. Now it's my pleasure to ask to Commissioner Idrissa Sow. I will give to Commissioner Idrissa Sow 20 minutes, 24 years on mechanism of death penalty, and the other 10 for death penalty, and 10 again for Commissioner Manela, who excused herself this afternoon according to our rules of procedure. Commissioner Idrissa Sow, you have the floor, please. 20 minutes.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Madame la Ministre, Madame, Messieurs les secrétaires d'État, distingués membres de la délégation, je voudrais me joindre aux félicitations qui vous ont été adressées pour l'opportunité que vous nous offrez d'engager avec votre gouvernement sur les conditions de mise en œuvre des droits qui sont garantis par la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Comme l'a indiqué le Président, je commencerai avec les questions en rapport avec mon mandat qui couvre 3 composantes, à savoir la peine de mort, les exécutions extrajudiciaires sommaires ou arbitraires et les disparitions forcées. Après cela, je passerai aux questions en rapport avec le mandat de ma collègue, l'honorable Maria Teresa Manuela, qui est rapporteur spécial sur les prisons, les conditions de détention et l'action policière en Afrique. Pour ce qui concerne la peine de mort, Madame la Ministre, je ne vous poserai aucune question et je dirai pourquoi. Je dirai pourquoi parce qu'en réalité, l'Angola, au regard des critères que nous avons définis, se situe dans les standards les plus élevés en matière d'abolition de la peine de mort. Premièrement, l'Angola a aboli la peine de mort, non pas par la voie d'une simple loi, mais c'est dans votre constitution. Le deuxième élément qui permet de dire que vous êtes dans des standards élevés, les plus élevés, c'est que vous avez ratifié depuis 2019 le protocole additionnel au pacte international sur les droits civils et politiques relatif à la peine de mort. Ça, c'est le deuxième élément. Le troisième élément, c'est que de 2007 à 2022, votre pays a régulièrement voté favorablement en faveur de la résolution de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies appelant à un moratoire sur les exécutions de la peine de mort. Et le quatrième élément que je vais souligner à cet égard, c'est que par la voix de Madame le secrétaire d'État tout de suite, vous nous avez assuré de votre soutien au projet de protocole sur l'abolition de la peine de mort qui est en train d'être préparé au niveau de notre commission. Donc pour toutes ces raisons, je vous dirai que bravo pour la peine de mort. S'agissant maintenant des exécutions extrajudiciaires sommaires ou arbitraires, ce que je viens de dire tout à l'heure sur la peine de mort m'autorise à croire que votre pays attache du prix au droit à la vie. Donc je voudrais à ce niveau savoir quelles sont les mesures concrètes qui sont prises par le gouvernement angolais pour prévenir et punir en fait les cas d'exécution extrajudiciaire sommaire ou arbitraire. Toujours dans cette rubrique, je voudrais partager avec vous une information qui nous est parvenue concernant un jeune qui aurait été abattu par des agents de la force par les agents de police le 11 novembre 2020 au cours d'une manifestation. Il s'agit d'un jeune nommé Innocenzio Alberto Matos. Donc, je voudrais savoir quelle est la réaction du gouvernement par rapport à ces allégations, et si ces allégations sont fondées, quelles sont les mesures qui ont été prises pour identifier les auteurs de cet assassinat, disons-le. Est-ce qu'ils ont été poursuivis en justice et quel est le niveau dans lequel se trouve l'enquête concernant ces faits-là. Pour ce qui concerne les disparitions forcées, je partirai d'un constat. Le constat, c'est que le rapport que vous avez présenté, que vous avez brillamment présenté d'ailleurs, ne fournit malheureusement pas d'informations substantielles sur le cadre juridique et institutionnel relatif aux disparitions forcées en Angola. Pour cette raison, je voudrais savoir si la disparition forcée est considérée comme une infraction distincte, autonome, dans votre législation nationale. Ça, c'est la première question. La deuxième question, c'est de savoir si votre pays est disposé à ratifier la Convention internationale pour la protection de toutes les personnes contre les disparitions forcées. Voilà. Madame la ministre, mesdames et messieurs, je voudrais également, à titre d'information, vous dire que depuis 2022, notre commission a adopté des lignes directrices sur la protection de toutes les personnes contre les disparitions forcées. Je voudrais savoir si cet instrument de soft law est connu par votre gouvernement et est-ce que vous êtes disposé à prendre des mesures pour le disséminer au niveau dans votre pays, pour le faire connaître. Voilà les quelques questions que je voudrais poser pour ce qui concerne mon mandat. Je m'en vais maintenant, avec l'autorisation de M. le Président, couvrir les questions relatives au mandat du rapporteur spécial sur les prisons, les conditions de détention et l'action policière. À ce niveau, la rapporteure spéciale note que la Constitution de l'Angola aborde les droits des détenus et des prisonniers, le régime de la privation de liberté et les garanties de la procédure pénale dans ses articles 63 et 67. À ce niveau, elle note également avec satisfaction les mesures prises par votre gouvernement pendant la pandémie de Covid pour désengorger les prisons et autres lieux de détention afin de réduire le risque élevé de propagation du virus, y compris la libération d'environ 1000 prisonniers. La Commission, par l'intermédiaire de la rapporteure spéciale, a organisé le 10 et 11 juin 2019 à Luanda un séminaire de sensibilisation et de formation pour les hauts fonctionnaires de la police nationale angolaise et les services pénitentiaires sur les lignes directrices de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, sur les conditions de détention, la garde à vue et la détention provisoire en Afrique. Comme action de suivi, la rapporteure spéciale voudrait savoir si les conclusions de cette réunion ont eu un impact dans l'amélioration du respect des normes en matière de droits de l'homme dans le contexte de l'action policière et de la privation de la liberté en Angola. La deuxième série de questions se rapporte au droit à la liberté individuelle et à la protection contre la détention arbitraire. La Commission a pris note des informations fournies sur les infrastructures pénitentiaires, la population carcérale et le taux d'occupation des prisons dans votre pays. Le rapport et les autres informations disponibles indiquent que les prisons continuent d'être surpeuplées, en partie à cause du nombre élevé de détenus en attente de jugement. Il y a eu également d'autres facteurs qui ont été identifiés comme favorisant la surpopulation, et parmi lesquels il y a l'insalubrité, la promiscuité dans les prisons, les problèmes d'alimentation des détenus et les problèmes de santé. Pour ce qui concerne les problèmes de santé, la rapporteure spéciale voudrait savoir comment, dans quelle mesure le droit à la santé pour les détenus est assuré dans votre pays, en termes d'assistance médicale, en termes d'examen clinique et d'examen médicathèse pour les détenus, y compris pour les maladies chroniques et les personnes souffrant de troubles mentaux. Donc la question, c'est de savoir comment ils sont pris en charge concrètement dans les structures hospitalières. La délégation également est invitée à indiquer les efforts du gouvernement pour améliorer les services de santé, les conditions d'hygiène et l'approvisionnement en eau dans les prisons. La rapporteure voudrait également savoir si les détenus en fait, ont la possibilité de suivre des formations professionnelles, est-ce qu'ils bénéficient de loisirs, de l'assistance ainsi que des activités d'assistance religieuse en prison. La délégation également est invitée à fournir des informations relatives aux lieux de détention qui sont destinés aux immigrés. La rapporteure spéciale voudrait savoir s'il y a actuellement des détenus dans ces centres spécialisés réservés aux immigrés. La Commission prend note également de la création des centres de résolution extrajudiciaire des litiges par décret numéro 230 du 27 juin 2014. La question subséquente est de savoir s'il y a des alternatives dans votre législation, des peines alternatives à l'incarcération, notamment pour les délits mineurs, dans le cadre de la stratégie de désengorgement des prisons. Et de façon plus générale, la rapporteure spéciale voudrait connaître les mesures que vous avez prises pour lutter contre la surpopulation carcérale. En 2019, la Commission avait exprimé sa préoccupation concernant les actes de torture et autres traitements cruels, inhumains et dégradants dans les lieux de détention. La question, en rapport avec ce constat, est de savoir quelles sont les mesures concrètes prises par le gouvernement angolais pour prévenir de telles pratiques dans les prisons. La rapporteure spéciale demande également si le médiateur, si le bureau du médiateur dispose d'un droit d'accès libre au niveau des centres de détention. La troisième série de questions a trait au droit à un procès équitable. À ce niveau, la rapporteure voudrait savoir si la règle contenue dans les instruments internationaux et régionaux concernant la séparation physique entre les personnes condamnées et les détenus provisoires est effectivement respectée dans les prisons en Angola. Elle vous demande également de fournir des données ventilées sur le nombre de prisonniers, sur le nombre de femmes dans les prisons, ainsi que sur le nombre de personnes mineures, des mineurs au niveau des centres de détention. Elle vous demande enfin de dire les conditions dans lesquelles les mineurs qui n'ont pas encore l'âge de la responsabilité pénale sont pris en charge lorsqu'ils sont en conflit avec la loi. Donc voilà, de façon ramassée, Monsieur le Président, les questions que je voulais poser à mon nom personnel et au nom de Mme Manuela. Je vous remercie.
Merci surtout d'avoir en 11 minutes présenté des questions pour tout mécanisme. Excellence Madame la Ministre, nous allons terminer par moi et ça sera la dernière série de questions. Je sais que ça a été fastidieux. Alors je vous pose quelques questions en ma qualité de rapporteur spécial sur les défenseurs des droits de l'homme. Je m'octroie moi-même 10 minutes et j'espère finir et surtout peut-être bénéficier des quelques minutes qu'ont laissé quelques collègues aussi. Je voulais simplement inviter la délégation de l'Angola à faire le point sur le processus d'adoption du projet de loi sur le statut des ONG. C'est un projet qui est encore au niveau du gouvernement. Savoir si le processus d'adoption de cette loi avait été consultatif.
Was it consultative before it was submitted to the parliament? Why is this bill imposing on NGOs specific clauses in the fight against money laundering, in the fight against terrorism? And these are not imposed to other players in civil society. I want to know how the Angolan government wants to ensure that the provisions of this bill are not vague, because some of the provisions are rather vague and maybe there will be abuse in the very interpretation of the clauses, because even if the law is general but it is vague, there may be some level of abuse, and that is why you have an organ for the surveillance of NGOs that you have set up for that. But freedom of assembly and association, the regime that you apply in Angola is freedom of assembly. You need a notification and prior permission. Under our standards, notification is more than enough. Because if you go into the game of authorization, this can affect the freedom of assembly. We'd like to know measures that have been adopted by the government to ensure that all restrictions on peaceful demonstrations that are not strictly necessary are lifted, as recommended by the Commission in 2019. We'd also want to know whether you are aware of the guidelines on policing of assemblies and how you plan to implement them in your country. To conclude on freedom of association, I want to know what are the intentions, underlying intentions of the government, by why you want to adopt such a restrictive law, and how can you justify that by adopting this law that the freedom of association will be respected. There are threats over certain NGOs who administratively would be closed. How can you reconcile the two, that you are going to comply with this law and our guidelines by administratively closing some associations? For the protection of human rights defenders, I'd like to call upon the delegation to give some clarification on the implementation of recommendations that we had formulated in a joint letter of urgent appeal that we sent on 23rd October 2023. I wanted to know if there are any measures, specific protective measures to protect against violations against human rights defenders in Angola. Because you see in your report that the human rights defenders are protected by the law. Why are you generalizing protection of human rights defenders where we had already asked that human rights defenders have specific protection? Why do you always refer to this general protection that all Angolans benefit from? Is it an indicator that you are not going to enact law on the protection of human rights defenders? Whereas I had recommended to Angola to take the leadership in the Lusophone world, in the Portuguese-speaking world in this area. If Angola enacts a law on human rights defenders, we are convinced that Lusophone Africa will follow suit, because you are a major country if we continue as part of the Lusophone area. I would like to request the Honorable Minister to know what about investigations. Are there what investigations can we expect from the government with regards to the murder of Carlos Fernandez, a human rights defender who founded an association in Angola. He passed away in February 2024. I also want to ask, and here I am asking a direct question, do you really envisage to have a specific right on the protection of human rights defenders, as the Commission had already requested in 2019? And I will remind anytime for Angola, anytime when I come into contact with authorities from your country, and I have concluded with the questions. I have 4 minutes, so I wanted, by way of conclusion, to commend your government, because you are one of the rare countries that have decriminalized attacks against some human rights defenders who work in certain sectors which here I'm talking about human rights defenders. You had decriminalized homosexuality in your country, which is a rare occurrence in African countries, and I'd like to commend you for decriminalizing that act, because you do not consider homosexuality as a crime. These are the questions I wanted to ask in my capacity as human rights defender. Now, colleagues are telling me that in the 3 minutes left, a colleague would want 1 minute extra so that we can leave. Commissioner Del, so you have 1 minute.
I thought that it would be remiss of me if I don't recognize the fact that Angola, in its report, covered Article 23 of the Charter on the right to peace and security. And it has provided data on the demining activities that the country is carrying out, the budget that has been allocated for demining, and I thought that it was recognizing this and appreciating the importance of clearing Angola of all mines which constitute a threat to the well-being and safety and security of citizens in Angola. And in that respect, we would really appreciate the impact that the demining activity is having in improving the security of well-being of Angolans, and the kind of measures that are being taken for those who are affected by the mines in Angola. Thank you very much.
No problem. On est toujours dans les 10 minutes, donc c'est bon. Ceci nous amène à la fin.
We have come to the end of all the questions that we had planned to ask. You have another host of questions in writing. Before closing, I want to ask Commissioner Marlis Albomo. Before giving you the floor, Commissioner, allow me to inform the government that you will not address the issues raised today. You are coming back tomorrow. You have an hour and a half tomorrow, 1 hour and a half to come and address the questions that you need. For if you have the relevant information. For others, you may write to us when you can send us your responses in writing. So, Commissioner, if you do not mind, Honorable Minister, maybe I'll give you the floor so you may say a word or two today. And then I'll give the floor to Commissioner Abumo.
Chair of the Commission, distinguished commissioners, we would like to thank you for the manner in which this session took place, and we are available so that tomorrow we can give the response that we're giving. And as you said, there are questions that we will respond later with more details, but most of the questions can be answered here tomorrow. Thank you for your attention.
From 11 to 12:30, that you can come and present your responses. 1.5 hours for the responses. Commissioner Abumo, for the concluding remarks, to thank the delegation. Thank you for giving me the floor, Honorable Chair. I just wanted
to present the apologies of the Commission to the Honorable Minister and the Secretary of State and other Secretaries of State for the technical incident that occurred with the interpretation equipment. We sincerely hope that tomorrow we won't have any technical glitches. And that said, I'd like to thank you for your patience. You have been here, your delegation has been here since the beginning of the session. We have taken note of that. Thank you. And tomorrow we meet again, God willing. Thank you, Commissioner. Since Angola will be the next chair of the African Union in 2025, we would like to congratulate you in advance, and the Commission is willing and ready to work with you as of February 2025 when we go to the summit. But till then, we sincerely hope we meet again tomorrow for your responses. Congratulations, Angola. Thank you. Round of applause for Angola.